Oh shit. Oh my god, I just put up stream and I'm sneezing. What the fuck? Thank you. Fuck, dude. Shit, I feel like a crack addict. Hi, Maka. I'm Blunt Man. Hi, Monster. Hi, Pixel. Hi. I'm teamed with Fruit and Meatsy and Froggy and Booster. Booster's an honorary queen. Booster's an honorary queen. Booster's a lady. Booster's a lady for today. Hi, Nocturne. Hi, Erlich. Hi, Meowster. Hi, Riki. Hi, Flamer. Hi, Pixel. Hi, Erotic. Wow, now we're in the front page to see the title effect normal. Well, I had to do that. I had to do that. Oh, also speaking of doing that, I have to add like my swearing. I had to add my significant profanity or vulgarity. There we go. We're back to normal. God bless. Hi, Faded. Hi, Stock. Hi, quite clueless. I can't say unfortunately. Hello. Hi, guys. Good to you. Hi, Meowster. Are doing share chat again? I don't think so. I don't think so. Share chat was interesting, but I think I need to see the right people, right? Because that was a clash of like different chats and the cultures didn't match together. But like if I was doing with Toms or like Ecto, 100% I would. And Toms or Ecto, their chat would fit me, you know. What is that title? What do you mean? It says Block Wars. Let's go, yippee! I'm doing good today. Hi guys. Good morning. Good morning. We have about an hour till Block Wars. I'm gonna. Michi said to play. Want to play an hour of Pokemon or something. So I might just hop on Pokemon for an hour and yell at Michi to get on because you want to play Pokemon and yap with me for a little bit. So we'll do that in a little bit. I'll get some yap time with you guys though. I'll get some yap time with you guys though. I want to log in and check my villagers before I do that though. Okay, we're good. Nice sword. Thank you. Thank you. I can actually pull it out. You know, so I'm getting a scythe on my new model. Not on debut, but the scythe will be soon after debut. Hold on, let me find a nice spot to put this inside, you guys. You guys want any here? Is right here really good? Or like right, you want right here? Or right here? Right here? Or up here? Maybe like this right here? Hmm? 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 What if I come on, let me chop you up. It's the bug baby. I'll have the sword out today. I don't really have the sword out. It doesn't say anything. Do you guys know something? There used to be a secret Among Us in my model, but I think they got rid of it. I think that actually I can just show. Hold on, do I have these animations still? Hold on, there's a bunch of like animations I've never used before on my model chat. Let me add them. Hold on, I can. Okay, screen button 1. No, we'll just make the trigger. Let's do. We'll make this J. We'll make this K. Chat, have you guys ever seen these animations? Hold on, check this out. I have a bunch of them. I have this one. Never used that one. I have this one, which you guys sometimes see. The one going, con. That one. And I also have this one too, where I can turn these on. Hold on. I think I need to... No, that's not what I need to do for these ones. Hold on. Set expressions. I have a bunch of expressions I guess I've never seen in this model before. Oh, it's this one, I think. Is it this one? Hold on. No, it's not fire. Hold on. It's something. It's one of these. I have tiers that I never use because like a lot of these I just don't use on this model. Because I never like a lot of them. Like, what's this one? What the fuck? Why does that one break me? That one breaks me. Look, what the hell? It like breaks my whole like body. Ew. I hate that one. I have this one. It just ties on to my evil expression. This one I have an evil expression. I don't really use that often. I'm trying to find the. Oh, is it this one? It's this one. I have these. I never use these though. They're kind of distracting because they like flicker. Do you guys see that? Like if they didn't flicker, I'd probably use them a little bit, but I never really like, you know. Well, I wanted silly stuff that I could use for like a bit or a joke, right? And like none of this I can really use it for a better joke. Most of these are just like expressions and stuff. So for my new model, I mostly asked for like stuff that I could use as like a bit or a joke or like a cool toggle just to like leave on. Like a couple, I wanted like leave on toggles. You know what I'm saying? You guys don't have to. No, don't vote in the VTuber awards for me. I don't. No, it's okay. I'm just. I'm a little no guy. Nobody. I'm a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Don't worry. I'm a little guy. Ew, ew, ew. I feel gross for doing that. Wait, have you guys ever seen this one? Hold on. This is my favorite one to have. The clown one. I have Hume. Hume. There should be a human form in my new model. It can be human May. I go from being a cute fox to being like a distressed shrine maiden. This will be my new model too, so I'll have human May in my new model, and that'll be nice. So, hey guys, it's me, May. Wow, I don't think I have a clown toggle. What are your thoughts? I have a bunch of stupid toggles. I think I should get some of them. I was showing it's all of them because I want some of them to be a surprise, but this one you guys have seen, and like I said, I wanted a bunch of stupid toggles. I wanted a bunch of stupid toggles, so we're getting a bunch of shit like this. It's so good. It's so good. I still mean she that, and she was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" She's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And I'm like, "I need funny toggles so I can just whip them out." You know? Imagine hanging out with someone and you just whip it out. Imagine just like having a fun time with somebody and you just like say, "Hey, check this out," and you whip it out. You whip it out. Well, the Roblox handsome face has been around before that. That's not the got the got that one. Got that that one. The gaio. How do you pronounce that? The got gaio. Go go. Oh, I'm dizzy. I shook my brain like a can of whipped cream. Hi, son. Good to see you. So that's the first time I've seen you say anything else than hi. This I feel blessed. I feel blessed by you. Thank you, son. That's such an honor. Hi, Mr. Bite. I say the things sometimes. Well, it's nice to say hi to you, son. You're such a sweet soul. I feel like you saying hi to everybody is such like a blessing on me. It's such like a blessing to be prescribed that. Prescribed the hello from the Sun312772. Hi, Shannon boy. Hold on. I gotta do something. I gotta do something. Hold on. Hold on. Hey Lee, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Thank you so much. You didn't have to raid me. Hello. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Thank you so much. You've been in the Pokemon thing, haven't you? You've been in the Pokemon thing, haven't you? I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I've seen you. I don't know if I've fought you. Speaking of the Pokemon thing, chat, let's hop on for a couple minutes. Hi, it is. Look, come on. We're playing Minecraft later in this thing called Block Wars, which I'm really excited for. So I hope Lee had fun. Hi, Schrodinger. How was it? Really, Schrodinger or Lee? For Lee or Schrodinger? I'm yapping, and somebody can probably definitely hear me in the Minecraft server because I do not turn this shit off. Valorant? That's crazy. You know, I could have guessed that. I could have guessed that. People still play that game? That's awesome, actually. Wait. They're also in Block Wars. Are they in this one right now? Why is my wait, do I oh, my K button's doing it. Okay. Sorry, I'm discussing something with my model artist too right now. Ooh, let me turn this out real quick. Hold on. Get rid of that. No, stop telling people to vote for me. Vote for this dick in your mouth. That was not funny. That was who's up there? Who is that? I'm gonna yell at Michi. Hold on. Let me just say Pokemon. Michi told me to say Pokemon in her chat when she wants to play Pokemon. She's like, hey mate. Hold on, chat. Give me 1 second. One second, chat. Give me 1 second. I'm doing one thing real quick. No, you don't have to vote for me. Did you prep your rookie teammates? God, no. God, I would never do such a thing. That's awful. That's awful. Help somebody? Oh, PU. Sorry, I was messaging Val something, my model artist. They're critiquing my jacket. All right, chat, I have a question for you. Okay? Do you like this? Yes or no? Let me add, I'm gonna show you guys a small section, okay? All right, because Val's working on something. Do you like this, or is this too cluttered for the middle of the jacket? Do you like this? Let me show you guys a little bit more of the strip, okay? Do you guys like this, or is this too cluttered? What do you guys think? Do you think it makes sense design-wise? It's based off of a military EOD jacket, which is a like a bombing jacket, basically. Like if someone gets bombed, it's like a bomb defusal jacket. So it's based off of. So it's more of like a deconstructed version, obviously, because it's based off that. It's not is that, right? So the outside is more like we actually chat likes it. Sorry, Val. Chat likes it. Pussy. Spit emoji. Val was like, the middle of the jacket is cluttered and design-wise confusing, just for the middle under part. And I said, okay, bet. Because the inside of those jackets usually have like an inner padding layer as well, and that's what it's based off of. Obviously not close to that, but I just wanted a cute like jacket. It doesn't have to make sense. It's anime. I'm the GOAT, Minky. I got chat on my side. Like a mental asylum jacket. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it though. It's a big jacket. Can't lose the glow sticks. No, I like the glow sticks. They don't make sense, but I like them. Originally, we had grenades on there, which we did remove. I mean, like, I can show you. Hold on. I'll show you guys like a piece of this. I'll show you guys a piece of this, okay? Val says the middle of the jacket, like the inside part, is cluttered. It doesn't make sense. I kind of agree with him. It's a three-piece jacket. It's a three-piece jacket, but I think considering what the original design looked like, I think we made it. I think we made it better. Do you guys want to see the original jacket? Hold on, so I can find this. Hold on. Has got it going on. Hold on. Hi, Sereno. Let me find this, okay? Give me 1 second, talk. Give me 1 second, okay? Mother fluffer, give me 1 second. I need to find this shit. You guys want to see the jacket original? So this is the original jacket, like what it looked like. So it's a big change for the center part. There was a lot more visual clutter. Let me also give Val a reminder. Let me give Val a reminder. Let me give Val a strict reminder. Don't forget, Val. It looked like this before. I think it looks good. It doesn't make sense, but it's drippy. We can have the closed version too. When the JK Omega lol. Unless you kill me, please. Why does the jacket look pregnant? Because it's big. It's a big jacket. Oh, we are. That's right. I forgot. Sorry about Chad. The conversation between me and my model mama and my rig papa are really funny. It's just like this. It looks like the fact. It's supposed to be fluffy. It's supposed to be fluffy. So this part, it's a three-piece jacket. This part's a raincoat, chat. This is just for design, right? Just because it looks cool. This is like a raincoat, right? This is a raincoat. This part right here is a flak jacket type of thing. So it's very like thick, like Kevlar type of thing. Very thick and heavy and big. And then the inside is also like another like weighted kind of like metally coat vest thingy. Doesn't it look cute? I like it. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Hold on, chat. I'm trying to find the other thing. Hold on. I'm trying to. Let me see if I can find the original sketch for you guys too. Isn't it cute? Hi, Annie. Good morning. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm really excited, chat. I'm really excited for debut. I'm sorry if I'm like just chilling today. Today's not gonna be a long stream. Listen, chat. I've been working a lot. I've been working a lot. So the plan is that closer to my debut, I'm probably gonna take the 19th, the 20th, and the 21st off, just to chillax. Just to chillax. You know, just to chillax, relax, all cool. When a couple of kids were up to no good, start causing trouble in my neighborhood. Rage, stay up. I can't tell you to go to bed. I'd be lying. I'd be lying to you. I'd be lying to you. I'd be fucking lying to you if I said that. I'd be lying so bad. Hold on. So let me send this to Val real quick. Don't overwork yourself, Val. It's okay. As long as we have this stuff we agreed upon. Also, let me pay you more money. Where's the Walmart? Have you guys seen the sketches for my model? This is the original sketch design for my jacket. I love it. I love it. I love it. It looks cool, right? It looks cool. It's very like poofy. It's very poofy. It's very poofy. This will be a toggle as well. This will be a toggle in the future. This part right here. See how it like cinches at the waist right there? That'll be a toggle. I miss Michi. Prim did such a good job. Hi. Well, I'm gonna call Minky. I'm gonna call Minky. I'm gonna call Minky right now. I'm on stream. Do you want to call? Wish me luck for my tournament. I'm calling. I'm calling right now. Hi, Minky. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Why are you so like Oprah today? You're on the Oprah show.
I watched a lot of TikToks like where the filter, you know, where the filter is just like,
Mhm.
like the really squiggly shit.
Yeah, if you like hit your chest
Oh,
like
yeah.
this, and it's like, stop.
That's the fucking SpongeBob laugh. I don't hit my throat because it's like bad for you. So like I put my finger on it and I just like
Is it bad for you to do that? Wait, I hit my
Like,
chest, like my lower chest area.
Okay, at least it's not your throat. You know what I mean?
I don't hit my throat because my throat's really scary because one time I poked my finger in there and it made a pop noise and it's never felt the same sense.
Oh.
This is my model, Mama Minky. She's a streamer and she's really awesome and she only streams like once a week, so go check her out. No, I'm a command for it.
Wow. Is it slash Minky? Or like exclamation
No,
mark
it's supposed to be. Oh, it is Minky. Oh, okay, there you go. There's Minky. Mlam.
Okay. Oh my god, hi
She's like me,
guys.
but she has like super TikTok brain rot.
I'm also young and able and so free spirited.
Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. Young and able. Shut your ass up.
My joints are crackling whenever I wake up.
I know. I can hear them. You sound like
when I get out of bed.
Snap, crackle, and pop.
when I massage my family members, they hear cracks, and it's not from them. It's from me.
Oh yeah, no. Every time I wake up, I like bend my knee a couple times, and it just goes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 'Cause mine are like what the fuck is it? My ankles. I have to stretch them out so that they crack. I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
My knee is the only thing that cracks. Everything else, I have to like put my fingers and like I have to like wrestle my finger into like a tiny little corner.
Ugh.
Like I have to press it down into like a little ball. Anyways, what do you want to talk about?
Okay, so I actually completely forgot.
Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking here. We cooked here.
What the fuck was it? Okay, I'm gonna like read through our. Do you want to tell them the context or like what?
Yeah, Val was like criticizing my jacket, and then I showed chat, and chat's like, "We like it." And also, I like it too. I like it too. I like the jacket.
How much of the jacket do they know about?
Oh, I showed them just the strip. I showed them just the strip. But they know about the sketch. They know about the sketch too?
Yeah. Guys, the sketch is a little bit like I kind of like took my own stuff. Aside from this, like,
this is what the sketch look. Oh, why is it red? This is what the sketch looks like. What the hell? This is what the sketch of the jacket looks like, right? Originally, the jacket was supposed to have a lot more, but I said, Minky, like, just remove like a bunch of shit. We don't need all that shit.
Honestly, I could keep that red thing at the like near the black in the middle jacket part. You know what I'm talking about?
The red thing near the black.
Like fuck this. Where's our DMs?
Girl, I need like picture book.
Bitch, hold on, I
circle
took
it.
a picture.
Thank you. I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
I don't even know what it is. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, cock wars. This is the original jacket design, so we removed a lot of stuff there. Is this gonna have like
I didn't know there was like a little design on the actual jacket, like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
there's a little design with like the circle.
Okay, I'm gonna put that on.
Yeah, that's gonna help it like be a little bit more distinct from the inside. And I like the jacket. Do you like the jacket?
I like it a lot.
I think it's baller. I think it's baller.
When I sent it to my manager, because I was having second thoughts about like how I interpreted the design. He was just like, "Oh, the jacket saved it." And I'm like, "Oh, I think I did it."
The jacket's so good. Like the whole thing of the toy model is the jacket. Like the Under Armour is like complements the jacket. You know, like it's actually if you take away the jacket, the model is missing its middle section. It looks like it's missing
Yeah.
something, and that was the point because like I wanted like
this is just
different
a good
like
amount of cluttered in my
Mhm.
opinion.
it is.
I
It's
really
supposed to be
like it.
cluttered. It's supposed to be like a big bomber jacket, like kind of. It's like so. It obviously doesn't exist, but it's based off of a fucking tank jacket, which has like these straps that pull the guy out of a tank, and then it's also based off an EOD jacket, and it has like clips and stuff. Looks cool.
Yeah.
Looks really cool. My favorite part I think is the clips on the bottom. I like the little clips on the bottom so much that just hang a little bit.
I honestly, I thought they were like little elixirs that you drink out. I didn't know they were fucking glow sticks.
Yeah, they look no, the little glow stick. We can make them like
Wait, if it's glow sticks, I could add a little thingy so that it glows.
oh yes, that's
Hey,
what I
Val.
wanted, like a little glow.
Hold on, I
Hey
need to type it
Val,
down. Glow stick make glow. Okay,
me too.
okay, and
bro, me
then
too.
so I think the
I was
questions
showing them
wanted
the
to ask you-
grenades that
Yeah.
you made ammo pouches, and I was like, yo, you used to have grenades. What'd you say?
Close them bitches up. Okay, so the thing I wanted to ask you, it just like kind of gone to my, I think half of it gone to my head, was like once we finish it, should it be like all the toggles, like all the arm toggles that we already talked about, like the scythe, the little army thingy, like you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I was thinking because I don't think everything's gonna be ready like at debut, obviously. So I was thinking we can just do stuff afterwards. It's like gonna do like an update thingy thing,
Yeah.
which will be cool. Yeah.
Because I don't
cool with
know
everything I
if you did
put.
the same thing.
As long as like whatever
I'm
you
trying
want,
to,
like
yeah. I'm trying to get at least like one of the like the more important arm toggles out. I already finished them. I'm
I
just
would say
like
the
trying to get them out
mascot
pretty slowly.
is the most important.
I'm trying to
The
get them really
mascot's the
slowly
most
to Val
important.
so he doesn't topple over and die. I saw him playing League last night and I'm like, ooh, it's probably bad. You know
That's
what
when you know it's bad when someone plays League. You know
I
they're
was
down
gonna
in the
send them some
dumps.
files. I was just like, hey Val, you wanna look at this? Oh, ooh, he's been playing League. Huh?
Poor Val. For hey, Minky, it's the model's coming out beautifully. But like the thing is, like, I think the most important is mascot. We can wait on the scythe. We don't need the scythe
Okay.
right away. That'll be
okay,
cool
okay.
to show off later.
Yeah.
The hood,
Okay.
the jacket, the mascot are my main concerns.
He's
and that's about it.
been working on the hood. Mascot's basically finished. I have the flats for it. I work on the flats.
I want to see. I want to
And then
see.
confirm-
Show me. I want to show chat, but I
confirm
want to
it.
see.
Bitch! No, you're not showing it to chat.
I'm not gonna show it to chat. I said I want to see. I won't show them. I
Okay,
want to see.
okay,
I haven't
okay.
shown them anything new.
Hold on,
That's
I
actually
don't
the
know.
jacket section. I showed them a little piece of it. That was the first thing I showed them new in months. Anything else has been old.
They're like, thank you. I was so thirsty.
No,
let
they
me
tell me
see.
no spoilers.
Oh,
Look, chat.
really?
Hey,
Good
chat. Can I
job,
show you guys the
guys.
mascot? Can I show you guys the mascot? Can I show you guys the mascot? Chat, please. Please let me show you guys the mascot, please. And they're all gonna
Well-
fucking say no, because that's what they do. Look. They
I
deny
love
me.
no
They deny
spoilers.
me.
That's so cute.
No
I need to put my
spoilers.
mic closer. I haven't like VC'd in like in a while aside from my manager.
Mm-hmm.
So my mic is not set up whatsoever. Let me see.
Did you see this? The other jacket design, the little circle up above too.
There's another one.
Yeah, there's a little like link open up thing. There's like a little like a couple lines that show up in the jacket. There's a like, it's a straight two diagonal red lines. One of them leads into a circle that follows the jacket down. Do you see that? Underneath.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. I really like
Yeah,
it.
that fucks. I know.
Okay,
the jacket's not so pretty.
Let me do one. Let me do one.
I want to see the flats or the mascot. I've been so excited for him.
I need to type. Add the white.
You think you'll be able to get
thingies.
done on the 22nd?
The white
Too bad you have to.
Oh my god, that's so far off.
Oh, that's like 13 days away.
I just feel bad for Val.
Hi, butt cheek. Yeah, I feel bad for Val too.
Oh,
It's okay. I already told him. I already told Val like we don't need the scythe. We don't need all the arm toggles. Just the mascot and the jacket and the hood. That's all I want left. And then afterwards, he
Poor
can take his
Val.
leisurely time. Well, not super leisurely time, but you know, he can take his time.
Time enough. Poor Val.
I feel bad. I don't want to smack him. I don't want to smack him. He's so sweet.
We're always saying poor Val. It's the funniest shit ever.
I didn't want to rush either of you guys. You know, I'm fucked up though. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have said, Minky, Get your ass
Get
to work.
this shit here now. Don't piss me off.
I can't be like that. I can't be like that. I definitely want the jacket to stay the same though. I love the jacket. I love it so much. That's one of my favorite
we have to
parts.
fight for our rights here.
I think
Feel me?
woman knows best here type of situation. Like
Yeah, after what happened, I think we deserve a little bit.
what happened? what did Val do?
Nothing. Val did not do anything.
Val took away woman. It's over. There's no more women.
He took away women. Y'all heard?
There's no.
I'm so sorry,
like the
Val. He's
party.
getting groceries right now.
It's okay. Val's gonna be fine.
I remember he DM'd me and he's like, "Do you want to play video games again?" I'm like, "I'd love to," and I never responded ever again.
Well, play video games then. Brighten up his day. I'm gonna get in call with him after stream takes. I'm only doing a short stream today, like 5 hours, 4 to 5 hours. And then I'm like, I'm gonna hop in Cal. You can hop a call. We can hang out tonight. I'll get high. We'll celebrate. We'll talk about the model. We'll figure things out. We'll have a good time. We'll comfort him in his meantime. Hi, Duck Smack. You know, it'll be good.
Hello.
Minky, you're so evil.
Oh.
Yes, Duck Smack. they clip my Kamiyoshi Henya and they make the best edits I've ever seen of Henya.
Oh
ever.
my goodness.
Do you want the chat lore? I give you the chat lore, people. You see Bull Prop? That's my editor. They make my cool clips on my YouTube channel.
Thank
and they're
you
funny.
so much
and
for your service.
I'm hiring them full time since my debut and stuff's been going really well. So everything's I'll be doing that soon, and then I'll.
Congratulations!
And then Evolf is a Henya enjoyer. Very cute. Very cute. Chinatown is shit poster.
Certified?
Llama, he's got problems. He's like mental institution, local mental institution.
It's been days since we last saw them.
You know, there's this like I know I like to keep track of like my chatters like archetypes. You know, like I'm a little like reverse parasocial, I guess. I don't know how to say menstrual. Menstrual. They're in a menstrual installation. We're making them menstruate. We're putting the men back in menstruation.
All right, chat. Y'all know what to do. Get the pads.
Do you think chat knows what a diva cup is?
Honestly, even I don't know what a diva cup is.
Girl, it's like a cup you shove up your cooter.
I know. Oh.
Yeah, you shove it up your cooter and it collects the.
Isn't diva cup huge as fuck?
We have
you ever heard of anyone that
like,
leaked through a diva cup?
Never.
Shit, I didn't get me one of those.
I've heard good things about them. I you know, the only thing is you have to wash them.
Oh yeah,
you have to wash them. You have to. Some people say you boil. I've seen videos of TikToks like of people boiling their diva cups.
Nothing too bad, in my humble opinion.
My question is like, would you just like dump the stuff on the inside in the trash? Like.
Oh yeah, wait.
I haven't thought about that.
Hazard. Surely
you know,
wash
like,
it.
Well, you boil it. I've seen people boiling them. They're diva cups.
Yeah, but like, where do they put the rest, right? Like, I feel like okay, guys, as a lady, as a woman, as someone who bleeds out of my vagina, right? That was kind of forward of me. That stuff flows out the shower. You feel me? So I feel like it shouldn't be too bad to have it just run through the pipes. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel like though, like, would it like, what if it congealed? Like then it can't go down the fucking pipes, you know?
I don't fucking know. Bro, I'm not even like a diva cup user.
Me either.
Hold on, let me just.
I was just thinking about them because like I see them all the time on TikTok and I'm like, do they work? Do they work? And I'm like, does chat know what they are?
Hold on.
Good luck getting out and spilling it. The forbidden chalice.
Oh goodness!
Oh
Who the fuck said that? Which freakster said that?
That was me. I said that, dude. And then
Oh
told me
my
to shut
god, I
up.
thought you were reading chat!
I was thinking of
you
know the image of Yandere Dev. Imagine Yandev with the diva
Bro.
cup.
Okay, there's a lot of images. I'm thinking of like the one where he's smiling at the camera.
Yeah, the one where he's holding the white chalice and he's smiling at the camera.
gonna-
Imagine like
I'm gonna kill
photoshopping a diva
myself.
cup in his hand, dude.
Hold on, let me find that photo. Yonder, dude.
Chat, this is what a diva cup looks like.
Sorry. Wait, Lisa, tell me what's up. Where do you put the blood afterwards? Like, do you just...
It looks
Let
like a
it
wine
run
glass. Like it's a
through the
little wine
sink?
glass. Like I would not get the clear one personally. Personally, this is just me. I would get
Okay.
the dark purple.
The boiple?
Purple.
How TMI can I get?
Bro, you can just like I hang out with Michi and she says some shit. So like you can say whatever you want. Like
Yeah?
yeah, it's not
Final
some like
warning.
personal details that are like
Oh, fuck.
you know gonna dox you. Are they gonna
Oh,
well,
never
as long as
mind.
it doesn't
Okay.
dox you, you're
Okay.
good.
Okay. I remember one
Uh-huh.
time, I was wearing white pants. I already knew my time of the month was happening. I was
no.
already prepared. I had stuff already. The problem was it's been 5 hours. I'm like, oh, that's been a while. That's been a long time. I need to get it switched out immediately. I was wearing white pants. This is very important. But I also had class in 5 minutes. So I run over to the bathroom, and the thing is, tampons, they're much more like spill proof than pads. So but the thing, I don't know how, but I lost my grip when I put my fingers down there. I'll tell you again, I was wearing white pants. I pulled that out, and my tampon fell.
See, that's why like I'd get like a hoodie with me at all times, like in case of emergency. Like I could just tie that shit around my waist. No one's
the
gotta know.
problem was it fell, right? But it also fell on the floor, and it hit my ankle,
Oh,
so it hit like the ankle of my pants. How can you hide that with a hoodie?
A bandana. You wrap it on your ankle. As long as you're not in LA, you're okay.
It was so bad, and I was just like, and I had to.
Bro,
I
would have stayed. I always got shit on me.
Like, yeah, I had my professor did was like a bitch when it came to like attendance. So I was texting my friend like, you gotta tell I'm not gonna be here for the next 10 minutes because I got a problem. They're like, what kind of problem? I said, lady problem. They're like, yes, sir. Anything for you, sir? Do you need anything? I'm like, no. I just
Yes,
need
sir.
hot water and soap. Say I kicked the nerd? Oh yeah, just like a little circular splotch on my ankle. It's just gonna convince the masses that I kicked the nerd. That nerd looked
that
like
point-
a brain.
At that point, I probably would have just like taken some scissors and just like do a little snip and
Okay, here's the fun. Here's the great part though. That bathroom is well known for having warm water at all times. Like whenever you turn on the sink, it's always warm, and that's what you need to clean out blood, especially if it's
Yeah.
fresh. So I got that.
I
shit
know a
out
lot about
so
cleaning blood
fast.
because I killed and buried 5
Yeah,
people behind the Arby's at 5790 Belleville Crossing Street in Belleville, Illinois 6226. Continue.
This is the thing I have with you Americans. Why the fuck are
Yeah.
your zip codes just numbers?
Because well they're the numbers that like the first like town. Like when you live in Massachusetts, like you have 01069 or like 01058 and things like that. Hold on, let me see the zip code that has a zip code with 0001. What is 001 zip code?
Where's that one?
Oh, okay. The lowest zip code is 00501 and it's the IRSL Mail Processing Center located in Holtzville, New York.
Holy shit.
There is no 001.
Is there like just one where it says 0000000?
It does not exist.
Fuck.
You put that zip code in there if you don't know the zip code to the place you're sending to. Just the town and state, and they'll figure it out. So use 0000000 if you don't know the zip code, and they'll get it there.
Oh, work.
Because it just needs a zip code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in Canada, I guess it's our equivalent for zip codes. It's 6. Like, it's an assortment of 6 digits and letters altogether. So it would be like, I6L 4T5 or something
Y'all
like
are
that.
doing too much. Y'all are doing too much. Just like making numbers.
Wow, wow, wow.
Y'all doing too much. Seriously. I just caught this thing called a Relor. Oh, it's the dung beetle. It's fucking ugly. It's an ugly motherfucker. What the hell?
What do you look
Ew. Dude, look at this ugly ass fucking thing. What the fuck?
Brother.
Ew. Brother, you.
That's something you see in Ark Survival.
Well, I'm glad you agree with me on the jacket. Thank you. Firm handshake.
Thank you so much.
Dude, look at this. No, this thing's fucking ugly. It's a piece of shit. Look at it. Ew. It's literally. Should I use this as a
That just
Pokemon
looks
in like
a-
battle?
that
I can
just looks
ride
like
in
a
this
sniffer
shit.
egg, but bigger.
I'm in this shit. I'm literally knee deep in shit right now,
Ew,
dude.
do you think it leaves like
Holy
fucking
shit,
snail,
like,
like
yeah.
a snail trail?
Imagine going around and just like leaving a trail of shit everywhere I go.
Oh yeah.
Like that's awesome. That's awesome. Let me go out and shit these people out here. Hold on. They won't see it coming. Okay, roll down the stairs and my shit. Oh, I can. Claro. I'm gonna rub shit on you. I'm gonna rub shit on you. I'm gonna rub shit on you. Come here.
Oh yeah.
You wanna get shit on? You wanna get shit on? Here we go. Oh, you're getting shit on. Oh, that's a big pile of shit. Come here. Come here.
I'm not into that. Oh my god.
Come here.
I'm required to like urinate.
You little stanky boy. You little stanky boy.
Oh, that looks fucking so much better, thank you.
Time is it? 11:30.
Holy fucking...
Gotta do block war soon. I'm in a piece of shit.
Ain't it?
Who is that Pokemon? That's Relor. Does Relor have a like an evolution? That's it.
Who's your favorite Pokemon?
It's a tough choice, but you know, crowd's gotta say Victini.
Honestly, I don't even know why I asked, because I don't know anything about Pokemon.
You wanna see Victini? I'll show you. Hold on.
It looks like an apple slice.
Rabsca? Wait, I have a Rabsca. You're telling me the shit Pokemon evolves into this? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
I don't like that.
Maybe are you able to like not have it evolve?
Yeah, I just have to click the the button. This is my favorite Pokemon right here, Victini. Like get him out. Victini and Orthworm.
Worthworm.
This guy, right here. Orthworm. Oh, it's Orthworm.
I remember. Nane,
And this is
do you know her?
Victini. Yeah, no, Nane.
So she invited me to like this little game show thing about Pokemons. I thought I was the one giving her the Pokemon,
Steve's coming out of all
but she was actually the one giving. Like I thought I had to like give her Pokemon and then she would guess or something like that. But and then she would draw it. But she actually drew the Pokemon and I had to guess which Pokemon she drew because it was like a fusion.
Ooh.
I don't know anything about Pokemon, so I was the worst person for that whole thing.
I can imagine.
She made a video about it, but I felt so out of place, bro. I was just like, yeah, Pikachu. He was not in there, bro. The only
so
Pokemon I knew about, yeah.
when I got my 3D, I'm commissioning an environment. It's gonna have a stage in it to do like game show stuff. And I was doing a game show, and it's gonna be like Jeopardy, but instead of like getting trivia, you get like targeted questions and funny stuff. And one of them's gonna be a category to draw a Pokemon, right?
Oh fuck.
And this is a category where, like, if you're good at drawing Pokemon, you choose this one, and you get draw, and then chat has to give you a rating, and you get a rating from the judges and the players. The contestants are the judges. I'm a judge, and chat's a judge. They give you all a collective rating that adds up to 60 points, and if you get 60 points total, it gives you the point value of the score. So it's like kind of like a percentage thing. So like, or I guess 50, not 60%. But if you get 50 votes, right? Let's say you get 10s across the board, that would be 100% of the original score value. So if it was 400, it'd be 400, right? But if it was like 25, it would be half the original value. And I thought that'd be an interesting score, so it'd be fun. And I was like, dude, what if I add one for Pokemon, and if they have to draw Pokemon and it has to look good?
Bro, I could not do that. Like you, I mean, I could do that honestly, but if I had to guess, bro, I'd kill myself.
Dude, I'm gonna draw a Charmander right now, okay? Chat, rate my Charmander I'm gonna draw, okay? Check this out. I don't, what's Charmander look like? Bro, I thought Charmander looked like, oh, does he have ears? I think he has like spikes.
He has wings, right? Motherfucker, you're drawing like a Stegosaurus.
No, he's
Giraffe.
got fire. I think he's got little arms. That's Charmander, right?
I mean, shit. Let's ask the audience.
Is that Charmander? Here, I'll color him in for you guys. I'll like have to like really color him in because paint doesn't like me. I'll draw him in his colors. Okay, let me hold on. And he's orange, right? He's orange, right? He's orange. So like if we color him orange, and then this is like fire, so it's red. And then like he has like Charmander. Charmander. Oh, he probably has teeth too, right? Let's give him some evil teeth.
Honestly, wait. I think. Yeah. Yeah.
That's Charmander.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me look up Charmander. Oh, fuck. This is...
What?
Wait, why did it turn white?
Looks like
Hold
a
on.
Charmander, right? Oh. I mean, okay, honestly,
It's
if
not
you
bad,
showed
it's
that
not bad,
someone
right?
and you're like, hey, can you try and guess which Pokemon this is? I think they would say Charmander. I'm gonna, wait, hold on, I'm gonna
give me a
send
Pokemon the
this to
draw. Give me a
Joel.
Pokemon the draw.
Hold on, let me send this to Joel really quickly.
Okay.
If he's awake, actually. I don't think he's awake at this time. Which Pokemon is this? Okay.
Yeah, give me a Pokemon the draw. Voltorb, Geodude. Oh, Geodude's easy.
The fuck is a Geodude?
Okay, I'll draw him for you. He's really easy, okay? Let me just change my music here. Geodude's easy, bro. He's just a fucking rock, Minky. He's just a literal rock.
Oh, really?
I drew that.
Wait, why he look fire? Like,
Hold on. Wait, oh, right here. Okay. I drew him with the Roblox handsome face because I knew he like. Hold on,
I have a crush on the handsome face.
dude. I can't believe we're getting down my model. I'm so happy.
I also like unironically like used that a lot back then
Yeah.
with the ramen noodle hair because I was 15 Robux at the time and that was the only thing I could afford.
Oh no, you were a bacon.
Oh yeah. Bacon was free though. I had ramen noodle hair.
How close is my Geodude? Let's see. Oh, chat, I nailed this. I fucking nailed. You can't tell me I did so good on this one. Dude, that's spot on.
No, you got it. The fucking face is crazy. The fucking
That's
face is
spot on.
crazy. Like, actually.
That's spot on. Hold on, chat. Give me another. Give me another. Let's do Pikachu. Should we do Pikachu? Okay, Pikachu.
Does Pikachu have a zigzag tail or like?
We're gonna do
He's just like a
Pikachu.
little loser. Yeah.
We're gonna do Pikachu, okay? From memory. And just really like draw him with like the proper face here.
Boy, what the hell?
Wait, how does his body go? Post it up. What's wrong? He's posted up, Minky. He's posted up.
Oh yeah.
He's posted up.
I feel like he'd get his tail pierced. You feel me?
Color him in. Make him like a little gold. Hold on.
Boy,
How
the
do you think?
fuck?
And then he's like, up here, his ears go like this. I've gotten really good at drawing in paint, Minky.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got like a little blush here.
He looks stupid as fuck.
Dude, chat, I nailed it again, honestly. Hold on, I nailed this shit again. This is awesome. Once again, I'm spot on. Once again, I'm spot on. Once again, I'm spot on.
Yo, it's like little loser feet.
He's got little guy. He's got little guy feet.
Fucking Alvin and the Chipmunks feet.
He's just a little guy. I've gotta log on Block Wars, dude. I gotta go on Block Wars.
Actually.
I cooked with that one. Thank you, Tot. Honestly, Minky, I'm gonna beat you to death.
Pew, pew, pew.
Are you excited for the model? Are you excited for the model?
I'm excited to see it move. I love watching it move. It
Mm-hmm.
makes me so happy. And then it always makes me so sad whenever you're like, okay, I have to stream now, and then I just see you like setting up your your stream.
I know. I want to change models so bad. You know how bad I want to change models.
Yeah, I know that.
I
I'm
told
like,
chat.
oh fuck.
I'm like, oh my god, the new stuff. So I have this new video system thing I put in. I don't know if you saw it with when I played my trailer thing, but I can add images and stuff to like a this own little thing, and I can pop it up like it's like a HUD. And I was setting that up so I can have like ads and stuff pop up for my things and things like that. Let's make it really cool. And I was like, oh my god, only this button. And pull up like an actual like it looks so different and cool. It looks so high tech, dude. It's so professional. Like just being able to pop open a video like that looks
Oh my
it looks so good. You see that? Like it's a little HUD. I
Yeah.
was gonna do that for like I'm gonna have like images pop up and stuff. I can pop up paint and draw something, right?
Mm-hmm.
I did the Mandela effect with the Pikachu at the Dark Tail then. Well, that's how it is. That's how it is. I'm not a pussy. That's how it is. I'm the first one on the server. I'm a god. I'm a legend.
These guys don't know what grind truly is.
Oh my god, Heavenly's in this one? Dude, that team is cooked. That's gonna be the team. That's the POV you have to see. That's the POV you have to see. 100%. Michi or Minky, do you know Bubblock? Hello. Gerwin.
Hmm?
This guy named Gerwin. The Gerwin.
Gerben.
Oh, they're stalking me. They're stalking me. They're staring
Oh
at me.
fuck.
Can you take me to the Elytra?
Give me the ranch.
Give me the ranch. Nope. I can't do that. Give me the butter. Nope. I
Ah,
can't do that. You're a
give
god.
me-
Thank you. Give me the bacon. Nope. I
I'm
can't
so
do
glad
that.
you know that fucking video.
Girl, I know that's an old ass
referenced it,
meme.
and everyone's just like, bro, what the fuck is this person talking about?
I need more Elytra practice. Todd, I wonder if I could sneak the Elytra. You guys, should I try to sneak the Elytra out, you guys think? Should I try to sneak the Elytra out? At least we can do that. At least
Hey,
sneak the
bro,
Elytra
YOLO.
out. I can do that. Hold on. Let me see if we can do attack. Come on. I don't think I can do that. Yeah, there's a lot of people in this. There's Rainho. Rain's always in this. Shirihiko, Zekken, Sleep Pie, Egoth, Heavenly, Catman, Tabletop, Unknown, Joe Bertoli.
Joe
You
Bert.
know, that's the TikTok guy. Yeah, he's in here.
Oh yeah.
The TikTok guy is in these Minky. You know
Holy
him.
Shit, holy shit.
Yeah, it's the I don't know what he does besides the TikTok videos. Like, he yells at people. It's very funny. Then there's a quiet Schrodinger. Why did Schrodinger raid me? Why did they go and eat? They're literally playing in this today. Doki Bird, Lion Chew, Wolfie, Devin Boostfur, who's on my team. Root, Michi, Froggy, Remy,
You know who I
Fiendberg.
wish was in that lineup?
Who?
Sasuke Uchiha.
I mean, Joel's close enough, right?
That's not the same.
True.
Okay, so there's this guy on TikTok. His name's Sasuke Uchiha.
Uh-huh.
I am
Like,
fucking
simple
obsessed with
flexes.
it. I'm
Yeah, tell me.
obsessed with Sasuke.
Tell me.
Him and I are like
Dude,
this. He responds to
I used
all
to-
of
I
my
used to have a-
comments, bro.
I used to have a crush on Sasuke and Naruto back in the day.
Hey, you know what? Yeah. I get it.
Hey, you fuck with me. That feels like major shade on Joe. It's not shade, it's just the truth. Joel is like the Naruto kid that kept his vibes. He's like Sasuke Uchiha.
Sasuke.
Sasuke Uchiha.
That's the bio, dudes.
Girl, you... Therapy's too good for you.
They made that for me.
Bullshit! Where am I supposed to go with the Elytra? They just threw me into that shit. Wait, where am I supposed to go with the Elytra?
Also, like, Joel's like a fucking freak. I remember telling him, I've known him for like 7 years now. When I told him I wanted to know more about Halo because like Halo like Infinite, like Reach and all that shit was out, he was just like, oh. And he like started rubbing his fingers together. He's like, you're gonna play all of the campaign with me. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah, we're gonna play all
Girl.
of it.
Girl, he's addicted. He's addicted.
Bro, I feared for my life. I told him when I would wake up, and he's like, "Okay, we're gonna play when you wake up." And he asked me what time I woke up. And then literally 30 minutes before that time, he DM'd me. He's just like, "So when are you like? Hey, I'm ready whenever." I'm like, "Oh my god, we're actually doing this shit." I played with him for 14 hours straight that day. It was fucking crazy. And then he like
That's-
forced me to sit in a call with him
That's
while
so
we
fucking
learned
funny.
about like what the fuck was it, the flood? He wanted me to learn everything about it.
Girl,
And I was like, wow, thank you so much.
we can save him. We can fix him. We can make him worse.
Literally- Oh. How bad can it get?
Mm-hmm.
I knew him when he was in college. It was kind of funny.
I'm practicing super hard right now. Okay, where's the other loop?
looks
Oh, there it
hard.
is, right up there.
Elytra is so fucking hard to use, especially at high speeds.
Let me circle back and around and then get some more speed boost here. For me, my beloved friend.
My beloved.
Shit, dude. I'm going way too fast. That makes me curious. So if I do that in fast as 6-in, I do not change the distraction. I gotta head out soon, Mickey, to go talk to my team.
Yeah.
I'll
Just
talk
let
to
me
you
know,
later
babe.
today. We'll go bug Val.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
There goes my hero. On top. Hey,
Hello.
gang.
Okay, so VTubers first off, hi Boo. It's nice. Wait, should I call you Boo or should I call you Boost?
Don't be
or should
nice
I
to
call
him.
you Boost?
Don't be nice to him. Don't be
No,
nice
no,
to him.
no,
Just
please be nice to me. I need an ally today, bro. I'm getting cooked anyways. I need an ally. Bro, May's
Froggy,
so
Froggy.
mean, bro. Dude,
I-
May's actually a cyber bully, by the way. You should get on our case for that.
Froggy loves me.
I'm an ally.
Bro, how can you love a Boston old person, bro?
I hope you die. I hope you die, dude.
Yo!
I hope you die in my like in Minecraft, the Minecraft.
Am I wrong though?
It's okay, Boofy. Settle down.
Now this is why you have to eat healthy so that your bones don't crumble. Dude, this is why you have to eat healthy because your bones will crumble. Your joints aren't jointing anymore.
Listen, it's okay that you like putting stuff up your ass, and that's why your name is Boof.
It's what? It's what?
You know
Means
what's
you need
really
help, hold
fucked
on.
up?
Someone tell her I'm calling her. Can you guys tell her I'm calling her? Tell her I'm calling her right now. She already got it. She already fucking got it. I'm back.
Honestly, I should start saying that. That sounds like mainstream slang, low key.
Boof up! Hey,
Boof up, buddy. Boof up.
Yeah, hey, boof up! What would
You know what? I take it back. That doesn't
Stop!
sound as cool
Stop!
as I thought it would.
No! No!
Stop,
Boof.
stop,
Do you know what
stop.
boofing is? No, do you know what
We're the
boofing
boof
is?
troops. We're the
Oh
boof
wait,
troops.
I
Do
searched
not,
it up.
don't
Isn't that
call,
like,
do not
Boof troops.
call us the boof
Wait,
troops,
wait,
Frog.
I need to
Froggy,
search
do you know
it
what
up
boofing
again.
is? Do you know what boofing
That's
is?
actually a bad thing, right?
Well, that's
It's when you
drink
chug alcohol through your asshole.
Wait,
Which
that's
is
fire. Wait, that's fire.
very dangerous. Don't boof Max.
Wait,
Don't do
that's
that.
fire.
Oh my god,
boof
oh my
maxing
god.
is
I'm stuck
dangerous.
with
Boof maxing
fucking
is
psychos.
dangerous. Speaking from experience, or what is this?
No, I would never put anything in my butthole.
I
What
would.
what if it was necessary?
In my...
Wait, what? You know what? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
No, in my butthole,
Should
Froggy.
I, by the way, I think I should label my stream
would
18
you-
plus. How do I do
Would
that?
you
'Cause this
want
is
me
bad
to
brand
put
risk.
something up there? Like if you were
I'm
sick
talking
and
to
you
two
needed it,
walking
like,
brand risks right now.
would you need a suppository? Like if you need a suppository, right, Froggy? Would you want me to do it for you?
May, can you be honest with me?
Yeah.
Am I a brand?
What are you talking to?
Girl, we're not brand risk. We're brand winners. Like we're the future of content right here, right?
Well, I
like
don't really get sponsorships anymore, so I was just like,
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I get-
dude.
Well, you need a
I
business to
was-
get sponsors. I got a sponsor. I got a sponsor. I got a MiHoYo sponsor.
is it because I talk about?
Okay,
Girl,
but if Tom, dude,
You
if
just need a
Tom's
company to
can
get
a sponsor,
sponsors, you know?
Tom's literally has a character that is dead, hanging by the neck on a rope, and
I
still
think-
gets
I think-
sponsors.
Booster.
So like, how are you
I
not
think-
getting sponsors?
I think for us we just need a company, Froggy. Let's make a company. Let's make Froggy
Ew.
too.
What? Yoink,
I'm not bad at
low-key.
naming things.
Bro, it's been like
Low-key.
2 minutes, and you said you.
Can you shut the
asked
fuck up?
dude? I think
I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of you already. I'm so sick of you already. I'm so sick of you already.
Me. You said if something had to be put up your butt, would you want me to do it for you? And I still
Well,
don't
okay,
know who
Froggy,
you were
if I
talking
was
to,
if
bro.
I was sick and I was dying and you wanted to put something on my asshole, would you, or like if you
Oh,
needed to
thank
put me
God you're
wait,
here,
Froggy,
Michi.
Please save us.
would you
bro.
let me
Michi
would you
Mouse,
let me give you a
please.
suppository?
No.
Bro, how about you suppository these nuts, bro? Like, just stop talking,
Froggy,
man.
if I was sick and dying, would you put a
We
suppository
gave
on my
you an
asshole?
out.
Why would you need my help?
Would you let me like what if you're dying on like bad
No,
like
she's asking
would you let me
if you would let her put something up your butt. Oh.
Mine? Do it myself.
I think I had a bad first impression. Dude, wait, how do I label my
Well, what if
stream?
you're
This is
like
a
what if you're
risk.
like dead and sick? What if you're like no, she's fine. She's like this.
No,
She's just
I'm
crazy.
a strong, independent woman. I can put
Okay.
things up my butt on my own.
Well, what if you're dead and dying? Like we have that trust level? Because I would let you put a suppository
like
up
if
my
I'm,
butthole,
like I'm
you know?
not conscious, like I can't consent to the suppository, then
Yeah,
yes, I'm
and that was like
consenting
the
right
last
now.
thing that would keep us alive. Like that, you know, for me,
Hello, Everina.
I would let you put something on my asshole.
Michi! Okay, thank God.
Michi,
Look,
what is going
Michi's
on?
Here. Look, Michi's here.
Hi,
Let's talk about
Michi.
Michi. Look, Michi's here. Oh,
Oh my god, Michi!
Where are you guys? So how do I train this? We have 5 minutes
Oh,
and you
so
must train me.
right-click your compass. Right-click your compass.
look at her
Compass.
cute
Sick.
outfit.
Yeah, right-click your compass, and you're gonna go to the
Sick.
training ground that looks like an elytra, or not elytra. Sorry, keep on the thing. Looks like a trident. I'll meet you there, okay? Look at the trident.
Training ground.
Okay, sick.
Okay, so you're here. So you jump in the water
Okay.
and you get a trident.
I jump
So
in the
this
water.
teaches that you use a trident.
Okay.
So what you want to do is you want to aim not completely upwards, but like a little upwards, and you want to launch yourself up to this platform while holding control and W.
Oh, that's
I
easy.
fell back in the water.
You have to stand in the water to do it, Michi. And you want to look more up than the thing is. You don't want to look at the thing. You want to look
How do
above
I
the
go
thing.
back when I fell down like this?
You can just use the compass again.
Oh my god, there's like fish.
Oh, this is so
It's okay.
bad.
The time to start is never the direct time to start. We have to wait for everyone to get in here, and it's not like
Okay.
half the service was saying, so we're good. You have to stand in the water, Michi. Stand back. You can be really far back. Like stand in the middle.
You
Wait,
got
why
the
is
lake.
this in-game sound so loud? What's
Oh,
Turn it
music?
down.
Naruto.
Is there in-game voice chat?
How do I enable mature
No.
content on Twitch? How do I do that?
So yeah, you want to do this,
click
Michi, and then you want to
the
carry
end
your
stream.
momentum. You want to do this again.
Stream?
Yeah, you gotta click end stream and then that's it. I'm kidding.
Girl,
don't
you
do
can
that.
only do this in the water. You want to do it from halfway in, halfway in, Michi.
No, I didn't do it.
You don't
How
have
do
to be
I-
all the way
I
there. You want to do it halfway in. You have to, yeah, you have to be in the water.
Can
You can only do it in the water. You have to be halfway in, right here.
Ah.
May,
Shut
stop
your ass up!
talking. No, you shut your ass up. Boo needs help.
I need help. How do I enable mature content? Because this is dangerous. This is dangerous. May is
You
dangerous.
don't have to.
Girl,
It's
what
okay,
is, what
bear
the
with
fuck?
it.
Why am I dangerous? Fuck you.
Ow. Oh, the
Do
music.
something
Why are
wrong.
you
I'm innocent.
dangerous?
Yeah.
Did you just...
Alright.
We're
So this is
successful.
a different one, Michi. These are pillars. So you can do these in the pillars, and you just chain you can just chain them like this. You can spam it basically. Make sure it's fully charged.
What the
There you
hell
go.
is playing? It's so loud. Oh, hub music. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Go back to it.
Okay, what do you need help? Boo, you just click the stream information tab on your
I wonder
dashboard
if I can just like
and hit
jump
vulgarity.
to that corner from here.
Dashboard.
in vulgarity. Yeah,
Where,
twitch.tv/dashboard. You don't need to be at the edge, Michi. Come here.
Okay.
Oh, you went to the wrong way, Michi.
Dashboard.twitch.tv. Home. Where do I go now?
Bro, you need help.
Wait, do I have to start all the
Hello?
way from the?
You go, so on the right side, you click the pencil. And you click stream classification. Why am I always the helper?
I'm in
Huh?
dashboard. What do you mean on the right side? I don't see any pencil on the right side.
Girl, you might be a
Girl,
helper
share your
'cause you don't
screen.
stop
Girl,
talking.
share your screen. Share your screen.
Okay, don't leak anything, please. I earn too much on Twitch for it to be leaked. Please.
Yes, Michi! No! Oh, you're so close.
Here.
Joy,
help
I'm
me.
getting told to join Gen VC for, hold on, I'm getting yelled at.
Potentially.
Hel-
Okay,
hello?
so May, are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Okay. Yeah. So someone on your team has dropped it out.
Oh,
Do you
okay.
have any suggestions?
Do I have any suggestions?
Yeah, is there
Right
anyone
now.
you could get? Yeah, is there anyone you could get? Okay. I don't like the sound of that.
The thinking sound.
Brother, I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me think. You should ask Boospa.
Boost
he's just Boospa.
No!
He's already on the team. Or like
I mean,
ask him to
the
go
one person I
somewhere.
would ask is playing right now. The two people that I would ask are playing right now. Let's see. I could maybe kidnap someone really quickly, but
Yeah, we just need
Oh,
someone.
hold on. Let me-
'cause-
hey, are
Yeah.
you up? Wake up. Please, thanks. I'm yelling at Uwu200, and then that's my only one because he's the only one I
Yeah.
talked to that said,
Okay,
would you want to do
that's-
this sometime, maybe?
That's
If you
fair.
wanted to.
Yeah, I love dropouts 15 minutes
Oh, I can
before the
ask?
event.
Hold on, let me ask somebody. Hold on.
Yeah? Alright.
I'm gonna ask my friend Zentreya
Zentreya.
as well,
Wait,
and I'll
what?
let you know. Yeah.
Really?
I mean,
Okay.
really?
I
She
don't know,
kidnaps
it
you all the
just-
time.
I guess I wasn't expecting you to just kind of pop out with that. Damn. All right.
Do you want
sure.
to?
Yeah, fucking go for it.
I'm asking her right now.
Should I ask the guy from Trap Nation if he can play? I don't fucking know.
Does he even stream?
I don't even know what this is. I'm gonna be so for real. I have him in my Discord friends list, and that's all I know.
Why do you have him in your Discord friends list?
Oh wait, hold on. There's a slight clutch moment right now.
What?
We'll
I
see.
have him on Thor's online on Discord.
Oh, awesome. Okay, that'd be so convenient. All right. Yeah. All right. I guess just let us know, May.
Yeah,
'cause
she
you're short
might.
of
I'll let
presents.
you know. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
That. Thank you.
Otherwise, you might have to scramble.
Cool. Amazing.
Okay.
All right. See
Thank you. Thank you.
ya.
Thank you. No problem. Bye.
Yeah. All right.
Guys, I have
Like,
some
you just
news.
say penis and it's probably there.
Okay, never mind.
Don't say that.
Sorry.
So I have some news.
Don't say that.
I have some
Go
news.
through this. Okay.
I have some news.
Are you praying?
Fruit had to drop out, so I'm trying to kidnap somebody right now.
Oh shit.
Oh, I know the best person.
Oh, I tried kidnapping Zen. She said no.
Me too.
She's busy. She's playing with Ari, so she would.
Fuck! And she took Ari. Fuck! Wait,
Yeah.
reach out. Wait, what if you reach out to Ari?
Oh
You're gonna
no,
go over somebody's
no,
head.
that's so
crazy.
mean.
You're right. That is fucked up. Okay, let me see.
I DM'd
Oh,
Uwu
shit.
Slab, but he's probably sleeping like a fucking nerd. Let me ask.
Let
me ask Grape.
In Block Wars.
You guys need help with Trident and
We'll
Elytra? or
be
you guys good on
outside
that, by the
of
way?
Block Wars in a
Oh, I'm
few
good on
hours.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I
Are
just
you
got the Elytra.
absolutely certain?
Yeah, I just got the Elytra. I just did the little Elytra thing and I made it to the end.
Okay.
I made it. I made it. I'm right here.
Crazy.
Hold on, I'm gonna
idea.
get somebody.
What
You know
if-
Grape, right?
I don't know, Grape.
I might be able to get Grape. Let's see.
Crazy idea. Is Saikuno part of this?
I think they've done it before.
I can ask.
I think Saikuno has been on the Block Wars before, yeah?
I'm just gonna. Hey, are you awake? Hey, are you? Hey, wake up. Hey. Or
Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. Don't get somebody too scary, okay? Please. I'm socially awkward.
I know like Saikuno and Shoto were the last
Was that-
to message me and Zen as well.
Okay, we're getting
May,
Grape.
you
We're getting
added me?
Grape. Yeah, we're getting
You
Grape,
getting
Chan.
Grape? Okay.
Grape, yeah,
Hey,
Grape
I was
wants to
actually
play.
gonna suggest her. All right, cool.
She is awesome. No, she's
All right.
perfect. Zen would have joined,
Yeah,
but she's
you
busy,
need,
so yippee!
Oh, never
Yeah,
mind then.
okay. Do you have an invite? Do I need to send you one?
Oh, I can invite her. Let me
Okay.
do that.
Shit.
How do I invite people in Discord now? They made this shit
you
too
can't.
hard.
The invites are
How
turned
do
on.
you go to the next round
Okay.
with
from here? This is supposed to be
I
training,
know.
but I'm lost.
Well, the
With
elytra you just
compass,
fly
probably.
into, and you get an elytra, and you just like zip around as high as much as you can. I think because there's no like strict pattern to it. I think.
I don't see the elytra.
Oh, I thought we were supposed to come over. Okay, I got confused.
Girl, how do you
where
not see
are
the
we supposed to
elytra?
go?
Then? Where the fuck are you?
I think you're supposed to just fly around when you have the elytra.
Oh yeah,
I
you
don't
aren't
think
supposed to
we
go
have
here.
elytra.
You're supposed to go. You're supposed to go in that purple ring, and then you get the elytra and can fly around and hit other rings
Yeah,
to stay
we
in the
did.
air.
Are you joking? What the fuck is this area for then?
It's just like a chill place to chill out.
Okay.
Oh, brother, this place
So what are you guys
sucks.
talking about cock for when I
this
joined in? Like
place.
what was that about?
None
back?
of us were talking about that.
Who are we
No
getting?
one
I'm pretty
here
sure her
was
dick.
talking about that.
I'm pretty
No.
sure I heard dick.
What?
No one
is
was
happening?
saying that.
I'm making a
No one
comeback.
Chat,
was
rewind it.
talking
Rewind the
about that.
clip. Rewind the clip.
Literally, no one said that.
Rewind it.
Literally, no one was
Rewind it.
talking
Tell me.
about
Let me
that.
know. Let me know. You heard it too? Chat heard it too.
No.
Froggy, how the fuck are we gonna get there?
What do you mean?
Look into the mirror
How
and
do you get to that
realize
pillar
that
back
they
to
have
the-
RGB chameleon lips just like
Oh,
Froggy.
I just clicked the
Now,
compass,
cool, could you
and then I
relay
clicked
that
the
to
triangle,
Froggy? Me?
and then it brought me back to the start.
XDX.
Oh my god.
Okay, show me what you guys got. Let's see this. Let's see this. Okay, so we're trying to into a wall. Oh.
Okay, sick. All right, check this out, Booster. Check
Okay,
this
I'm watching. I'm
out.
watching. 360. 360.
There you
Okay.
go. Sick. And
Who's
then
screaming?
witness this. Witness this.
Oh, I fell.
Bo- yeah, no, I'm just better.
Tree.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm actually.
First
yeah, I'm
time,
washed.
baby,
I'm
first
washed.
time.
I'm washed.
Boom. First time.
I think
Dude,
I
mate, you
rented
didn't
it out.
you didn't tell me everybody's just better than you at Minecraft on our team, dude.
Bro, shut your ass up.
Bro, isn't that supposed to be a compliment? Are you like downplaying saying that your friends are worse than you?
I lived in a staff.
You're downplaying
That's
me.
actually-
Are my
we're
friends?
all-
My
yeah,
friend.
you don't- they're
We're
not your
all.
friends
We're
anymore.
all
That's
equal. We're
crazy.
all equal. We're all equal in lovely
So you don't want
agility
your
and have
friends
different
to excel at
strengths.
something, bro?
Yeah. Okay, they can be better than me. Sure.
Sick, bro. That's actually.
You're just mad because I'm
Around
captain and you don't
to.
have captain.
Whoa, what is
Jada,
this
thank you
area?
so much.
Fly around wherever you want through the rings. You get a boost when you go through the rings.
Okay, and then what else do I do?
You just fly around if you want.
That's
just
it. It's
move
Elytra
around.
practice.
Dude.
There's a couple maps that you'll need to like get really good at Elytra for. So
What? No, it's just the Elytra part in. Rage.
no,
It's
adding
not over here.
Trailblazers, right?
What's Trailblazers?
It's in the thing. It's the one where the objects
Objects?
are the objectives, the different like racing arenas. They added that back, I'm pretty sure, because they bench battle.
Wait, isn't that supposed to be move? Wait, that's Trailblazers?
Tusk.
I
miss
think that's
something?
Trailblazers, yeah.
Button.
I'm pretty sure
I
I'm pretty
guess
sure
it.
they bench battle. They bench battle and they added. Hi, Nito. They bench
They
battle.
bench battle, huge.
Yeah, they benched battle and then they added in the like race mode again with all the different like races they can do.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
Elytra
that's
and
my
Tridents
best
are in
game,
there.
I think. Is it called Blaze? Okay, let me see this.
I think it's Trail. I think that is Trailblazers.
Distracted. Okay.
I'm gonna check
if-
out what
if-
these other games are. Game X. Oh, this is the. Oh, that's just the explanation.
I thought it was
Where
oh
else would we go?
Trailblazers. What is Trailblazers?
Wait,
Yeah, it is just the movement game. Ah, that's kind of cool. Wait, that's good. That's good. That's good. We love movement games.
Ooh, sweet.
Okay.
What do you mean who's way, bro? You're supposed to say yes. I love movement games, bro.
Okay. Yes, I love movement games. You're right.
It's too late now. What are you trying
shit,
to?
my bad.
what are you
Lucifer,
trying to butter
someone
me up
sent me
for?
the
What is
clip
this?
and you were talking about penis.
I just said, dude, we were, bro. You have selective hearing, bro. You are addicted
I do.
to vulgar stuff, bro.
Shut your ass up, Booster. Shut your
You're
ass
actually,
up.
you know
no,
what I think?
No,
you're lacking something in life, and you're injecting that onto
You're
us,
fucking
bro.
stupid. You're
You know
green.
what? Go
The color
get
green
some,
is
you know?
stupid. The
Just-
color green is stupid. You're fucking stupid. You stupid
Yeah,
green
fuck.
motherfucker.
Like,
guys
what?
are
Okay.
so loud.
Oh,
you
hi.
guys are so loud. You guys are noisy.
What
my
the
God.
fuck, dude? Get this guy out of here.
Froggy, hey, hold on. Froggy, your teammate Debbie. Your teammate Debbie
No,
said she's trying to get on top of you, bro.
I'm
So,
on green.
I mean,
I'm on green. Shut
you're
the
on
fuck
green?
up, Heavenly,
Oh,
before I
okay.
beat your ass up. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Weren't you just saying that we were
Wait,
loud?
Debbie, why are you here, bro?
Weren't you just
know
saying
what?
we were loud? What's
Green
going on?
Stupid
Why is
color.
why
Green
bring
actually
us somewhere
such a
else?
dumb color. Green is a dumb color.
Yeah, I agree. Green is a stupid fucking color.
Minecraft is such a...
Green is a fucking stupid.
Bro, we're teammates.
Green is what the fuck? We're coming in here. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
You're not gonna fucking win, alright? You fucking suck. We're gonna kill you.
I'm gonna cast a fucking curse on you. Fuck you, Giga. Fuck you. Giga?
Absolutely done.
Giga?
I don't know
Shut the
you.
fuck
I'm
up.
going back to
Shut the fuck up. No, you shut the
Giga,
fuck
more
up.
like
Shut the fuck
Smoa.
up. Get the fuck out.
I'm overstimulated.
Dude.
Isn't that a good thing?
Hi, Grape.
Am I supposed to be in here?
Grape, yes, you are. You're a part of our team. If you need help, you can ask them in the blue team, Aqua team chat. They'll help you out.
Minecraft? I can't just download.
Hey, I
makes
think
sense.
Giga and Tob are a fucking stupid bitch. Fuck you. You're gonna lose.
You know, you said that singular, but you referred to two of us. That should have been plural.
Spitting on that thing.
Oh, welcome to Block 2. That's.
I get a new Wait, computer.
I am back.
Did you just say you just bought Minecraft?
What do you mean rebuy it?
Buying it. I'm buying it right now.
Do you not have an account?
Wait, do I get it for free if I sign back in?
How do I zoom?
Yes, you don't have to rebuy it. Just use your account.
Oh,
Shit. Okay.
girl.
How do you zoom in?
This is
No,
this
you
is
need
a
a mod for
chaos
zooming.
team.
You
This
need
is
a mod
pure
for zooming.
chaos. This is fucking chaos, dude.
Okay. Oh god, I'm blind.
Do you not use Fabric?
God.
Race against every player
Lucifer,
through a
be-
course
listen.
filled with a variety.
I'm sorry for singing it like the color green. It's just a little bit of friendly banter amongst friends.
Heavenly's gone.
You're old and wrinkly.
apologizing
Shut
to
the
us?
have
fuck
gray
up.
hair.
You wanna? I was trying to be nice to you for once, but
Oh my god, look at this person's skin. It's so cute. Wait, is that an NPC?
Nah, mate, you know what? Your balls are sagging. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah, my fat
Minecraft
balls, they're
is-
saggy.
Yeah, your fat
I sit
hairy
down and
balls are- your
oh
fat, hairy
yeah,
nuts, bro. What do you mean you sit down? Why are you sitting on your balls?
Damn!
I love sitting on my
Literally
balls
said,
and
how do I
crushing
turn
them.
on mature audiences and then just went
Audiences?
full
What do you mean
force.
audiences, bro? We're not even an Audi. What is this? Yo.
I'm ESL.
Now you're being prejudiced. Now that's you can you should you should report them.
I'm losing allies left and right.
Hey, do you guys know what Booster said to me today? You want what Booster said to me today? By the way, I had to report
tell
him
me,
for
tell
this,
me.
dude.
Oh, tell
Okay,
me.
so in our team chat. Okay. I repeat,
Yeah?
word for word, he said your V needs tubing, little bro.
Yo, that was a miscommunication. You're a VTuber. I was trying to play with words, and then it just.
Yeah, you were trying to play with something a little alike. Yeah,
No,
you're going a little
I
crazy.
wasn't. No. Okay, I wasn't the one who was subtly suggesting that they would shove something up somebody's ass if they asked you to.
Well, no, that's
Okay,
like
I
if
wasn't
Froggy
the
was
one.
sick and dying and she was hurt.
mod, like, or is it just base Minecraft?
No, you
Am I
just
okay with-
1.2.04.
That's cooked.
1.20.4.
How do I find that?
I can't focus on this reading.
I don't know.
I'm so overstimulated. I hear like a light buzzing in my skull. Okay,
You know what's bad when Froggy's overstimulated, dude?
Check DMs, Froggy. Check.
Yeah. Let me see.
Where's my DMs? What the fuck? Why are they scheming? Dude, it's over. It's fucking over.
Hey, please help me. How do I set this up? Is it the
can you show me?
release? Like,
It should be share your screen.
yeah, I'm sharing. Hold up.
I miss
Okay.
Froggy. Where'd they go?
All right. Is it this one? It's not this one, right?
To the place.
So like that. Go to settings.
What are we
In
watching?
the bottom left. Installations. I mean,
Wait.
actually, go back to Minecraft Java Edition.
Hey.
Wait, quick
like,
question. Grape, when was the last time you
installations.
played Minecraft?
Click new installation.
Okay.
Grape?
Please help
Quick
me,
version,
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yep.
and then find 1.20.4.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect. Awesome.
Wait, are we doing the co-stream thing that we did in Dragon
Crate.
today or not?
God no. Oh my God.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Dude,
Was it? Oh yeah,
my-
the combined
my
chat was a
chat-
little bit too much, true.
My chat
Was a
was getting
little-
yelled at. My poor chat was getting yelled at. They were so
It was
upset. They were
probably my-
heartbroken.
Dude, you guys probably don't want to merge with my chat because my chatters became creamy booster or something. You remember the last time there was one and now there's like 10. So.
Okay. Last time I played
Boss.
Minecraft was when my brother made me an entire Pixelmon server like
2 years ago.
Yeah, we are cooked.
No, we'll be fine. We'll be cooking.
We are cooked.
We'll be cooking. We'll be fine. We're gonna have a fun time.
Yeah, we'll be roasting until it's burnt. That's what we'll be doing. That's crazy. You know
Where
what?
did our
excited to
teammates
see-
go?
Dude, Grape, if you place better than May, I will personally build you a statue.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Because I think that will be hilarious.
I think I'm stressing out.
I think that would be hilarious.
I
I need
Why are you
help.
stressing
Here.
out?
I think
I need
I'm getting
help.
it. I think
Why do you need help?
Dude, where is everybody? I need help.
What do you mean? Where's everybody? Where are you?
My rock. Where's my rock?
Oh, as in, what do you mean
trying my
rock?
best.
Wait, what?
Dude, where's my rock?
What?
Where's my rock?
Bro, what is bro saying? I don't understand Boston people, bro. Where's my rock? Where's my rock? Like, what is that? Is that supposed to be like an acronym? Or
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an acronym.
Why did you lower your tone like that? That's
I'm in the server. Yippee!
let's go.
Ow!
Grepchan,
I'm zenned out.
What
I'm zenned
is
out.
that username, bro?
I'm zenned out.
me.
I'm zenned out. I'm zenned out.
Nate,
I'm winning. I'm
Nate,
zenned
where are
out.
you, mate?
I'm
Please
zenned
help
out.
me.
I'm zenned out. I'm in a different fucking world right now. Okay.
I
I'm
made
not on
my
this
own
planet.
Minecraft
I don't
skin.
even.
That account for something, right?
I love you, but I don't know where I am right now, girl. I'm tripping out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm alive. I made it. Oh. Hey, where's our teammates?
I don't know. They wouldn't.
They're
They're probably de-stressing.
All right, I'm ready.
Let me.
I'm ready.
Let me. Let me call me too, dude. I needed a place to relax. I need a place to relax. Hello? I'm back. Okay, so great. This game has challenges. They're really fun.
Yeah, it's called talking to your teammates because
Then- Girl, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, okay? I have to be the team captain, okay? My
Okay.
team abandoned me and now they're talking game in another place. Guess what?
What?
We'll talk. Okay, so anyways. So great. Listen.
I'm
There's
listening, I'm
different game
listening.
modes, and you can watch the update video to see the Froggies teaching Michi the ropes. The both of them have no idea what they're getting into.
I feel like there's no
They're
point in
crazy.
watching the update video.
I believe in
Just
them.
watch each game's video individually, right? Because each game has an
Just,
explanation.
I think Grape should have a little bit of the update video to understand what she get into, and then she can
I
watch
think
the
you
game
should
thingy.
you should show her the Trident and the Elytra as well.
Yeah. Let's take it
think
easy.
so.
You know, we need baby pictures here
Also,
because I'm a
feature
baby.
PvP like knockback canceling and then triple
Girl,
neo, all that.
You're doing too much. You're doing too much.
We're doing too little.
Listen, this is one step at a time. Okay. Bro, wait, hold on.
Is that Peter
Are
Griffin?
you Peter Griffin?
That's my friend Tom.
Awesome.
You
I
go
love Tom.
bottom.
Tom Griffin.
Dude, is there supposed to be
I've
music playing
de-stressed.
right
I've
now?
de-stressed. I've de-stressed.
Yeah, there's like lobby music.
Okay, cool.
There's lobby music, but there's a bunch of different game modes, Grape, that we'll be doing. So there's like a
I watched. You know
Different
what? Mate, I
ones.
watched your Black Wars last time.
yeah, then you have a good idea. You have a good idea then, yeah.
All right, cool.
If you right click on the compass, you can go to the practice arena and practice.
I have a question. How do I do that
I
thing where
miss
you
my
were, like,
friends so much.
canceling-
Welcome back, you guys. I've calmed things down. The Zen is back in here. How was your de-stressing? We're going over the game modes and stuff like that. So
She abused me.
Oh, that's literally that's
Domestic
what we
violence.
just did.
oh yeah.
Ooh,
so I mean, if you
can
want
I
like
play
a
games.
do you? So what do you guys know the best in Minecraft? What's your favorite thing?
Cooking.
Cooking, farming.
Okay, so there's a game called Order Up. There's a game called Order Up. Okay.
We read it.
And you gather ingredients, you make stuff, and you deliver them. And we're gonna select roles for that. Okay. I think Boosfa, since he knows how to do parkour, they can do the cooking in the running. And Michi and maybe Froggy.
I speed on Minecraft, bro.
Okay, then do the crafting.
Yeah.
I'll do deliveries. I'll do deliveries and gather the ingredients, right?
So the way you play the game,
I'll do deliveries.
Is, no, the way that we play the game is the one person starts off as or like everybody goes get stuff.
Oh, are you talking with your mouth full?
Sorry. Sorry.
The disrespect.
So like, you know, like. 1 second.
Grape, is there anything you need help with or want to understand more? What are you looking for? Because I know you're brand new. Like you don't know much about Minecraft.
Out of curiosity, are you eating coffee grounds?
Something like that. I don't know.
I'm glad we all chilled out. We got all the high. Oh,
no,
listen.
no, never
Yeah, okay,
mind.
wait.
Don't
So
worry about
the way we play the crafting game is all of us go gather ingredients at first, and then the person that is crafting like comes back as fast as possible, as does everybody else, and then one person should be crafting, 3 are gathering, and the 5th one should be delivering orders and also helping with the crafting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay,
you're
that
gonna be
sounds
the one that's
solid.
gonna be. You get the Elytra. You're gonna be the one who mainly delivers orders, and also
got
helps
you.
with the crafting, and also if we need.
I got you,
extra
baby cakes.
material gathered.
Anything you need,
Yeah,
I'm
then
going.
Whenever it gets close to the end, like 1 minute remaining or something, everybody just stop gathering and go into the crafting mode.
Okay.
Okay,
We're gonna
yeah,
try to get as
that
many orders out
sounds
as
solid.
possible at the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds solid. Okay.
How do I do the rod game? I'm trying to figure this out right now.
So,
there's a rod game. I haven't tried that before.
Basically, when you go to the Trident, right click to the hub navigation and click the practice area. I'll wait for you in by their
She's
grave. Are you
here.
there? Where is
Yeah,
she?
she's here. She's right under me.
Hi.
Where are you guys?
We're at the
Hey.
rod game.
What is the rod game? Wait,
Oh.
what do you do in the rod game?
Wait.
I thought it was parkour.
I think you're supposed to rod other people off, right?
Oh.
Yeah, you're supposed to like fishing pole people and pull them off. I don't
This is
think
like the least needed practice
you
game, by the
fish?
way. Yo,
You gotta-
go
okay,
to the Trident.
so you right click
Yo,
and you let it stick on somebody,
This is not important at all. This is not important
and then you
at
do
all. Why
that.
are we
So you
doing
do
this?
that. There you go. That's hey. Let the girls have fun,
do that?
Booster. Okay.
We're cooked.
This is called team synergy. Okay.
I died. Wait,
This
how
is
do
important
how
for
do
team
we
cohesion.
Fish people.
Would
you have to wait till the
know what
rod's on
cohesion
somebody?
means?
You fish him with some compliments like, hey baby
Yeah.
girl, that smile's looking real pretty today.
You're nailing it.
Why
You
can't I
nailed it.
fish anyone?
That was
I'm
so
literally
pretty.
cooking May, but for some reason I'm not fishing her.
Booster, you need to match the. No, you have to right click it. You have to wait till the rod's on them, Minchi. Like, you have to wait. See how the fishing hook's on you? Wait till the fishing hook's on, Grape. See?
Oh, this is not
Right
in
click
the
once.
event.
Wait, what?
There you go.
This is unnecessary, bro. VTubers assemble at the Trident, please.
Beat his ass,
I
beat his
beg you.
ass.
Okay.
Beat his ass.
Trident.
Okay.
Trident.
Thank you.
Trident time.
Now teach Grepchan how to do a Trident, okay? Cause never mind.
Oh,
she
she's
knows.
got it.
Oh, she knows. She knows. She knows.
We
never mind.
need like girls energy, Booster. You know, you're
Bro,
given like.
I can't fulfill the twink allegations, bro. Like it's just not happening.
I
don't
think
know how to do
if
the voice.
you
I don't
unleash
know
your
how to do
inner
the voice.
chakra, you could.
I don't know how to do the voice, bro.
Well, I can get up there. Oh, we're
Okay,
so
so
fucked.
in the practice arena, no, you're gonna do great. Honestly, most of the game modes are really easy. Like, there's one game mode that I think everybody struggles on when they're new, and it's the race one.
Not me.
So you get the practice arena,
But
Grape.
to
I'll
be
help you
fair,
out.
you won't get last because Tobbs is in the game.
That's so mean. That's so.
Dude,
Why would you say that
Tobbs
about
is
her?
the reason why Practice Trident and Elytra was added to the lobby. Like, she's a legend, but like,
That's so mean. Boostfa.
Did she even finish? Wait, did she finish last time? I don't remember.
All right, Grape. So what you do with the Elytra is you hold right click, or not the Elytra. Sorry, the and you hold right click. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
The
Okay.
dragon part, that's easy.
There you go.
I'm bad at controlling elytras because I never went to the end and people just gave me stuff from the end.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So with the Elytra, or you just kind of like, if you go down, it gives you more speed, and if you look up, you slow
It's
down.
like physics. Okay, so it's a physics thing.
Yeah,
well,
it's a physics thing.
It's
It's a
like
physics thing. And
math
then if you touch those rings, you get more speed.
Okay, gotcha.
Look, see, the girls are learning. Booster, you just need to match the energy. You need to get that. You need to get that girl energy.
Match the energy, bro. I don't know how to, bro. All I know is
You're stressing them out. You're
testosterone.
stressing them out. You're stressing the bitches out.
Okay. Okay, bitches. Like, what do you want me to do,
Hey,
bitch?
whoa,
Like,
Yeah,
what?
sweet.
Whoa. Yeah.
Hey, well, what? It gave me Elytra and killed me immediately. What the fuck?
What?
I got the Elytra and then it dropped me out
No,
of
you
the sky
didn't.
and killed
No,
me
you didn't.
instantly. I
So
swear
you're
I
coping.
did.
No,
I'm
you
so
didn't. No, you didn't.
confused.
Proof? Yeah.
Anyways, if you
get
guys want to know
back
about
to practice.
Booster, they're just a massive
back.
tsundere, and anything they yell at you, they don't
I am
actually mean it.
not. I am not. Do not call me that.
And
Sorry,
they get really
missed a jump.
angry. They call them copes for if they start coping, because they have cope and seed. That's their two
You're
needs.
old
Yeah.
and wrinkly and saggy, like. What
And they
else
just
do
call
want
you
me to
old,
say,
that's
bro?
their one
Like,
thing.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Is there a certain angle you're supposed to hold while using the trident? Like,
Try to stay as close to the water surface as possible.
okay, so it's like is it like a 45-degree angle? Is
I would
best?
hold
Yeah, I would say
So that-
60. Try 60.
Make
Okay,
it so that
cool.
like the little cursor dot is a little bit higher than where you're going.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
it's
like
kind of like
60, 50
do you know how
degrees.
to use bows in the game? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the trajectory is kind of like that.
Imagine
But
you're the bow and arrow, but you're shooting yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck? Sorry, what?
I think the
Movement-
synergy's
movement
back.
out.
The energy's back. We're really feeling it. And keep in
Movement,
mind,
movement, bitch.
Grape, this isn't like a
Yeah,
serious
movement.
thing. It's just like it's for
Oh,
fun. It's
sick,
for
nasty
fun. So
movement.
Oh, we have to win. We have to. Don't listen to May. May's a loser.
Movement,
In heart.
yeah.
Loser in heart.
Movement,
Don't listen to her.
Movement. Yeah. Oh, ow.
Yeah.
Wait, do we not need this fishing thing for real?
No,
or
we
do
don't.
need- 'cause-
It's a troll, bro.
just,
It's not even in the
just do the
event.
fishing thing if it makes you happy.
Oh,
It's making her happy. It's
What
making
is
her happy, and she's
Wolf
learning
Face
stuff.
World?
Bro, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. This old
Okay.
person keeps yapping.
I think
in
you
my
already
ear.
have. I
don't
think
know
you
what
have
she's saying,
lost
bro.
it.
No, bro.
I have not yapped
We're
right
about
now.
to
I'm just
throw
talking.
hands. We're about to throw hands. Dude, somebody in my chat today I was talking and somebody straight up said, "Stop yapping, Booster." Is that valid or am I getting bullied? Why is that funny, bro?
Okay.
Wait, I thought we were friends. Wait. Hey, hello? Why is that funny, bro? What the fuck?
Guys, I have to be right back.
Who's gonna teach me how to play Minecraft now?
I'm back.
Oh my god, hi May.
Hey, Grape. Okay, what do you want to work on? Oh,
what do I
okay. Come
need to
here.
work
Come here,
on?
Grape. Go to the practice arena. Come to the practice arena. I want to show you guys something,
flying
okay?
with my Elytra.
Well, I'm gonna show you. You know my ice boats.
Oh, we
Come
should
here,
have
come
come
here.
from the ice server.
Hold up, I'm coming.
Yeah, come here. Come here. All right, I'm right here. Just wait by the thing. We're
Are you
gonna
by
do
the
something,
trident
okay?
launchy point?
If you
Yeah.
right-click the compass, you can click on the practice arena, the trident.
He's flying over here. All right, Michi,
I'm
come
flying
here.
around.
You guys want to see ice boats? Come here, Froggy.
Ice boats.
Behind you.
Ice
Grape,
boat,
behind
ice
you.
boat.
Behind you. Come here.
Okay.
We're gonna come down here, okay? This is fun. This is fun. You get to drive around in a boat on ice. So this will be in the thing. So
No, you need to
do you want
drive
to ride
your
with
own
me,
boat.
Michi? Okay.
Drive your own boat, bro. Why do you
So-
get your boat, bro? That's not practice.
Try not to crash into walls and just like drive around for a little bit.
Am I not allowed to? How the fuck do I get a boat?
Oh my god, I'm getting motion
There you go, there you go.
Oh shit.
I find
Oh,
it's easier
Jesus.
to do boating in F5 in third person, but I think May prefers first person, so just find whichever preference you prefer.
I'm not fruity.
Ow.
So you're not what?
Huh?
Bro, what is wrong with you, man? Dude.
Nothing. Grape, is there anything
you're
wrong with
sick in
me?
the head, bro. You are sick in the
Why
head.
is someone under the? Oh,
You can get under the ice.
duck.
Yeah, you can get under the ice.
How do you get under the
We'll
ice?
be starting
You
soon
just kind of drive off
because
and
purple's
then
here.
the bottom layer, because there's 3
But
layers
this will
of
be
ice.
so fun. This will be so fun, you guys.
Is
It's
this
gonna be
like
awesome.
blooper surfing? This feels like blooper surfing where it's kind of like jank.
What is blooper surfing?
It's the
Yeah, yeah, of course
I
it's
played it
evolved
in
to know, bro.
Sunshine once because I don't actually play Mario games very often, but I liked that part. That part was fun. You get on a blooper and it's kind of slidey, and it's fun.
It sounds like a boomer thing. Is this a boomer thing?
I think it is.
Bro makes being 22 is like whole personality. It's really funny.
Bro, are you guys all ancient like May, or am I like tripping here?
You're baby.
I'm a baby. Okay, yeah, you're ancient. Yeah, you're ancient. Okay, buddy. guys, you should just a quick heads up. You should like reserve an urn or a coffin before your time is up. Just saying.
I yearn for the urn.
Saying. You yearn for the urn.
Spin a cookie.
Someone in my chat said, "How do I meet the green guy exclusively?"
I'm gonna stop talking. I'm just gonna stop talking, bro. I'm just gonna fucking. I'm under the ice. I'm under the ice. Wait, where are you guys? Why is that so funny, bro? Tits. You're endorsing it. You're endorsing it. Wait, I passed.
Yeah,
somebody.
yeah, but it's funny. It's good content.
Bro. Yo, look under.
It's being fun. It's being a good time. It's being a good time.
Look under you, May.
Every time he says dude now, that's all I can think about.
Me too. Me too. I was talking with the admins of the competition, and we made a conclusion that Booster is just scared of women.
I'm not.
Because they literally said they don't act this way around like normal people, like not normal people, like they don't act this way except around women.
Are you talking about what Sandwich said, bro? That he said like, oh, you.
No, it's true because I went in your stream.
I went in your come on, man.
I went in your stream. I went in your stream and I saw that. I saw that. Like
real?
Dude, all of my admins are women and they gaslight everybody who comes into my chat saying that I'm afraid of women, but that's just not true.
I think it's true. I think it's true.
I just hate all women. That's all it is. I'm not afraid of them.
God. I was talking to a fucking
You know what? Actually,
NPC.
cut that out. Cut that out. Cut that out. Cut that out.
You're talking to
Bro.
an NPC, Michi.
I thought he was a real
cute.
guy.
Oh, I'm
but he
right
was an
around you.
NPC.
Hi, Michi. Are you excited? Oh,
Yes.
I'm super excited. Froggy Grape, anything
talking
else
to
you want
an
to know? And Michi
NPC.
too? I think we'll be
Wait,
fine. I
what
think
is
it's
he
fun.
saying,
If I mess up, will you
Nothing. I
still
was
love me?
clicking buttons, so I just told them
Great.
buttons, and then
There's
they never
nothing. There's nothing
responded.
wrong messing up. This is just a fun
Do we-
competition
Oh my
thing.
God,
It's to meet new
Stokey Bird,
people
do
and
we
hang
get-
out.
Do we get extra points for readying up first? For slamming on that ready button?
We should
wish, man.
honestly.
I
I
did
wish.
that. So
Oh my. Oh.
We should.
I'm
We're
very ready.
so good.
Oh.
wow, look at who we're waiting for. It just.
I don't watch soccer. I watch baseball, and it's all about the Mets.
Capola Media presents.
Oh my god, this is so cool.
I'm gonna turn the music up. I think now.
Oh, you
'cause
guys
the
are
music's
not.
actually
You guys
kinda
are really
sick.
like this. It's really fun. So remember, it's just like a chill thing. You just have fun. There's a lot of
This is so
competitions though.
cute.
Giga and me do this like every month. It's really fun. She invited me into this like in the first place. It's so fun.
This is really like the production value's nuts.
We went to
is
this one
crazy.
thing that we did. Me and Booster actually were in the same team. We went to this thing called what was it? Pandora's Box, and it had like a
Yeah,
whole
Dragon
like
Spit.
Disney movie like
Yeah,
like,
but that was like a
introduction.
really ambitious once in a
And it was
once a-
so
once in a
cool.
lifetime
It was so
event.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was so
Dude, they had,
cool.
like,
It was
a
so
whole,
cool.
A whole Disney cutscene of like a professional singer singing, bro. It was
Oh
crazy.
my god, what the?
Is
Is
there
there
God.
somewhere
Hi,
specific
Michi, we have
that
10
have
seconds.
To, do we have to go
No, it'll
somewhere?
teleport you.
Hell yeah.
So
Okay,
what
okay,
it does is it teleports you into a pie chart, and then we pick the game mode that we want to do.
Into
So
a pie
it's
chart? I don't
gonna.
think they know what a pie chart is, bro. What is this speedrunning term, bro? What is this?
Girl, do you know what a fucking pie chart is?
This is so cool.
I was thinking, wait, is that like a general term, or is that just the pie chart of Minecraft? Because that's like a.
I can make it glitch.
A pie chart is just a circle with segments.
No, yeah, but like I learned. Never mind. You know what? I'll just stop talking.
This is really cool. You guys are gonna love this.
Lord.
So
What scene?
there's an individual leaderboard and a team leaderboard.
Read?
So
Read
because
what?
you'll get like some cool stuff.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
It'll be fun.
I just saw the words.
Oh, it's loading very hard. Oh, it's.
Oh yeah, it does that.
really
That's happening for
trying.
everybody.
This is
Oh,
planned, by
cool.
the way.
Okay,
This
those
is
are your
the- this is by
newcomers.
design.
I was gonna show you guys. Look. Oh, there's. Wait, hold on. Wait, where's Grape? I wonder if Grape. I don't. They might have to code this in.
They probably didn't put me in.
It's okay.
That's okay. I'm the secret weapon.
Kill himself immediately.
Oh, there you are, so cute. This is so fun. You guys are gonna love this. I know you are. This is like, I know Froggy and Michi are addicted to Minecraft, so like.
Whoa, this is so cool. This is so cool.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Geek it out, geek it out. Heavily threw it back for the camera there. Oh my god.
We all turn around and twerk when it's our team.
Yeah, do you want to not
Okay.
run into the middle? Do you want to just like spin around
Yeah.
and start twerking? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just like don't even run to the middle. Just turn around and
Yeah,
twerk.
What if we just
Okay, it's our turn.
What if we
Turn.
log out when we get announced? What if we just log out?
Twerk.
We're twerking.
Yeah. And I got sticky keyed.
I like Booster. You have a reputation, dude. Boo for boost for.
Bro, what do you mean, bro? I'm getting targeted.
Man, why did we get
Please,
Boost
let's
first team?
play. What do you mean? Why are you on Boost first team? Wait, what?
We gotcha pull Booster as our team member.
Chat has been
Oh, Chad's beat it.
decision
Oh,
donut.
so here's the pie chart. Here's the pie chart. So you get to pick the game mode you want to play.
Yeah, so in Minecraft speedrunning, a pie chart pops up if you click F3-1. Just saying.
What the fuck does that even mean?
No, click F3 and 1.
It
F3
looked
and
like
1.
the little.
And
Wait,
then
you
at
guys
the
remember the little umbrella?
bottom right, there's a pie chart.
Okay. Yippee. So there's Order Up, Race, Blitz Hunt, Tomb Titans, Trailblazers, Oversleeve, I don't know what the next two are, Extraction, and then Potty.
Which one are we voting for?
Let's do Order Up. Order Up's fun. Order Up's fun. I'm sitting, so you sit on the one you want to vote for. You'll get items, by the way. You'll get items you can use as well.
Okay.
So like, watch. So you can kill people now. You can kill people if you don't want them to like to get your vote. So you can like fuck people up.
Yo, pick one person and just punch them to death. Easy game. Bully a person.
There's a cat.
Wait, golf rules. Get off it. There's golf rules. The less is better. No, I'm being
Kitty
kidnapped.
cat's there. Oh, Froggy, I think you have to put down a cat or something.
I did. I put down a cat.
Me too.
Oh,
put
it's
down
over.
Oh my god, everyone's here. Why is everyone here?
Yeah, just leave it because it's golf rules. Oh,
Why?
guys, it's gonna be Extraction. Guys, it's gonna be Extraction or Tomb
Target one
Titans.
person. Target one. Yo, you're just standing in a corner and punching people? That's not how you
How
vote.
many people are order upping? What the
That's not how you
fuck?
vote. Wait, we're cooked, bro.
They switched it to golf rules. Someone switched it to golf rules. So this is Tomb Titans. Basically,
Tomb Titans.
don't die. You go around, break pots, and find like chests and stuff, and you have to leave through a portal before the tomb crushes. This is so awesome.
Oh shit.
Just like that one
So
game.
don't die.
Just like that one game where you raid a like a dungeon with 4 people. Dark and Darker? I think that one.
Yeah, it's dark and darker. Oh, he's getting a little frisky.
Bro, it's just a tutorial. What are you guys getting afraid for?
We're getting immersed. We're getting immersed in the
By
fun.
the way, last time the mobs were actually like really dangerous, so be careful not to die. I don't know if they're nerfed now.
So
They're doing
the
damage.
goal is you get items and leave through the portal before the time runs out. If you have a lot of too many items, you can
question.
sell stuff to the merchant. Yes, go.
What happens if we die?
We have to revive you, and any items you have, you drop.
Oh.
Yeah, so the thing is, okay, when it comes finding the portal, I think that's gonna be really important, and you guys are gonna stress out on that. There's purple candles you see on the ground. You kind of try to follow them back to a portal.
Okay.
But I'll try to be the last one leaving, and like I'll try to lead whoever's.
Yeah, you better be
struggling
young,
with
man.
Purple candles are
You
portal
better
panels.
be the last one out. We're old. You have to help us cross the dungeon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Need to help the grandma cross the road. My bad. My bad, bro.
Hag-maxing. You have to help us cross the dungeon. No.
Yo, hag maxing is crazy though. Dude,
Oh, there's a zombie
So-
in there.
This would be so cool. So basically, look for blue candles. Or not blue candles, look for green candles. Those are puzzles and you get a lot of loot from them.
Yep.
And purple candles lead you to portals.
If we stick together, we should be okay.
Yeah, we want to split up a little bit.
Split up. You want to try and split up because
Look,
looking
wait.
through the same tunnel
So let's
is
go
bad,
as
'cause then
teams.
share
Grape, you
loot.
want to come with me? I'll protect you. Come with me,
sure,
Grape.
sure. Wait, I'm noticing
Okay.
something here. Okay, wait, hold up. I'm noticing these beautiful women on this team were all pink and purple. Why are you green?
Yeah, why are we
Yeah.
What the? Dude, we all
What's
have
with
white
the
eyes
lack of
though. We
team
all have
spirit
white
here,
eyes,
okay?
white eyes, except for the frog. You're
Bro,
crying
we got
gold for some reason.
Orange, purple,
Oh,
purple,
wait, that's-
purple.
That's so beautiful of you to say. Usually people ask if I have jaundice, but
No, I think that's
crying
like
gold
that's like something you should get checked out at a doctor. Like gold shouldn't be coming out of your eyelids.
jaundice is booster.
Do I need the Titan map? No, I don't.
Alright,
Right? I can just
me and
hold my
Grape are
phone.
gonna go to the left.
Alright,
Like,
I'm
I'm
giving
out
it
of
to you.
place here. I'm too young
Yeah, I'm
for
gonna go.
this.
Me and Grape are gonna go to the left. You guys can go somewhere else, and then you can figure out who you want to work with. Just don't die. That's the main thing.
Okay, come here, Froggy. Let's go.
One of you just had
Alright.
the greatest laugh of my life, bro.
Die.
That's
Die.
froggy.
Die.
Okay.
Die. Die. Oh shit, I'm getting
So Grape,
killed.
when you're fighting,
Oh shit,
if
I'm
you
getting murdered. I'm
jump
getting
and while
murdered.
you're falling and hit something, you actually get a damage buff. It's a
why
critical.
Didn't that shoot?
Oh, okay.
Oh, you have to hit.
I'm just confused.
You have to hit while
I'm
you're falling.
stupid. Yeah, me too.
You can come up here. Let's go up here, Grape.
Is
So you see
this
these pots? You
one
break
fired?
these for loot
Do
right
I have
here.
to worry about?
Yeah.
No, I
those for
don't
loot.
think so.
You want to try and
okay.
place torches, by the way, to know where you've been.
Oh,
Let's go this way, Grape. This area will be a little bit
okay.
harder.
Oh shit!
Yeah, also-
Oh shit!
Don't miss on
Okay.
the
No
pots,
stress,
by the
but
way.
I'm dying.
Oh
How do
yeah.
I use my crossbow?
You need to load it up
Oh, by
first.
the way,
You need to
your
load it up
crossbow
first.
Grape is overpowered, so just use that as much as you can.
Okay. Got it.
I'll defend you.
It's really
defend you.
powerful.
we got this.
You're so good. Okay, I'll put the torches down. There's a spider there. So there's a spider, but no,
Nice, okay.
Hi, Nate.
Yo,
It's
that
dead.
laugh
Thank you,
sounds
thank
like
you.
straight out of One Piece. I love that laugh. Who has that laugh?
Just hit them, Grape. There you go, there you go. Yes, nice
Amazing
job.
laugh, bro.
Alright.
Thank you.
I'm going down here,
No,
Grape.
that sounds like the.
Spider.
Do you know Brooks from One Piece?
We're doing good, we're doing good. Awesome,
shit.
thank you. You're a great
Exactly
teammate,
like
Grape.
that,
I knew
bro.
you would be.
I've tried to watch One Piece like
nothing
4
like
different
Pokemon
times.
at
I'm gonna
and
watch
every
the One
time
Piece remake, bro. That's gonna be good.
I make it to the island with the dog, and then I stop watching it. I don't know why.
Why?
The island with the dog, where the dog saves the whole island. Because I'm just like, if that was the end of the
Oh,
whole
you just
show,
spoiled an arc for somebody. GG's, bro.
what? Spoiled? It's been out for a million years.
Bro.
Oh, they'll drop armor,
watched
Grape.
it.
You can
I
wear that
probably
armor.
won't.
You can change
I
your
forgot there
armor
was
into what they give
breaking
you.
these pots.
Oh, okay.
Dude, what do you mean?
we are?
Yeah, this guy's locked in.
And if
locked
you
in,
scroll
locked
over
in,
stuff,
locked in.
Grape, you can see the item value
That's
as
my
well,
bad.
so.
Let me break some pots. I'll come back. Just keep venturing
Okay,
and I'll
great.
break
We
all the
should
pots.
probably follow
Okay.
me.
Okay.
We're gonna go to it. We're
candles
gonna go start
here.
moving in because the map collapses
candles
inwards.
with,
Okay.
Dead.
Gotcha.
Need to puzzle.
Oh my god.
And we need to get to the more richer areas because the deeper
What
you
is
go in,
this
the better
thing?
loot there is. I'm pretty sure.
I fell into the hole!
I'm coming.
Are you good, Grape?
Yeah, I changed my armor.
Yeah, come here, come here.
I'm coming.
Shoot each other, shoot each other,
Don't worry,
and
don't worry. I'm here. I'm
be
here. I'm
their
here.
own enemy.
Okay, we're gonna go this way, Grape, like straight ahead.
Yep.
Oh, there's a button here. There's a puzzle. Look at that. Shortcut. This is oh, be careful. This is a scary room.
Froggy, revive me. I'm dead.
Okay, how do I
Watch out, Grape.
revive
Don't let that guy hit
Michi?
you.
How do I?
It's okay. He's almost dead.
Oh,
I'm being revived. Sick.
Okay, he's
sick.
dead. He's dead.
You're so good. You're just better. You're so much
Hell
better.
yeah! No, you're perfect. You're perfect.
I got an iron sword, Grape, so we're gonna cook.
Okay, I'll
So
pick up all
there's
this. Okay, sick.
a loot room here. I think we have to.
Just
Oh,
better.
this button right here. Look, we got loot. Good loot.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, there's a button here that you can click. Oh, I'm not clicking that.
Good job, Grape. Hell yeah, we're
It
doing
might
good. We're
open to a
doing
puzzle. It
good.
might open to a puzzle.
I
Oh.
can't really tell what it
It's
did.
up here. Come up here.
Oh.
Oh, we're up here again. I guess this is the puzzle.
All right, let's head on out, Grape, on this room.
Yeah.
Did it
And we're gonna
open
try to
this?
see if we can go
No,
to that.
that's
You
where
said
you-
purple room on your map there. We're gonna try to go there, okay?
Wait.
That area will be a little
that
bit
like a higher
tougher, but
value?
we can get there. Yeah.
Like
Ooh,
higher
I
value
found a
loot.
place.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, the deeper you go in, the better loot.
Spawn. I'm not the smartest person.
There are a lot
How
of
do you shoot an
zombies
arrow?
in here.
You have to load it first by holding down right click and then you can left click it, I think.
Oh, be careful in this room. Holy shit. There's a ladder right here. It's up here.
Oh,
That did not work.
oh no!
No, it's okay, hold up.
I got you. I got you.
Parkour.
Oh, Oh, I am almost dead, but that's okay.
I have Swift. Oh, I have heal.
Oh, this
healing.
room's awesome.
Jesus.
Grape up here.
I'm being loot. I'm getting.
I found the
pots.
next area. I found a good area rather. Yeah,
my
don't worry.
God,
Grab
thank
some.
you.
We can
Froggy,
stop
I
right as
found
long as you're
something
okay.
like-
If you get in trouble, let me
like
know. I'll
this.
come back. Okay.
Be
Okay,
fast.
I'm coming up. Hey, there's a spider on the ladder.
Take it and be fast.
I'll kill it.
I will.
I'm going to find a puzzle. 'Cause I like puzzles.
Yeah.
I
It's
still
gotta be
can't
somewhere
shoot
in
my
here.
thing.
Going up. Going up.
Alright, torches.
Hell yeah. There's good
don't
loot up
even
here. This
know-
room is
oh.
really scary though, so just be ready.
Alright.
Torches. Ooh, what does that sound? Oh, it's your boy.
I don't know if we're finding loot or not, but I think this is loot.
What happens if we run into
Everything's
other
loot.
players?
You can look in your inventory and hover over the item to see how many points it's
PvP's
worth.
only enabled in boss
Oh.
rooms, Froggy. So as long as you're on
Wait,
a boss
Froggy,
room,
come
you're
here.
good.
Oh, thank God.
I think we go this way, Grape.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this way? No, we should head
I
back
do
down.
in there and get everything.
Be careful, do not
Ow.
fall. Oh my god.
I'll try and kill him. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of.
Hold on, let's
I'll try and sweep
go
the ones
left
in the
off the
back.
ladder like that and you can land this way.
Okay.
Go
they're
away
dead.
from me, zombie! Oh shit, I'm dying.
Don't worry. Run. I got them.
So just go left off the ladder, Grape, and fall onto that little ledge right there.
It's okay. I'm just.
What is happening, bro?
I'm sniping from the ladder.
I'm going down there. I'm going down there. Think about the loot down there, right? Or actually, no, we should go this way.
Die!
I think.
I died! Froggy, my loot!
Oh shit.
Oh, no.
Shit. I got you. And I'm just gonna rush grab like your buddy so that they don't
We're
grab
starting to
it.
give away. What is the?
That means the
better, you're
tomb's
so good.
collapsing
Thank
inward.
you.
So,
Why am I not doing
okay.
damage? What the fuck?
I
Grape,
don't
where'd you
know.
go? Oh, you fell down there. I'm coming.
Oh, I found some pants that are better than my current pants. Okay, I put
Yeah, armor and tools are also worth points. So.
They took our loot!
What?
Killed that. Okay, fuck you then. Die. I'm gonna lead them towards you, you bitch.
Yeah.
Grape, I'm coming.
Good. What's this button do?
I'm gonna
Oh,
die,
I
Grape.
opened
Oh,
it.
Grape, I died for you.
opened a
Just
wall.
revive me when you can.
Let's go up here.
We're coming to you guys.
Oh shit.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
What's up here? Uh-oh.
Grape, I think you'll be okay.
Oh jeez. Oh god. I might die
It's
again.
okay, it's
Oh,
okay. Booster's
Booster.
gonna revive us. We're gonna be good.
Booster.
Where are you guys?
I died.
Okay. I think you're glowing white. Let me try to get to you guys.
Froggy, I'm dead.
1 second. Whoa, 1 second.
I think they made the mobs even harder. I swear to God.
I'm gonna
They're
figure
the
it
same
all
as
out.
last time. But like anything that has a sword and stuff, it's just
Oh,
extra
crap.
hard.
A VTuber's coming to get our loot. Booster, we need you, Booster.
I'm coming.
Oh shit.
Booster, they're coming for our loot, Booster.
Okay, relax. I'm on my way. Froggy's
They
here as
can't
well.
kill you. Go, Froggy, go, Froggy. They can't kill you.
Oh, it's up here.
That thing can.
I'm coming. I'm just gonna grab your loot while
Grab it,
they
grab it.
Yeah,
are fighting.
and then you need to get
Take
me
me.
and
Just grab
Grape.
it, just
I don't
grab
know
it,
where
grab
we
it.
are compared to you guys.
How do you revive somebody?
I'm getting
Oh, there we go.
revived.
Just
Right click, open hand. There you go.
Click.
Sick.
Yeah, you guys need to get me
Why
and
are they
Grape, by the way. Me and
contesting
Grape are
this room,
both
bro?
dead.
What is this? Who else is dead? Who else is dead?
Me and Grape, if we're in a big chamber,
Where?
so if you can find our chest. I'll pull up your map. I can't see.
I think I see you guys. Yeah. Oh my God, there's like 50 mobs here.
How
Yeah,
do
we got
kill
me
them?
and Grape
Be
got
careful
quartered
going
in a
down.
room.
There's 50 mobs. Team respawning is now disabled.
Oh, okay, yeah. Too late. It's okay.
Since when was that a thing?
No, I think you can revive us still.
Wait, I think
I
you
don't
can
think I can
revive.
do
Yeah,
that.
try reviving us,
You
maybe.
just want
I think
anything
like
that's,
maybe if
for
you
the whole
die.
team.
Oh, pants. Sick.
No, it's not the whole
Do
team.
you
I think it's if
want,
you. I think it's if you are dead before that, or after that, maybe.
Dude, there are so many
I have
mobs,
like a
bro.
breastplate and a hat and shit. Do you want?
Yeah, no, that room was
Oh,
tough.
yes.
I have like 50 million mobs all around me as well, dude.
Just run, just run.
I'm
So you can get to the
good, but,
chamber,
like,
me and Grape are in.
I tried to kill as many as I could by sniping them off the
Because the
ladder.
tomb's gonna
if
start
you
collapsing,
find-
and we
by the
haven't
way,
found a
if you
portal.
find
I think I'm fine.
If you find a speed potion, you might wanna consider drinking it because it helps a lot.
Yeah.
It lasts for 3 minutes as well.
Are you gonna be able to get to us, Booster, in time? The tomb's gonna start collapsing, so.
I don't know where you. I'm trying to
I
like
don't-
get to it. I don't know where. Can you guys spectate
You have
from
a
here?
map?
Now?
Yeah, well, we
I
can
don't think
spectate
I'm on
you,
that map.
and
Oh,
we
it
can't
looks like you're up
no
here.
clip.
Oh, we need to get out of
Section
here.
collapsed.
Yeah, you guys need to go. You guys need to get to the more of the center. Me and Grape are by the purple squares near the center.
Okay.
Am I going the right way? Okay.
If you
Well, I
pull up
can't- I
your
don't have a
you
map,
can
I
see
can't
them
look.
to the north.
Yeah, there we are, straight
You
ahead.
guys.
Thank you, Froggy.
I got you, Holmes.
Be careful, that room is very dangerous. I think we can respawn us because we died before the thing.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully.
Some blue glies.
Just look at their head and hold right click.
I don't know how to get in that room.
So you have to go
Oh, I found it.
above, around.
Okay.
You got it. There you go.
I'm respawning Grape.
Right click on the head.
revived.
Okay, awesome. Yes. Okay, that's good.
By
That's
the
good.
way, if you
Be
look
careful
on
in the room,
right
Froggy.
side-
Defend you as you revive.
If you look at the on the right side at the scoreboards, what is the total value that that is shown for you? That shows like the
Right-clicking, but
value.
it's not reviving.
There you go. You're reviving. You got it.
Got
Let's
you.
go. Thank you.
Grab all your loot. Grab all your loot.
Right.
What does that mean?
Okay, we gotta move out of this one. We gotta move. We have 90 seconds to get out of this room. We have to find a portal as fast as we can.
Oh crap. We have to go to the right. We have to go this way.
Okay, I'm coming.
I think
way,
this
this way,
is
this
this way.
way.
This way.
Yeah, this way, this way.
No.
This way.
We
No,
lost
no,
the
the door
member. They clicked the button.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I think we can leave right now just to be safe. Let's just find a
Yeah,
portal.
we probably should.
Yeah, I have a
If you
decent amount. I
look
have
on the map,
150
there's,
on me.
like, the portal icon.
Hey
but-
guys, there's a wither chasing you.
No, just look for a portal room. I don't know where one is, but just look for one.
Okay.
Look for, we have to look for purple. So
Oh, I found purple candles. Come to me.
Alright, coming.
okay, okay. We're running. You good? You good? You good, Froggy? You good?
Yeah.
Coming.
Let's go. Okay, just make a chair. Just make a chair. One
Don't
chair
worry,
makes him my
I'm gaming.
bestie survives. I love you.
Don't worry, I'm gaming. I'm gaming.
Honestly, we cooked on this one. We did good. So the portal
Thank
room
you
should be
guys for the
around
save.
here.
Okay.
Of
Okay.
course, they did good.
Purple candles. Purple.
Yeah, follow
Is this a
purple
portal?
candles.
No.
That
that's
por-
not
it's gonna be another portal. It's gonna be another portal.
Okay.
Okay, we need to.
It's gonna be hidden,
focus
usually.
on looking for the portal, by the way. Focus on looking
It's
for
right
the
here. It's right here.
portal.
I found it. We can take our time to leave. There's guys.
Oh, that's a lot of things.
I found a big circular-looking boss room type thing.
No.
Yeah, we have to go.
Come to us.
Just run here. Just leave. Just leave right now. Jump through this portal.
Yeah, just leave and jump to the portal.
Oh, dude, we did so good. Honestly,
I'm literally
great. Go in the
stuck
portal.
Here. I can't jump.
Oh, you got
You're
it.
an inspector. All of us got out, I think.
Oh,
I left for 200 items. I know
inspector.
y'all left with
Hey, we
nothing.
did
That's
good.
all good.
hey, shut the fuck up, Heavenly.
Wow.
It's not even me who has the ops. What is this?
Honestly,
You
we
didn't
didn't do
have
too
any.
bad. We did good. Third place. Look at us go. That's not bad. Hey, third place is really good for this. Honestly,
So I just wanna.
You guys are awesome.
Ask, what is your total value that says on the right?
150.
72 points.
151 points.
Jesus.
To be fair, I spent half the time dead, but
so-
150.
How do you
That's not bad.
get 70 only?
Okay, to be fair, I died a lot. Okay. So
Hey,
Yeah,
me
to be
too's
fair,
new to this
getting
game.
72
Excuse
with
you.
deaths. That's true. You guys did good. Good
Be
job,
nice.
Good job. We got,
Be
we got-
nice.
72.
We got third,
I
we got
think
third, we
it's
got third, we got
that's
third.
a big number, dude.
Thank you for the carry booster.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry, bro.
We got
I
third. This guy, I
apologize.
told you guys, is ungrateful. Third place.
I'm
Oh
so
my god,
sorry, I'm
Michi,
so
you cooked.
sorry.
You did so good.
Thanks for the carry.
You did
I
so
appreciate
good.
it.
Oh, you see, we
Carry,
have lost
but be
to
toxic
fighters.
one more time, and I
No,
know
Hey, Froggy.
you know what? Our teamwork was off the charts. Like we all
really
got out.
good.
That's really good. That's really good.
Yeah.
W comms for like res and stuff. That's
Listen.
good. That's huge.
Comments didn't get out.
Yeah.
Listen, and that's also the first game. First game doesn't matter much because as the games go, you get more multipliers, you guys.
That was really
Tomb
fun.
Tie-ins is pretty
I really
difficult to
like
get a
that
good
game
point
mode.
lead. We did fun. That's a fun one.
I
It's
think
fun.
so our teamwork is actually pretty good. So what we want to get out are in the games. So race and party is probably something we want to get out, right?
Oh shit, Joel is in 8th. Boosford, you're in 7th. That's so
Let's go.
good. Congratulations.
Dude, 4 out
If you
of
wanna know where your
5
point is-
blue team are just top
Vegas
10.
did
That's
it.
crazy.
Hey guys,
That's insane.
Froggy, you're in 18th. Grape, you're in 20th, and Michi, you're 21st out of 40. That's really nice.
Okay. Everybody
That's
top
good. That's good. Look at that.
You? Oh my god,
Hell
I feel
yeah.
bad. Oh, there was a team that all died, so they couldn't revive.
Oh.
But so we'll be good. We'll be good, you guys. We'll do good. This is gonna be awesome.
No, we did good. We
Froggy,
did
if
good.
you
We
like
did good.
these and
so
YouTube stuff,
good.
if they
Everybody's
might
top
ask
20,
you to like play
huge.
more. You can always play more in the future too if you like these. This is the rookies
This is
event, so it's a
really
little bit more
fun.
easier.
This is really fun.
These
yeah.
are awesome. I was telling you guys, like I was telling Froggy and Grape, I was like, this is awesome. You guys would love it.
Yeah, this is so fun. Thank you for dragging me out of bed. I was literally in bed when you texted me, and I was like, oh.
Dude, mate, you're gonna turn this event into just V Shoujo owned event at this point.
There's only one V Shoujo in here.
Yeah, there's only one.
What are you saying?
My bad, dude. My bad.
Michi is the V Shoujo. Hey guys, it's me, Gunrun. Just to let you know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys.
Bruce really thinks that any VTuber with hair is VShoujo. That's crazy.
Oh, dude, I love Gargura.
Dude, I thought V Shoujo had all the VTubers. I
VTubers.
apologize.
Oh my god,
I can't lead that shit, Boost, for
Oh my
gosh.
God, Shadow the Hedgehog from V Shoujo?
I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Dude, how is he emoting?
Bro.
I don't even see the emotes.
He's hitting the gritty right now.
Is he? Oh, I might. Maybe there's a mod that I don't have downloaded.
That's Lunar
Let's
Clan,
do-
I think. Lunar
Let's do a fun one.
Let's do
Oversleep.
party.
Let's go oversleep. Party? Potty?
Oh,
You want to do
we should
potty?
get race out, right?
Let's do race. I like race. Race is fun.
Race. Oh, you want to?
Now everyone's doing order up. Fuck it.
Dude,
burn them. Burn them. Someone right click burn them.
Okay.
You got sun? Burn them. Kill them.
Okay. Killing.
Oh, Michi, you got the cat.
Engaging in murder. Engaging
My
in murder.
cat
Engaging in murder.
is not really. Ow.
You guys such a
My
bitch,
cat
dude. That was
is
Kika.
not
That was Kika. She just targeted us.
trustworthy. Oh, why is party on fire?
Oh my god.
And you're the only one in party, bro. Come on. Dude, I want to pee so bad. You don't understand. Could we hold people hostage by just me wanting to go to pee? Thoughts?
All right, so I'll do the ordering, like delivering the orders. Froggy, Michi,
Yes.
you guys are gonna be. I think you guys are gonna be gathering ingredients. I think
We're not gonna be
Bushi
cooking.
set this up. What's the plan? I know I'm delivering, so I'm gonna take Elytra.
Okay, so yeah, no, you're delivering, so you want Elytra.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm gonna take the Elytra. That's what I said.
Yeah. Don't.
That's
so
what I said. You
the
got it.
second slot. Don't just ignore the second slot. What you want to do is
Okay.
everybody run out and get
Okay.
ingredients. If there's like a section of animals where you get all the meat. There's
Oh.
fruit section where you get like apples, peaches, and lemons, I think. Then there's fish, there's sugarcane, there's all kinds of stuff. So just split up and like tell each other where you're going, like who's getting fish, who's getting meat, who's getting pumpkins, crops, etc., etc.
Okay.
And then all three of you just continue getting materials and call out what you're getting, and I'll try to call out what we need. And also, if you see that we have everything in the chest or something, ask for if there's something specific that I need, right? So just communicate for who needs what and who's getting what. So there's
the thing we do
not
the
everybody's
most-
going for the same thing, you know?
Okay.
We need rush orders right away, so we're gonna prioritize rush orders because those give mad
Yeah,
points.
I'll try to give callouts for rush orders as much as possible. I guess.
Wait, question. Do me and Froggy cook at all, or do we just gather?
No, you mainly just
I mean,
get,
you can
get
cook
stuff.
if you want.
I'll call out when it's getting close to the end. I'll call out if I see that we have enough stuff. I'll just say everybody come start crafting.
Okay, we can cook at the end. Okay.
Yeah, and then whenever that happens, try to also communicate what you're cooking.
Okay, sick.
I'm gonna run and get wheat and carrots real quickly. Someone come with me. So great, there's a bar to get food there. There's markers
gonna
above.
get-
Do you see that?
I'm gonna get the sugar canes. Do we need sugar? Yeah, we do.
Yeah, get sugar canes and cocoa beans. You can get them over there. We'll need those a lot for
Okay,
cookies
I'm getting
and
sugar
stuff.
canes and cocoa beans.
I'll get
Froggy, come.
mushrooms. I'll get mushrooms.
Don't sprint jump. Just run on the ground because we
Actually,
go fast
I
enough without sprint
died,
jumping.
So I'm gonna. Oh, I have a sword. I'm gonna get fish actually.
There's pumpkins up above,
Used
great
for
too.
just getting animals.
You can
and
also
stuff.
jump on these jump boosts too to go faster.
Right.
Yeah, also the path blocks give you speed, so you want to focus on that. And then whenever you get the stuff back, just place it in the chest.
You need pumpkins.
I'm getting pumpkins right now.
There's also lemon trees. Those are by the thingy things. Where are you, Froggy? Look up. You see icons.
I need lemons, by the way.
Jeez, I thought I'd have to run into the wilderness to gather things.
No, look above. There's icons above what you need. I'm getting lemons and I'm getting oranges right now.
Look above.
Yeah, there's icons up above.
Okay, I'm gonna grab some sugar.
Giant floating thing. How far did you run, girl? Come back.
Oh, yes, there are. Yes, there are.
Can I get apples from this?
Okay.
I got apples already. Booster apples and oranges in the chest and lemons.
Alright,
We need 12 pumpkin pie, 9 baked
I'm gonna
potato.
put potatoes into baking right now.
Awesome. We need pumpkin pies. Can you get more pumpkins, Grape?
Yeah, I got you.
No, we don't need pumpkins.
Yeah.
We just need sugar. Get sugar.
I need, oh yeah.
Eggs.
Where do I put sugar?
We need
I'll just put
12
it in this
pumpkin
chest?
pies, so ooh.
Okay, I'll get more sugar. I'm getting sugar.
I'm getting
Doing
more
good. Yeah,
pumpkins,
it's like
I don't have
overcooked.
enough yet.
Okay, I'm getting sugar.
Somebody get apples as well, if you can.
Okay. Okay, Froggy.
Well, the composter's
are you gonna get
active.
sugar? I'll get apples.
Yeah.
Sick. Okay, how the fuck?
Alright,
do I
I'm
get
bringing back the
apples?
pumpkins.
Oh, just break the leaves of the
Did you
tree.
bring back the? Did somebody bring? Okay, let me check.
Do you break the leaves of the tree to get pumpkins, or just break
We
down
need
the
more
tree?
eggs. We need more eggs. We need more eggs.
I gave us a speed upgrade.
And then also pumpkins as well. No, let's focus on upgrading the
Here,
furnaces first.
pumpkins are
Well,
here.
yeah, I'll
Here
do
you
that.
go.
I just want to get more speed, just in
Pumpkin eggs.
case.
Yeah.
That'll be good to start off
Grabbing some
with.
fish while I fell in some water.
I'll do furnaces next.
Oh shit.
Wait, how do I get the eggs? Do I kill them?
This is how you get apples.
Chickens should drop
Also, upgrade the
eggs, but-
chest once as well.
I got you.
can, like,
I got a bunch of wheat and potatoes to do
Way more
that.
eggs. Eggs.
Okay. Coming back with apples, getting eggs.
I don't. Do I have to kill the chickens to get the eggs?
Do it.
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you need to kill the chicken to get
About
the
shortage
eggs.
expiring.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Any eggs?
Fuck.
Oh yeah,
Nope.
it's too late. But it's still
okay,
good
it's
eggs,
okay.
good eggs.
When the
We
lemons
need
in.
apples and lemons.
I put apples in the
and
chest already. Do we need more?
No, I think get lemons. Get lemons. Oh, that's
right.
enough apples. That's enough apples. Upgrade the chest next, by the way. Go get. Oh, I
Order
accidentally
two
picked up
delivery?
the order.
Wait, there are no.
I
You drop it?
accidentally picked up the order. I don't think you
Oh,
can.
no, okay.
I'm just gonna go.
I'll work on the orders while you're gone then.
Yeah.
Pumpkin. Where's our pumpkins?
What
You have
is
pumpkins? Can I
this?
get pumpkin?
Yeah, I have some pumpkins
I
here.
accidentally took that with
Drop
me.
them,
My
drop them.
fault.
Thank you. That's okay. I got it.
This should be enough.
Then egg. Do you have egg?
There's-
Okay, sugar egg. Okay.
Yeah, put it in there.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna go get more eggs.
Thing.
Okay. Anything
Okay, I'm gonna
else
take
you
an order
need?
if you guys want to focus on crafting. Not right now.
I'll get more fish.
Time loss. I'll focus on crafting. Did we get eggs? We need more.
I'm getting eggs right now.
Apple.
Focus,
Orange.
chef.
Yes, chef. Yes,
Get
yes,
I'm
chef.
composting.
Get
I'm
more pork
composting.
chops, Get more pork chops. And
Yeah,
also
I'm bringing them. I got a bunch.
Can you upgrade the chest, by the way?
Hurry,
Yeah,
chef.
upgrade chest right now. Chest is upgraded.
Yes, chef.
Nice.
Right. Eggs and pork chops coming in.
Yeah, nice.
Very good, chef.
This is
very
upgraded
good.
again. We got double chest upgrade. We got full chest upgrade.
Nice.
Oh my god. Big ol' bitties. Full chest. Hold up.
I'm just slaughtering.
I'll get furnaces next time.
Order for you.
Coming.
Then we'll have another order for you soon as well.
I'm farming this fish in case we need any.
I'm getting some pumpkins again.
I love fish so much.
Did we get the rush order?
I'll get it.
Chicken. Oh, salmon.
Okay, I'm delivering it. Oh,
I got it.
okay.
Nice,
Oh, I
May,
didn't know
nice.
you were back. My bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll go quick.
It's 4 again. I'm
Can I
gonna
get her
lose
pumpkin?
it.
Her pumpkin? Pumpkin?
I'm bringing pumpkin.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I'm coming back with fish in case we ever need fish. I swear to God, we better.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Let's see.
Grab pumpkin in the cabinet.
Thank you.
Do we get more eggs?
Yes. I'm coming.
Yeah, I have them.
I'm coming back to see if I can farm any more of these.
I'm delivering an order. There's eggs in the chest.
Do we have lemons?
Oh, we need a mushroom soup.
I'm getting mushrooms right now.
I'll craft the mushroom soup.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm farming protein.
Alright, mushrooms on the way.
How many mushroom soups? One? Okay.
What are we low
Okay,
on? What do we need
chicken.
more of?
I'm cooking chicken.
I think more
Mushrooms
eggs.
in the box.
More eggs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then more.
I'm trying so hard, but there's only like 3 chickens here.
They're up top. I got them, DJ. I got them.
Just focus on. I can deliver it really quick. Just focus on crafting booster, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming back with. I only have 4 eggs.
I got 3 eggs.
Oh, that's enough.
Dropping in the chest.
Nice. Huge.
I'm grabbing
More pumpkins just in case.
Anything else we need?
Lemons.
Lemons.
More
Okay.
lemons?
Yeah, lemons. Lemons.
All right.
40 lemons.
You cook mutton.
many
Put a
do
golden
we
carrot in there.
need?
Mutton. Cook mutton.
Yeah, we need more quick mutton though.
No.
There we go.
Okay,
Putting it in.
Moose fur. Anything we need, Moose fur?
More mushrooms.
Mushrooms?
Okay, I got one more order done.
New order available.
Do the
What
rush
is it?
order.
Yeah, mushrooms. Actually,
Mushrooms,
wait,
get them.
we're good on mushrooms. Get some meat, just extra meat.
Yeah, okay.
What kind?
All kinds.
Okay, I'm getting meat. This is so ethical.
There's a cooked chicken in the chest.
Rush order ready.
I got it.
If anyone's free, can someone help me with the meat?
Yep, coming.
Another order ready.
Thank you.
If anybody's free to deliver.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got it. Just let me grab them. Let me grab them. I'm going so quick right now.
Nice.
As long as you guys keep pumping up, I could do them as soon as possible.
Yeah, nice.
Pumpkin pie, sugar.
Pumpkin, sugar,
Oh, you're making
I got
them,
it.
okay.
Yep.
Just die.
I need more pumpkins. That's what we need. We need more pumpkins.
Yeah, get more pumpkins.
Alright, I'm locking in on the pumpkins.
By the way, when you get more eggs as well, unless somebody has the eggs in the inventory.
We are
Hey, pumpkins on me?
slamming the meat right now.
Froggy, keep doing it. I'm gonna deliver some of the drops.
Okay.
Coming. Meat and eggs.
Need an apple? Apple?
Coming back, Froggy.
I'm gonna craft the apples, don't worry.
Okay, if you want to deliver your thing, Froggy, you can.
Okay, I'm running my delivery.
I'm delivering a thing.
Order, 2 orders actually.
I can't take
3
one.
orders, so somebody come
if someone wants to
deliver,
take
somebody
one,
come out,
someone
deliver.
take a delivery. Yeah, take a delivery.
Someone take a delivery. One take a delivery. Frog, take a delivery.
To where? What do I do?
You just right click.
Don't worry,
and
I
go
can
to
grab
the
it. I can
bounce
grab it.
pads.
I can grab it. Just
Okay.
keep making. I got him.
take
I'm
this
moving
one.
fast enough.
Frog. Take the.
It'll tell you where to go.
delivery,
Okay.
And then you go on the bounce pad, and there's gonna be like this bounce pad, and there's gonna be an arrow at the bottom of your screen that's gonna point to where you need to deliver, and the guy's gonna be glowing basically.
Okay.
So it should be
He's a
pretty
hungry
straightforward.
customer.
I need 3
Another
cookies.
order
Okay,
ready?
got our order. Thank you.
Cookies?
Good job, Booster,
We should
good
have
job.
cookies in there. Nice. Yeah, we're cooking. Keep going.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
Mutton. Yeah. Another order here.
Oh,
Dude, we're actually doing so
I'm going
well.
so quick.
Anything
I'm
else
going
we
so
need?
quick.
Wheat maybe? Wait, a little bit?
Wait, I'm
You know,
getting
we're good. One of you can actually come help crafting if you want. Do we have eggs? We do.
I'm
Nice.
coming with more eggs, hopefully.
Okay, cooked salmon.
Okay.
Chicken.
I'm at the
Fine.
house if you want to deliver.
I think potatoes is something.
I'm not
we're
sure.
low on.
7 golden carrots, 4
Actually,
mushrooms
wait.
too.
I'm bringing them.
If you have
Actually,
golden
we have a
carrots, I
lot
need
of
mushroom
potatoes.
Yeah, I need gold. There's 4 mushrooms too, 7 gold carrots for the rush order.
We have more meat and eggs.
Yeah, we need.
I get
wheat,
mushrooms?
Unless somebody's holding wheat.
I have wheat. I'm bringing it.
Okay, can you craft the cookies then?
Sure. What's the ingredient? What's the? Oh shit! I don't
You
know.
need a cocoa bean. It's in this barrel right here.
Alright.
I'm cooking the
there.
fish right now.
I can't even
Right,
see where
and
the
then-
cocoa
I'm
is.
gonna do the rush order real quick.
Where the
Yeah,
hell is
go
the
ahead and do
cocoa?
that. We have overtime, so you have to
Overtime,
craft as
everybody
much as
come craft,
possible.
Everybody come craft. Everybody come craft.
Okay, coming.
Coming.
Yeah, call out whatever you're crafting.
Okay.
I'm crafting
There's
order
no
2 right
cocoa
now. I'm
here.
just waiting for the con.
Cocoa in the barrel. Cocoa in the barrel. To the side.
Oh.
What the?
I'm just waiting on my 2 con. I'm gonna deliver that order. We need cookies.
I'm doing the rush order. Don't worry. It's done. You go deliver.
Awesome. Okay, I'm delivering a rush
do the
order.
cod. Focus on the
Order
cod.
2 as well.
Actually,
Yeah, just get them
whoever's doing the
crafted. Don't
cookies-
deliver, just get them crafted because we have overtime.
Delivering order 2.
Nice.
No.
Deliver it.
Okay, that's fine. They can do that. Just make sure to craft because you need it
whoever has
when
the
overtime
cookies,
happens.
Cookies.
Whoever has the
You're
cookies,
doing
put them
good.
in.
There you go.
Okay, I'm delivering.
Oh,
Keep crafting,
okay.
keep crafting.
Awesome. Put the cookies in. Thank you. I'll grab that. Just do the next orders when they come up as soon as possible.
Okay.
Okay, shit. I'm
Try to craft as many orders as possible right now, because
make
overtime is
bread.
gonna. Whenever
Yes.
you pick up an order, you can keep delivering
There's
it
no
on
meat.
overtime.
Is there no
Okay,
meat?
we have golden carrots. You can activate the chest.
Holding the cookies. Yeah, we.
No, we did good. We did good. Honestly,
I have.
we did really good. We're 4th place right now, so
No, we can't. That was really good.
no.
Huge.
That
I
was
think for the-
stressful.
Yeah, that
That
wasn't
was
bad.
not like overcooked.
That's a really stressful one. No, that's
We were
stressful.
2 orders away from first place. I
Yeah, we
think, or
cooked on that
something.
one. We cooked on that one, you guys.
19 and the first place was 21.
Yeah, we are huge.
We cooked on that one. Holy shit.
I think the issue
my
we
God.
I actually accidentally missed one rush order, so that was on me. But everything else we did pretty good. Let's go. Huge.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
I think I should deliver more. I was really good at delivering. I got that
You
shit
were
on.
crazy at delivering, good gathering, good communication. W.
That was stressful.
That was really good.
That's not bad, honestly.
I'm
All
gonna
the
go pee, I'll
team,
be right back.
every point's really close, honestly.
Hey, Knight's only got 15 orders, so we did pretty good.
That was really fun.
Yeah. Well, this is like the harder game modes, and like we're going against Giga. And Giga's like cracked at this one, and Fiendberg also is really cracked. He's like super good, so like I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that they did
we
as well
also,
on that
like,
one.
I didn't know you were supposed to look in the sky. Like, we started at a
Well, this is your
disadvantage.
first, so this is rookies. So this is your first one, and they're trying to introduce more people into this. And then like if you want to do the main event, you can, which is really fun. Yeah, they do these every month. And they're awesome. I do these literally every month. Oh my
This
god.
is very fun. This is really cool.
If you guys want a team again, I can ask Anthos and see if they want to like put us because they can put us together in a team.
Yeah.
I know this is my first time. Like, actually, I think maybe did I talk to you before once, Michi? I can't remember.
I don't think I've ever spoken to you before.
Shit.
That's great. She's awesome. She's awesome.
Hi.
She's the person. I think I was telling you. She's the reason I'm the con redeem.
Craft any food.
Yeah, no, that's why me and Booster did the crafting. They have little symbols that tell you how to craft it on the order itself. If you're like confused, but
Oh, it's
you guys did really good. Honestly, gathering's fun on that one. It's really easy.
Yeah.
So
Hello?
and you get better at these. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, quick question, Frog. Did we stress you out by asking to deliver that one order?
Oh yeah, I didn't even know what delivering an order meant.
Yeah,
we should have kept the orders to me. I could have swapped
like
it.
at the beginning of the game they should have a tutorial where at least the order up where they have everybody try to do one of those things because they have that in Pandora's box, you know, the Trailblazers.
They should introduce the tutorial because I didn't know where we were supposed to
where to go for
That's
delivery.
probably that one's probably the most like tough one to do. Like that's the most complex one they have.
You remember Trailblazers, not Trailblazers, but Temple Lockout in the Dragon Pit, where you have to like follow those 3x3.
Trash, bro. What happened? Like, where's the gang at? Like Froggy, hey, what are y'all
You
doing?
smell. It's your shower day. Why don't you go wash your pits, huh?
That's crazy, because like I might stink.
Go away, Stinky.
I might stink in real life, but y'all stink at this game. So
Dude,
like,
this
lock
guy,
in or something, dude.
this guy's trying to. He's got Can Man on his team. He's like, I'm gonna go.
Wait, what is he individually? Wait. Let's look at this. What is he placed individually? What is this guy trash talking about? Please,
Heavenly, we
my
have.
team should be out.
Let's do a wrist sleep, please. Or party. Potty's so fun.
Let's go
Potty.
Potty?
Pottying?
Race or party?
Fiend
One
bird.
of the two.
Bitch.
That cat's so cute. Oh my god.
Hi! It says Wheezy Moss.
Oh, it's so
I got a stick.
Oh, it sits down.
That's a stick.
Wheezy Moss.
Get off. Get off.
You can
Get
kill
off.
people?
Get off. Get off. Get off.
Yeah, you
Get
get
off.
items to
Get
kill
off.
people
Get
with.
off. Get off. Get off. Get off.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Get out of here.
Whoever did that is a absolute crazy maniac.
Burning to death.
We might be.
That's the
I think
win.
we got
That's the
potty. We
win.
got
I
potty.
think
We got
it's
potty.
the
We got
wins.
100%. We got potty.
No, we have some cats and oversleep though.
Yes.
We got potty. Yeah. Fire can't stop us.
Potty is a bunch of like little mini games. You'll see. They'll tell them to
mini
you.
games.
Okay. Where's my kitty?
This is all.
This one's
individual,
fun
by
and
the way.
easy.
Oh.
Look at this map, by the way. This is so pretty.
Oh. Whoa!
Oh, that's cool.
This is so
Yeah.
cool.
Wait, this is individual?
There are some team games like Splat, but it's mainly just having fun. These are just fun games.
Whoa. It's glitched through a map.
Fun, but
It's so
but
pretty.
wait.
Fun but win, yeah. This is like a troll game. You just kind of try to go down without dying to fall damage.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. No problem.
May hold my hand, please.
Oh, cool ice cream. Froggy, you want to hold hands? Michi, come here. Come here.
Hold hands, please. I need the emotional support.
Oh, this one's easy. So this one, you just go down. They'll explain it to you, but you just gotta drop down without dying. You gotta go down and keep going down over and over again without dying.
Literally right here.
So
How do you go
on this one, you
down?
just go down, and red it gives you weapons to kill other people with. Blue gives you other items, and green provides health.
Okay.
Okay.
And you just run down. You just drop down without dying. Because you take fall damage.
Alright.
This is such
What
a
if
troll
I
game.
do die?
I was wondering if should you just go out as much as possible through the platforms or not? Oh shit.
Well, you can take a lot of like
This
good
is not
hits
a
from
dropper,
things.
by the way. This is not a dropper. You need to survive the drop for it to count.
I died. Jeez.
I died.
That
I
literally
think getting
scared
kills
the shit out
actually
of me.
might like. I killed somebody.
Shit.
Also,
Oh, I
fall
died
damage is
from
like.
one
Oh shit.
I just killed so many people. Oh, so I died.
That's so hard. What the fuck? Oh. Wait. Wait, I'm gaming.
Okay.
Wait, I see Heavenly.
Kill him.
Shit, I'm almost dead. Shit.
By the way, you heal up some health when you reach the glass.
I'm trying
I'm
to
so toxic
get
this point. Oh, I did. I feel so bad.
Yeah, there's like a glass you need to reach, basically.
I'm healing right now.
I get a stone sword?
Oh my god.
Come down here.
Girl?
Sorry.
Why are you screaming?
If I die in game, I die in real life. Okay, that's
What do I do with red?
That's
That gives you a
that's how
weapon.
My brain does it.
Good for your health.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, thank God. Yo, fuck you, Heavenly. Fucking stupid ass, fucking ugly ass, fucking
Guys,
stupid.
stop beefing and focus.
Fucking ugly. Oh.
Focus. Stop beefing and focus.
Okay, sorry, it's my bad, sorry.
It's
Walking in,
Yes,
walking
sir.
in.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
I think you are afraid of
Can I
women.
survive this?
I'm focused.
I'm on green. Why am I not healing? Haka! Haka, no, please! Fuck you, Haka. Fuck you, Haka. Honestly, fuck you,
More
Haka.
like Haktua.
Okay, yeah. We
I
deserve to lose for that, bro.
Oh shit, where do I go? Like over here? Okay.
Do I have to wait now?
I'm on glass. Where do I go after glass?
Oh shit.
There's holes. You go through it.
Oh shit.
Who's finish the lap? Let's go.
Oh, God damn it.
Sorry.
I can survive this.
This is hard. Oh! Okay.
Where is the green pile?
Oh, the pig, bro.
The square goes into the square hole.
The square hole.
That's so
Oh,
funny,
dang
bro.
it.
The square
Fuck.
into the square hole.
I missed the only thing. I lived.
Shit.
Oh no.
Timer?
No!
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, I can't believe Heavenly
We
won!
got fourth place, guys. We got fourth place.
What do you mean one?
Heavenly beat me.
Oh.
We did four. No, we got
I
fourth
also
place.
got
It's
one
fine. No, we
laps.
beat
I also
them.
got a lap. Let's go.
Okay, we beat them. We're fourth place.
God,
They got six. They got seventh place in this one.
Kills, you freak, bro.
Dude, Heavenly, I just
freak,
I've been
bro.
killing people, dude. I saw that I could
killed
punch
the
them
same
off.
person twice. I killed the same person twice.
Dokibird killed me instantly.
Yeah, look,
as soon
this
as I
time, I'm
spawned
killing
in.
it, I'm
That was
killing
so
it.
sad. I just
Yeah, that
dropped
makes
all the way to
sense.
the
Okay,
death.
so
You
heist,
just gotta
you go
mine.
in, you get stuff.
I love
The more stuff
mining.
you get, the slower you are. And then you come back. You have to come back out and turn it in here. Okay, so do not die.
Right here.
You are able
Right
to
here.
punch other
Yeah,
people.
right behind you.
By the way, you are
Explain
able
what
to
you
punch
do
other
again?
people. You just
So you
mine
go
blocks.
in, you mine ores. There's different values. The
Okay.
deeper you go in, but the mobs
Okay.
get stronger.
You can read the
and you
chat,
have
by
to
the way,
get
like,
out.
The chat
You have to get
usually
out too.
explains everything.
Oh my God,
You have to get out and just you have to deploy your stuff here. So just do your best. I
Mine
believe.
and
I
come
believe.
back.
I claim
love
this energy.
This is literally my best event. Is mining. I love
The
mining.
deeper you go, the better the loot, though. So we might want to try to go as deep as possible.
Okay. Got it.
Why am I getting punched, bro? Low key. It's not good. Also, you get slower the more you carry, so be careful.
Okay.
Wait, do you
Yeah, the
mine
mobs in
these
here are
things?
really dangerous, you guys. Really dangerous. Do not die.
Iron blocks are worth some, but gold is worth more, and then diamond is worth the most.
You also can't kill the enemies, but they can
Oh.
fuck you up. They'll fuck you up real bad.
Okay.
Ooh, don't threaten me with a good time. Let's go.
Why are you such a freak?
Why
You
did we
spicy
run
freak.
past through so much then?
I apologize, bro. Because the further down you go, the better the loot, so you can find diamond blocks the further down.
Okay.
But honestly, I would do like an early lap, because the blocks you mine, they regenerate over time. Like it goes from coal to back to gold. And you can just like mine a lot of gold early, go back, and then once like go to the ending, and a lot of blocks might have regenerated by that time.
Oh shit, I'm like dead ass lost and I don't know where the exit is.
There are usually signs for exits.
Yeah, you gotta follow the signs on the
I see.
walls. Okay, okay.
Excuse me, mobs. I'll be passing through now.
Yeah, pardon me, pardon me.
Excuse me.
Pardon me, pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
How
Coming
did that
through.
guy
Coming
get
through.
up there?
Excuse me.
Where do I put our loot stuff?
That's a great question.
By the way, by the end, a lot of people will have led mobs to the start, so be careful.
Okay. Okay.
I'm so very lost.
Oh shit, ow.
Oh no, never mind. I'm back. I'm so back.
Fuck off, mob.
Mitchie, be
Fuck
careful.
off.
Mitchie, be careful. Be careful.
Ow, ow, ow. What
Ricky,
happens
help me.
if I
There's
die?
you punch this guy.
Dude, there's people.
I can't, man. I have a lot of loot. I'm slowed down.
Oh yeah, I'm really slow too.
How do we really
get out of here?
Dude, I need help. I need help. I need help. There's a guy gatekeeping me from our spawn. This just shouldn't be a thing.
Okay, I'm coming.
Punch him with a stick. Punch him with a stick. Punch him with a stick. With a stick. With a stick. And punch him
got
away
you.
from our spawn. Punch him away from our spawn. Yo, you're punching the wrong guys! Dude, I need help. I actually need help. Get this guy. Get this guy. Get this guy.
I'm coming. I'm slow.
Punch him backwards. Punch him backwards. Because if you're punching him that way, he'll be able to punch us again.
Okay. I
Good,
can do
good,
this
good.
backwards.
Huge. Dude, more. We need more. Punch him.
Yeah, I have 139 points coming in.
This is so stupid, bro.
I don't know how many points I have coming in, but
You might not want to be too slow, bro.
No, we're first
I'm
place.
very
I just
slow.
deposited so many. Oh my god,
Hell
dude.
okay, here we go. No! Oh wait, okay.
That's not bad.
Punching
Honestly,
turns off now.
guy.
Punching turns
Oh
off
my
now.
god.
Punching turns off. May,
Dude, look
can
what
you drop some stuff?
I went crazy. Oh, I went right in. I went
Go
crazy.
into the wagon. Go into the wagon with the stuff. Go into the wagon.
I already deposited. I deposited.
Oh, okay, thank God, bro.
It's overtime, so you can't grab me more, but you can pause it.
Yeah, you
I
can't punch people now.
Booster, I got more than you. I got 11 blocks of diamond.
I was getting punched for 30 seconds. There was a guy gatekeeping me. I don't even understand why,
The
bro.
cobes for coming in. Oh my god, doesn't he reach out?
Oh, simple flies.
Insane.
Simple flips. You're gonna simple flip off me. Dude.
We're so triggered,
You
Jesus.
took good
He
from
was
me. Oh
actually
my lord.
capping me for so long.
That was the perfect mini game for
I got 11 blocks of diamond, by the way. Just want to flex that. 11 blocks of diamond, about the value. Yeah, but
I have
your
one
value
diamond,
was
bro.
less than mine.
Okay, but are you saying that I'm less worth than you? Are you saying that I'm
In this
less
case,
of a
yeah.
human being than you?
Booster,
Yeah.
flame them in chat. Booster,
Agreeing.
flame them in chat. Say like fuck you flies. Fuck you.
Simple
Yeah, wait, yeah,
flips.
flame him.
You're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bro,
flame
you
him.
suck, bro.
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah,
you
yeah,
suck
yeah.
so bad.
Okay.
Target magenta. Target
make-
magenta.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
this one's Splatoon.
Wait, is it
Splatoon. You
Splatoon?
kill people in paint.
Oh
yeah,
my
you
god,
kill people
I'm
in paint.
literally a pro Splatoon player. Okay, cool. I got
Wait,
this.
really? Oh my god. Let's go.
Yeah, I
We're
used to be
cooking.
competitive Splatoon.
Chad, this is our run. This is
ironically.
our run. We're cooking. That's so
Okay,
cute.
target
That's so
purple.
you.
I got 15. I'm talking so much shit for being low ranked. It's okay. I like.
Oh, while you're in the air, I think you can shoot in the air, by the way, if you want to paint stuff.
You just claim area here, and then you can also kill players. The way you reload is you crouch on your color.
Oh, it's literally just Splatoon then.
Yeah, it is Splatoon. It is.
Oh.
Even the music
How
is
do I,
Splatoon
like-
themed. That's really cute.
Oh.
You can't shoot others?
Yeah.
You can.
Wait, how do I reload?
What is happening? My balls were going through somebody, bro. This is not a thing. Oh my god, this is so bad.
Oh, they could
You died! What the?
Dude, my balls are going through people. I don't get it. Yeah, you can take jump pads to.
Why am I
Never
dying?
played Splatoon. How do I like?
How do you refill the ink? You squat in it.
This is such a
in what?
bad game.
You have to
Oh my
I like this a
god.
lot, actually. This is great.
It's such a bad game. Where people have
Colorblind.
Ray just targeted me. She just dive bombed me, bro.
I actually can't see what's going on because I can't see the color differences. Like, oh, there's dark blue.
You're colorblind!
I can see it. I can see this now. I can see it.
Am I the only dude? Am I the only one whose balls are going through people?
mine?
Like I'm
Is
hitting
this
them on my screen, bro.
Do I crap?
I don't know, maybe you're just a bad shot.
Maybe I'm just bad. I don't understand.
Damn.
Like legit, my
bad.
balls are going through people.
Do you ever think maybe you're just bad?
Maybe.
You know what? I'm experiencing that right now too.
My thing is, oh, I'm
Guys, you gonna start painting. We're gonna paint more. Someone's
keep going
backseat
out of
gaming
this-
me. They're telling me I
Oh.
can't go. I should go middle. I'm cooking though.
You have to
This
go
is actually
middle.
so laggy. I was crouching on my color and couldn't reload for 5 seconds.
Ooh.
That's insane.
Alright.
I keep
Damn.
dying.
Now I'm going middle. Out of spite.
Please just leave me alone. I'm just painting the ground.
I keep getting killed.
Such a dude.
How do you kill people?
This is
You
Oh,
shoot
he
them.
targeted me. It's so bad that I killed him. Not bad, not bad.
It's actually the worst Splatoon I've ever played, bro. I don't even understand.
I've never played Splatoon before, so this is my first time.
No, but like,
Welcome to Splatoon.
Okay, I don't think I see any of our colors anywhere. I just wanted to
Yeah,
know
yeah, that's how I feel right now. Wait, what's going
I've been
on?
trying to get color,
What?
but like, fandom's got a fucking
I'm
stranglehold of
working so
everything.
hard.
We did okay.
Oh,
I think we
shit.
did okay. I don't know what we got, but we think we did okay. 11%. That's not. We're only 200 blocks. Fifth place. That's not bad. We did like first in the other game, so it doesn't matter.
So bad.
We did not do very good.
Oh my god,
Well,
dude!
we did
I
good on the
legit-
other
I was
side,
crouching
too.
and my color couldn't reload, and then my balls were going through people. I'm not even coping.
It's
That's
okay,
just
Shiroi.
what I saw on my
I'm
screen.
not mad. I'll just play my own game.
good.
Is this like the Zoomer vision?
I'm
or
fun with
Gandhi vision?
everybody.
Like when they
Seth,
lose
this
and
is
they
so
have bad
fun.
time, they just
I
play
love
the
these.
game.
This is just such a thing.
Yes.
This is
Okay,
Instagib.
but
Instagib
this time
quick.
it was the game. This time it was the game, though.
This is
I
Instagib,
swear,
so
I swear. No, I promise. I promise.
guys, this is Instagib. You spawn and kill people.
Oh.
It's it's a one shot kill. Instagib.
No.
Okay. Oh, it's
Yeah.
hardcore. It's hardcore Call of Duty. Okay, got it.
It's like Quake. You ever play Quake before?
No.
Wait, how do
I
I
play
fire my
Gmod.
It's like okay,
crossbow?
you have a sniper, and you one shot people.
It's hardcore. It's hardcore.
I'm glad you guys are
Call of
having fun,
Duty.
chat. I love
fire
these. I
the
know I can't talk to you guys
crossbow?
too
Right
often when you play these,
Right
but
click?
I like
No,
doing these
so
on
you
some
have
of
to
Is
load
this
it
a
first
fun
by holding
fun
down right
event?
click, and then once it's loaded, it
It
kind of
auto
makes like
reloads
a
in this. It
chunk
auto
of-
reloads in this.
Oh,
It auto
okay.
reloads in this.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Click, 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 click.
You're good. You're good.
So which
You just
click?
right click. You see someone, you right click on them. Yeah,
right
you see
click.
someone, right click
Okay,
on
okay,
them.
Right click.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, sick.
I'm near blue.
It's
I'm
so fun.
scared.
It's so fun, honestly.
My ping is horrendous, but I can do this.
Blue
I'll
are
just
really
predict
good,
where they're
so
gonna
I'm
go.
afraid.
Do we have infinite ammo?
Looks like it.
Yeah, your crossbow should like insta reload like after a half a second or something.
Sick.
Oh god.
Come on.
Oh, this is a shotgun sniper thing.
Come on.
Those are one hit. Get small invincibility period. Okay.
Yeah, by the way, this
I know some
map,
people are dead.
I think they adjusted the spawns, but it's super bullshit.
What?
It's just very sweaty.
People spawn behind
is it
you and
easy
they'll
to
just
spawn
shoot you.
camp?
Yes,
They have invincibility, they have
kinda. No, you just
invincibility.
get shot. You just get shot when you spawn. Like someone will be behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good
I
luck.
haven't even clicked ready yet.
So you just kill people. That's all. Just kill people. It's super chill. No team effort in this one. It's just
I played Call of
Y'all
Duty when I was in
die
middle
all.
school, so surely this will be fine. What?
Ooh,
I
shot
killed someone.
me. I don't know where
Vinny,
anyone
bro.
is anymore.
Was I really the first
oh,
person to get
no, they
killed
did
with
not
me?
fix this spot. This map sucks still, dude. Oh
Dude,
my
what is
god.
that?
Oh, it killed me.
No!
Yeah, you can aim at me, bitch. Fuck you. Check it. Damn it. No! Ah, my thing! What the fuck? Fuck you. Huh?
This is bullshit. This
I'm
is
getting
bullshit.
fucked right leg!
This is bullshit! What the fuck? Oh, I
Leave more like P, bro.
Fuck!
Fuck.
Dang. That's crazy.
Oh my god! Oh, jump scared and I tapped out of the fucking game. Jesus. Okay, there we go. Hello?
Oh, I killed her. You're sick.
Damn.
Wait, is that Bricky? Bricky!
Man, my aim is doo-doo garbage.
Oh my god! Yeah, it just spawns you like behind
Oh,
people.
no.
Or in front, sorry, in front of
Ooh,
people.
okay.
Oh shit, it's Giga.
It's Bricky, it's Bricky, it's Bricky, it's Bricky. Fuck you, Bricky. Suck my balls, Bricky.
I got
Suck my
Rev.
balls.
Yeah, get out of here.
Guys, I'm not doing very
Fuck
well.
you, Pirate Software. Fuck you.
Guys, I'm doing really bad.
Just lock
Dude,
in.
that's
So stupid.
Okay, where
I
is
feel like
anybody?
I'm being farmed. I'm doing like really horrifically bad.
It's okay.
No, it's
Froggy,
okay.
it's
This
okay.
this one's tough.
Ah!
No, I died. Shit.
I take that, Rainho. We got this.
What?
I see Heavenly. I want to kill Heavenly.
Yeah.
That's so stupid. The fucking desync is so. I hate this game.
Ah!
Oh my
Right behind
god.
this guy. Fucking.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't
time
even see
somebody.
Bricky.
What? What? I don't know. Yes, apparently I do.
So bad.
Where is anybody?
It's so
Up
bad.
here.
I remember
So
back
bad
when I
game.
really wanted to think I was cool. I played a lot of Apex Legends, but
Same. Apex
Oh my
Legends is
God.
goated,
Bro, you are cool.
but then I
You
got
are
super
so
bored
cool.
because I hate Apex Legends.
I used to
Like a
play Apex to
fucking
impress
sim.
people too, and then
It's such
I
a
got
fucking
bored.
sim, dude. I hate Apex Legends. What the fuck am I doing? Oh shit! Giga killed me!
I wanna.
I've been pretty fired for that.
Oh.
I'm in physical pain.
Holy
And
shit!
emotional
The
pain.
hyperfixation.
No!
That wasn't bad. Hey, I did pretty good.
Last kill, we're good. We're good.
How do we do?
I got
only
19
killed 7
kills.
people.
Bro.
I got 9 kills.
I also wait. I
Dude,
also got
non-Minecraft
9
players are
kills.
surprisingly good at this, bro. I was getting absolutely
7.
destroyed, bro.
Yeah. Well,
Do you play
FPS is
FPS games?
FPS.
I do play FPS games, bro. I'm an Apex Sweat, bro.
Dude, look at that kill streak. Dang.
Let's go.
You did. Thank you, Tad. We did good on that one. That was awesome.
I mean, all the scores are
We're
pretty
not
close.
looking too fresh.
Mhm.
I don't think.
No, we're doing good. This is
My
party,
bad.
so like, we did really good in
Yeah,
the
so
two
we're
first two
first.
games, and this one we did good too. So like, they're really close. Like, we'll be fine.
Hear me out. Yeah. The ping was horrendous. Okay, I'm fine. I'm FPSing
Yeah,
at
my
like 300
fault for
ping.
the crash out, by the way. I apologize.
No, that was funny.
Giga went crazy.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm so excited.
Giga went psycho. Giga went absolutely nuts with it.
Thank you. It's on the November 22nd. I'm really excited. Thank you so much. I
with
appreciate
4K,
that.
yeah, somebody's blaming it on kill steal. What?
What?
Bro.
Oh my god.
I thought I was helping.
we can spam. Did we ask? Oh, be toxic.
Oh.
Be that person. Be the one toxic. Be the one like
Honestly,
low
hey,
rank,
guys,
most
we're still
toxic.
foreplay. We're I'm top 10.
Let's go. Okay, I'm
You're better. You are literally better.
Joel is in 5th. Holy
Damn,
shit,
wait,
Joel.
mate, did you like get top 5 in party?
I'll check. Hold on.
Holy.
I got 6 in party. Yeah, I was 6 in party.
6th in party, holy.
Yeah, because
Okay.
the heist game mode, I got 130 points alone
On the which one?
on heist because I had like 19 diamond blocks.
19 diamond blocks? Wait, oh my god,
yeah.
I'm in 33rd. Oh no.
I'm so excited for top 10. If Heavenly comes in, he's 30 right now, so you can just rub that in his face because he keeps coming in shit talking.
That's probably why he isn't coming in.
It's insane.
I'm top 10. I'm so excited. I had to get top 10.
I can't believe Joel is 5th. That's insane.
I mean, Joel's had a really good streak in the last few games.
In the ranks.
We are!
Yeah.
Wait, where are the other ranks? Where are you seeing that?
You can right click last game scoreboard, or if you go to this sign that says right here, individual, you can see your individual score amongst everybody. And I'm gonna say right now, you guys are like above par to where like first time VTubers usually end up, like normally in their lower
thank God,
30s.
that's a relief.
You're doing great right
If I
now.
was gonna be doing this, I would have actually played Minecraft for like a week ahead of time.
You're doing so
if you
good.
scroll up in the,
You're doing so
in the
good.
group chat, by the way, I offered to practice, guys.
Oh, I got
Hey,
invited to
Grapes,
this 20
Rats.
minutes before this started.
Predicted it. You should have read the chat, buddy.
Oh, I was
Come on. Get on with the program, bro. Downloaded Minecraft today and still top 30 is crazy, though.
I'm back.
You are doing
Honestly,
great.
I want to do Spleef really bad. I love Spleef.
Yeah, but
Let's do race.
we
Yeah,
can
actually,
leave
race is
Spleef
fun.
for last.
Spleef.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
By the way, if you're genuinely playing Minecraft for the first time in 2 years and still placing this high, you're insane.
This is my first time in 2
Grape
years,
is
yeah.
incredibly good at video games. Like, just any video game.
Oh, they put
Which
a
is
warden
why
on
it's so good.
race.
Wait, where are we going?
I don't know.
we're going
they're
on
voting for
race.
Extraction, Trailblazers? The hell's Trailblazers?
Race?
I'm knocking people off in a race.
I can't see.
I think I accidentally spawned that
Everybody
thing in.
moved.
Oh, huge! Wait, so what are we wanting?
I don't know. I just stood here.
Oh, I did
What is
not.
this,
Okay.
I think it's
Are
a
you
new.
Wolverine?
Oh,
Is
it's
your skin
Spleef.
Wolverine?
No, I made my model.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, it's Wolverine. Wait, with the claws.
Yeah, I have like the big thingies.
Huge.
Dude, what the fuck is that?
Okay, what
Schizo? How do you say that? What the
Staring
hell
at
is
us as
that?
we pee.
I don't know. I guess I'm fun. This is awesome. I'm always fun. This is a good group. This is a good group.
People off.
I was worried at first because I was like, I'm not sure if
Oh, I
like
hate-
Boost
I
Fire would
am
like
so bad
like
at
be a
it.
good fit for everybody, but
Try to
this
survive
worked out. This
as
worked
long
out.
As you can. We'll try not to fall in the void.
This worked
Okay.
out.
Okay.
Okay, maybe if I stand really
good.
still, no one will notice me.
So this one,
I'm gonna-
you just want to kill people. You get so many points for killing people. Just kill people.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
Survive
gonna
and
change
kill
my model
people.
to be like pure white, so that way I can camouflage.
You can
and-
dig
and
blocks
nobody can
under
kill me.
people or throw snowballs under them
Okay.
or at
okay.
them.
Okay.
So just so you guys know, and you don't want to fall off. If you fall off, it's game over.
Okay.
Oh.
This one's really sweaty, and I usually do okay. I do okay for this one.
May lock the
Where are the
fucking
balls?
Okay,
Where are
I'll
the
lock it
balls
up.
again?
Hold on. Hits blunt. Hashtag hits blunt.
Okay, maybe I'll just stand
That's fake, by the way.
completely still right here.
I'm gonna kill Heavenly.
I fell! Oh, it's fine. It's
I
normal.
forgot.
I can't destroy the
Wait, why
floors.
did I hit Heavenly?
Ah! Killed myself!
Oh, fuck you, Heavenly! Fuck
Leave
you,
me alone.
bitch! Stupid whore! Sorry. Oh my god!
Whoa!
Oh, no. Sorry. I didn't mean to get gamer. That's my bad.
Yeah, throw snowballs. Oh, Heavenly's targeting us.
Yeah, he is.
I got him. Shit.
Hi, Ricky. Oh, I fell.
Oh, I think I killed you by accident. Oh shit! Then I killed myself.
Froggy!
Fuck! I'm sorry. I was trying to hit the person who was chasing you.
Shit, I'm at the bottom already.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Me too. I'm actually at the bottom. This is sick.
Oh wait, no, I'm at the mid bottom. Okay.
Oh shit! Oh! No! Please, no!
Leave me alone!
Damn it!
Leave me far alone!
I'm gonna go for Giga.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I already dug the block behind her. I'm getting her.
Oh, but oh yeah.
She's
it's
down,
all
she's
right.
down.
Oh, Haka's is standing. Haka's standing.
Nice job, nice job, nice teamwork.
I died. My bad, guys.
I killed myself.
I'm saying control one.
I think I killed
Oh, great.
Heavenly.
Don't die. You're on a scary layer. You're on the last layer,
know.
so don't fall.
Hey, boost for lock-in. You're so good.
Sorry. I'm dead.
I'm targeting
Oh, it
for
was the
Tom. Oh,
last.
Tom, I'm so sorry.
Careful, boost for Sandwich Lord is.
Wait, are you already
knifing.
dead? That you're coming?
I'm dead.
Oh.
I'm okay. I'm
That's
okay.
fine. Yeah, we're chilling. Dude, it's actually like 4 sweats at the top, by the way. Feinberg, Wolfie. Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh man!
This one's
I
so
did really
fucked
bad.
up.
I did really.
You did
fucking
okay.
Bad.
This is tough game, but you did okay.
Froggy,
You're
I
doing
still
so
love
good,
you.
May.
Froggy, it's okay. I'm so
Thanks.
proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Froggy.
I killed myself.
Careful, May.
I broke the ground under my feet like 3 times and died.
That's okay. It's okay.
May behind you.
Nice.
I want you to know the simple guy was here. I think he's dead. Never mind. Joel is surviving, actually. Oh, Joel died. Sick.
Oh!
Kill
Good.
it, May. Kill. You got this.
We can just mine out the final layer.
How are there still people on the top?
Yeah, there's still sweats on top.
Oh my god.
Oh, I just walked off the
Waiting
ledge.
for them to fall slowly.
That's okay. That's okay.
So
Yeah.
bad at this game, bro.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. That's okay. I got a lot of kills though.
Same.
I got 3 kills,
I
so
got 3. How many
not
did you
bad.
get?
Hey, 3.
Same. Okay, we need to keep getting more kills, bro. I'm so bad, dude. Why
Yeah,
did I
each
fall?
kill's like-
dude. Somebody
We
somebody
get
from
12
the
points
layer-
per kill.
Yeah,
Dang.
somebody
Okay.
minus- I only got 30 for survival, so I don't even care about dying then.
Yeah, just go for
Okay,
kills.
so
Go
I
for
need
kills.
to focus on killing people, right?
I'm
yeah,
a
getting
Virgo.
kills is
Oh,
actually
how many
useful.
kills did you get?
0.
Oh my god.
No, you did good though. We did good. Okay. We
Damn.
honestly, hey, for the first
Sleepy.
leaf, 6 isn't bad. Round 2.
Oh, start
Heavenly
again.
tried to kill me. I'm so mad.
Yeah, it's round 2. Getting a round of this.
Yeah, it's all good. It's okay. Oh, we have to do it again. No.
What do you mean we have to do it again?
Oh,
Why are
I
everyone
don't
walking
like
to the
this
corners?
one.
There has to be a strat somewhere.
This one is so stressful. I don't like it.
Are you getting instant targeted? Yo, what the? Yo, somebody has absolutely no chill.
Oh, that's Michi. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Michi. Holy shit.
Be careful, please.
Yeah, I'm being careful. I'm being careful.
That's
Oh, I'm
me.
sorry, Michi.
You killed me, man.
I'm sorry. I'm just in the zone. I'm in the fucking
Try
zone.
it, Doki Bird.
Get her.
Get him, get him,
no
get
more.
him.
Game no more. No, hey, get away from me! Get away from me!
Yo, I'm getting targeted. Oh shit. Oh shit.
No, I got targeted. I got targeted. This guy's not looking. Don't worry. I got you, May. No, wait, Michi.
Thank you.
Sorry. Holy shit. Sorry. My adrenaline is going. I'm having anxiety.
No, it's okay. I'm still in the top, so.
What the? Why is Haka trying to get my ass so bad?
I don't know.
Cause he no, people make like evil bonds. You know what I'm saying? They're fucked up.
Listen, man, he knows I have the ping diff. He knows that, and he's still coming after me.
That's so mean.
Oh, hell no. I just dropped down 2 floors. This fucking stinks.
Oh, sorry, Michi. Ah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
We're here.
Shit.
I got breaking.
No,
Nice.
Stop.
That's you. Sick. Nice.
You
Get
fucking
Haka,
little
get
slut.
Haka.
I'm getting heavenly.
Get him. Go, Michi. Go. Get him. Yo, Froggy, people are coming for you. Froggy. Froggy, what are you doing mining the outer side? Yeah.
I'm just trying to grab some snowballs. I don't like this game mode. It's stressful. It makes my anxiety go.
Watch out, Michi. Yeah, I see you. I was getting snowballs. I was getting
There's still 2
snowballs. No,
sweat
I
words
was
on the
getting
first
snowballs. I had to
layer.
do it to you. It's okay.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
I got like 4 kills this round. Let's keep going.
No, maybe.
you.
Don't die me.
I can't
Oh,
believe
he's
you died
targeting me,
heavenly.
dude.
That's
He's targeting me. He targeted
Oh
me.
my god, that's over.
I'm sorry, don't.
I saw him and he just got me. He's targeting you guys. Watch out. He sees you. I see him looking at you guys.
Shit. You know what? There has to be some form of guilt in me somewhere for doing this. I died!
No, you did so good. You did so good. Honestly, you got so close to the end.
Okay.
She died instantly right after that, though,
Can't
so it's
believe-
okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, we're doing okay, guys. Honestly,
I got
Listen, I kind of felt bad. Okay.
I don't mind
Okay,
if
I
Heavenly
can
killed
do
me
it.
because they're 7th placed,
Okay.
and like that's not gonna
Don't
make so
hang
much
out
of a
on
break,
the
you know?
Don't turn your back to the
Harm
enemy.
reduction.
I got this the next time. The 3rd time, I've got this. The 3rd time, I'm gonna
Is there
do
a
it
3rd round?
okay.
There
It's
should be a
gonna
3rd round
good.
actually. I think they do. I think they got rid of. I think Meteor's Wave was it?
I'm sorry for all the people who have played Minecraft recently. I'm trying my best.
Me too.
No, you're doing
I
great. You're doing
killed
great.
double the amount I killed last time.
That's
Not
good.
to brag.
I have not killed a
That's not
single
bad. That's not
person.
bad. Hey,
I
good
got
work,
1
guys.
kill. I'm
Let's
so
go.
I got double
This
the
is so
amount.
cute.
What is this?
Come on. It's the 3rd
Why is this
round.
here?
Your safe lunge.
TNT?
Okay. Oh, this is
Okay.
TNT sleep. So
Wait,
you get a bow and
it's
arrow.
red.
You get a bow and arrow, and you shoot the TNT
I don't
below
like
people's
this.
feet.
Target Jofar. Target
You guys-
Jofar.
you
This
guys-
is,
you guys-
TNT. You can actually
Yeah.
boost yourself if you jump and shoot with the crossbow.
Okay, I
have a
literally
Okay,
got
so-
fell by accident by my.
If you use the supercharge, you can shoot below yourself and launch yourself back up.
I have a crossbow. Oh.
I see Heavenly.
Oh, I did not know.
Yeah,
how to
you
use
can
this.
like shoot straight down under you while after you jump.
Shoot straight down. I think I'm just gonna keep falling like this, man.
Heavenly's trying to get me.
I don't know how to shoot this thing. I know how to do this.
No.
Okay.
Dude, I did not just like fall through the perfect hole all the way to the bottom. That's bullshit.
I got too close to the edge. I did the thing, and I was close to the edge. God damn it!
Oh, I am muted. Awesome. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that was May. Sorry, I almost shot May. Oh, I just killed myself.
You're okay.
Not freaking anybody out, but I am on the last layer. And you know what? I'm not even gonna try and kill anyone. I just watched someone kill themselves. Sick.
Ooh. Not good.
When do we have a build contest?
Yeah, when do we get to build Pokemon in this? I can build a really good Pokemon in this.
Killed myself.
would
Don't worry about it. Oh, I actually got points for killing myself.
Oh, Nice.
Oh, I count. I am 10 points on my own.
Let's go.
Oh, I killed a person and myself.
I wonder if
Oh my
I wonder
God.
if I could give myself
I'm
points.
so bad at this fucking game. Holy shit.
No, it's so bad. I don't know how to shoot in Minecraft. Okay.
Guys, I was at the top layer and then I fell through the entire map. I'm gonna lose this.
That's what happened to me. I was like
I'm
pretty
gonna
high
lose
up
it.
and then I fell through
Yeah.
3 layers.
Okay,
and
great.
died.
You're so good.
I'm gonna lose it.
Okay, mate. You're just better, mate.
Oh, Sid, why'd you mention? But you
Stop
said my
cheering for
name. You
people.
said my name.
You're so good. You're so
Okay, mate,
I'm dead. I'm dead. You got me killed.
Wait, did you guys get any kills this round, by the way? It was so hard to get kills here.
I got 1 kill. I got 1 kill.
I got one.
I got 2 kills.
nice.
That's crazy. Dude, I feel like going at the bottom layer and just shooting people is best strategy because then you have the highest chance of killing people.
Oh my god.
We got 7,
In
but
this
honestly,
team,
this is
we
a
should've
tough
all
one,
just,
and I'm not
fell
like
to the very
surprised.
bottom. We all should have fell to the very bottom, destroy every layer
I don't
on
know
the
if there's
top.
me a 4th one in this.
Hold on, where's
Here's only
Ricky?
3.
Could have done that.
This map is a W. This map is a W. Also,
Good.
Spleef is just fun in general.
We did okay. Honestly, I didn't think we were gonna compare to the top 3. We did good.
I think we did pretty good. We got a lot of kills. I wonder how much the top killer got, though.
I did nothing. I did nothing. I got no kills. I was dead weight.
Yeah, not bad, Tao. We did good. Honestly,
not
it's
bad,
tough.
not
That's a
We're
tough
not
one. That's a
bad.
tough one.
Yeah, we got outplayed.
You know, I
by
learned a lot.
1,000. Ooh, okay.
Oh, those are nice.
Not bad.
I'm tied in
Holy
5th
shit,
place. I'm tied in 5th place with kills.
Oh my god. Oh no, we got me.
Yeah, we didn't get
I'm
enough
so
points
sorry.
for kills then.
Boost, I'm so sorry. I've been mixing up the S and the F in your name, and so in my
I haven't
head,
even noticed. That's
I've
actually
been calling you
fine.
Boof. I've been calling you Boof, sir.
Of course you
Yeah.
have, bro.
Boofer, boof. He loves boofing.
Yo, guys, you know what?
Stop it.
I can't stop it, bro. If I react, you'll just
Boost
see
spot.
it. It's like,
Boofer.
isn't grape a fruit?
I love
Yeah, we
our
did good,
team.
Tao. We did good, honestly.
This is so nice.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
So this
was
one,
Fruit supposed to
this
be
one
in my
is.
spot?
They make a poll, and the second most voted game wins. So you get your chat involved.
Yeah, who here has Twitter Cloud? Use your Twitter Cloud for something. Let's go.
What? Wait, what?
Chat, vote for race. Vote for race. Vote for race. Just think your money in race right now.
Yeah, you just need to go through Twitter here, so use your Twitter
Yeah.
account, guys.
What? Oh, I didn't log into Twitter on my computer yet because I didn't want to get distracted.
You just share the link with your chat, and they vote in it.
That just feels like a trick to make you tweet about Block Wars more.
No, you just it's a
No,
poll. You just click the
It's a
poll.
They tweet a poll, and then you get your audience to vote for it.
Booster, congrats! You're number 8. Wow, I'm still top 10 too.
Oh, here's
Awesome.
the link, chat.
What do you mean? Yo,
I
that
don't know
sounded
what
like
we're
so.
Vote
Dude,
for
what the
something
hell?
that doesn't
Wow,
rely on ping, please.
congrats!
So like my 300
Good
ping is whooping my
boy.
ass.
Are you sure?
What do you mean, good boy, bro? An old lady just told me that I'm a good boy. Nah, my wish came true. Santa's
I'm
real.
still 33. I'm not last.
Honestly, 33 is really good for you.
I see. Thank you, Marquis. Thank
You right click
Marquis.
you right click individual leaderboard and it shows everyone's scores.
I see. I see.
How many are there
Honestly,
in this map?
wait, Meech, you're 35th. That's crazy. It's awesome.
Oh, yay!
That was a hard one
So
too.
good.
I'm not last. That's all I cared about.
Oh.
You vote a race? Thanks, chat. Let's see what the game mode's gonna be. I'm refreshing.
Whoa.
Okay, it's probably gonna be Trailblazers, which is what I wanted. I want Trailblazers. That one's so fun.
Wait a minute. Individual leaderboard.
So far the race is winning.
But
Oh yeah, it's second most voted.
Oh.
Okay, sick. That means
Mm-hmm.
there's only 40 people. Are you fucking kidding me? I am 35th out of 40.
It's not last.
Hey, Michi, I'm gonna tell you
Alright, I can
something.
talk
There's a
shit.
Reddit for this game, and the Redditors make predictions, and they have you at 40 right now. So you're beating the Reddit predictions.
That's insane that they didn't put me at 40.
Froggy,
what the
you're
fuck?
at 39. You're 39, Froggy.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Wait,
that's
where
fair.
am I?
Holy
Do they
shit.
even know? Do they even know I was gonna
Oh
be
no,
on
because
this?
no, they don't. This is before the game started. They do predictions like before the game started on their
so
Reddit.
fucking bad, dude.
I
I'm
always
doing
look
so
at it. I always look at
bad.
it. And here's another one.
Froggy, I'm
So
at 35.
I
top
got
10.
no
I'm in the
points
top
on
10
the
one.
last game. I'm not winning.
Michi, you're beating Vinny, Rev, Pirate Software, and Haka. You're doing great.
Wow. That is a lot. That is massive.
Wait, is Spider
Massive.
Software the streamer that I see on Shorts, like exposing all
Yeah.
of the like?
Oh,
Wait, bro, that guy's playing Block Wars. That's sick.
What? Who?
The guy with long hair and glasses, right?
yeah.
Yeah, good.
Who are you talking about?
Spider Software.
Who is that?
Have you not seen his?
No.
shows?
Who is that?
So basically, Froggy, why he's like really big is one time he went to a Whataburger and then he found someone and then he tried to defend it and then he did. He beat up a guy who was holding like a gun and
Oh
he was.
shit!
It was really sick. Yeah, he
Oh,
did that and then like basically as he was fighting them off, he called the police and as the police came, he handed him over to the police and he did a triple backflip and it was so insane.
Wait, what?
Such a giga chat.
Wait, what?
Is that real?
That's just like
Yeah.
Zed!
I thought you just exposed hacker scams.
That's just like Zed, the hero of Whataburger!
Nah, bro, he does more than just exposing hackers and scams. He exposed everyone. It's
That's
crazy.
Oh my
I love
god!
Is he not,
Whataburger.
like, hunted down by
Wait.
the FBI yet?
Wait, I think I've met him. Wait, I think that was the Zed Trey I met at the convention.
No way. I think that was, dude. I think you almost mistaken
Oh my
Zendrea for a guy
God.
with long hair and glasses.
I think I did.
Yeah, I think that's crazy.
God, she was
Froggy,
so hot though.
If I ever go to a convention,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
What?
tell you like give you vague details about who I am so you can find like my doppelganger.
Okay, yeah, that sounds really good. No, I'll do it. And then I'll
Okay.
invite them back to my room, and then we'll spend like a full night together,
Girl,
and it'll be great.
I
You
shouldn't
are
be
too
here.
trusting.
I
You
shouldn't
are
be
too
here.
trusting.
I don't think I should be here.
But we're
I'm
friends
too
on
afraid of
Discord
women
now.
to meet women in real life.
I'm friends with Knots and Trey on Discord now because she was so cool.
Wait, were you calling her Zentria the whole time?
Yeah, I thought it was Zentria. But now
And
she's
she didn't
not.
say
Now I
anything.
know who she No. Well, everyone was pretending that she was Zentria. Everybody. Like, Mautendo was there, and Mao was pretending it was
Is that how
Zentria,
you
like,
pronounce his name? Mautendo?
I thought
I thought it was Mountain Dew.
like Mountain Dew.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So I watched him when I was in high school, and my friend group called him Mautendo, so now I always call him Mautendo.
I
Or
love
Dew.
my boss, Mautendo.
Mautendo or Dew.
Man,
Right, it's
you know
so
that
funny,
one
Spider.
video where he just starts jerking his Pepsi bottle.
I think it's my
that-
favorite like thing of this event is that there's this
Yes.
Joe,
His pants
Joe
and
the
whips out
TikTok
his
guy in here.
massive Pepsi
His
bottle
giant
and starts
Pepsi
jorking
bottle, and
it.
he just starts jorking it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Love
man,
that
every
guy.
time I see
Wait,
that,
what?
I just get really inspired to do better work. I see
His
myself and I'm
videos
like,
were-
God, Michi, I suck
Yes.
ass.
Yes, his
Yeah.
videos were
Guys, it's probably gonna
formative
be
for me.
race, by the way. I just looked.
Oh.
I.
Doesn't matter,
What
I'll
are you
kill
guys
it.
talking about?
I'm gonna
So,
I don't know.
my boss is, one of them is Motendu, or Mautendo.
Okay.
and
So sweet, by the
um,
way.
he is like one
I
of the
love
most
him.
creative people I've ever met. Like he's so insane. So every
Yeah.
time like I feel like I'm really proud of myself, I watch his content and I feel like shit. So then I'll do better.
Yeah, me
Girl,
too.
Michi,
Yeah.
you already do so much creative shit though. Honestly,
What?
you're so sweet. I was talking to him. He's like, he's like, I'm sorry I missed you at the con. I'm like, yeah, because I get to say hi to him at TwitchCon, and now we're gonna see each other on a con. And I'm like, yippee. He's a
He's
nice
so
guy.
sweet. Like he's so nice. But every time I feel like I'm killing it, I watch his videos and I'm like, nah, Michi, you could do better. This
For me,
guy
it's the
jorked his
Dust
Pepsi
video.
bottle.
Girl, listen. You have a problem where you put
How do
too
you
much
do it?
like length in someone else's stuff. Like you have some of the
I'm
best.
joking. I'm joking. I'm
You
joking.
have some of the best yap. You have some of the best yap. You have some of the best yap. You're the best yapper ever. You're the best yap
No,
ever.
have you seen
You're
that video of the Pepsi
goated.
Man?
No, but
Have you seen his Pepsi Man bottle video? Come on now.
Yeah, you're goated. You're goated. You're a goat. You're awesome,
Jerking
Michi. You have the
Pepsi
you have the
bottle.
number
Like
one
crazy.
yap game on Twitch.
May, shut up! Have you seen the Pepsi bottle?
I have. But like,
Okay,
it's a
thank
different stride. It's a different stride. Michi's not making that stuff. She's making her own thing.
Pepsi bottle.
She's making her own thing.
I've never seen it before. What is that?
He
it's,
basically dresses up and he whips out his Pepsi bottle from his pants and like literally wanks it so hard it combusts.
Is he Pepsi Man? Like the guy Pepsi Man? The one that has the theme and has the video
What do
game?
you mean I need to pee, bro? What?
That's him.
Oh my god, I didn't know Mountain Dew. Then why is his name Mountain Dew? Why is it not Pepsi Man?
Oh my
I'm
god.
so confused.
Tales of old.
I'm gonna gas.
Questions
Anytime I
as
see the opportunity to
old as
gas Meiji up,
time.
I'll gas her up. That girl needs more confidence.
Bro, I just wanted
Bro?
to endorse my boss's absolute wanking skills.
Well, now
man.
we can. Wait, are you saying you don't wank good? Like you don't have
What?
the, you can't jerk off like he does?
Not like how Moten
Like,
dude
what?
was.
No, Michi's not
What is she
comparing
saying?
her wanking
What is-
to Dew's wanking.
You're right,
She's
mate,
just
you're right.
complimenting Dew's wanking.
Girl, we just gotta get better at wanking.
No, you're so right, May. I should never
gotta
second
jork
guess
it.
myself.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
going through a lot of imposter syndrome, you know? Sometimes I'm not very secure with how I wank my own peanuts.
Yeah,
You're right.
you know, it's just sometimes you just
What are
gotta.
you chatting about? Can I get like a summary of what just went
You know
down?
what jelking is, Booster?
I
What's
think
that?
I have a rough idea. yeah.
Jelking is when you stretch out your dick.
Why?
I don't think you can. You mean like the
Why would you
foreskin?
do that?
I don't
think you
know,
can
but
say
like
this on
if I'm gonna be
Twitch.
jorking it, like I might as well jelk it.
I don't
Jelk
think you
and
can
jork.
say jelk.
Bro, do you know what
Jelk
sucking
and
is? on?
jork.
I don't know you well enough to be the bouncer at your soak.
Yeah.
Wait, what's a soak?
Oh,
Yeah,
don't
what
say
is a
no,
sock?
no, no. You
It
gotta,
is a sock.
Greg, you
This
can't.
is
No, you're
something
too pure
we'll
for
see on
this.
Twitch, though.
I'll
Yeah,
tell you when
yeah.
you're older. I'll tell you when you're
She's too
older.
pure for this. She's this poor girl.
I'll tell you when you're a little bit older.
Oh, I don't know anything.
Sadie! Oh my god, what?
I'm so afraid right now.
Tad, it's not my fault. It's
Yeah,
not
you
my
know what?
fault.
Who
It's not my
started
fault.
this? Let me guess.
Um,
May started again.
Oh, why are you blaming
Who
me?
you Who else?
Why does everyone blame me? Like, why can't I? I'm pretty functional member of
So
society.
this is called narcissism.
I just act
You
stupid.
start
No,
you
I just
instigate
act
something,
stupid. I act
and
stupid.
then
That's called
you
gaslighting, you
victimize
stupid
yourself.
idiot. That's called gaslighting. That's called
narcissism.
gaslighting. That's called
Let me
gaslighting.
diagnose you real quick. You are.
Listen.
emitting just symptoms of-
Listen. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. I act dumb and I say weird stuff, but I'm the smartest fucking person ever. I'm a genius.
Take an
tell
IQ
him,
test
you
right
tell
now. What's your IQ? What's your IQ?
If I took
Oh,
okay,
he's gonna-
123.
Oh, I had 131. Let's go.
IQ doesn't measure anything, and I lied to you. I actually got 88
I took an
IQ.
IQ test, bro. I swear.
IQ test don't measure anything. My actual IQ test is 88.
Bro, yo, I mean,
Nah,
I
you have
got
to think that
boof-
take a good one.
boof fart.
There's no. Yeah.
I got
What?
a
What?
140 IQ too, bro.
Yo. Did you
That's
just
sick.
call me boost fart?
Yeah, boost fart.
Yeah.
Boost stank.
Yo, nah. Somebody's dying tonight.
Sick.
Somebody's
I'm a
getting
genius,
unalived
Riki. I'm a
tonight.
genius, just like Hanya. I'm a genius. We're little geniuses.
Boost fart
I
really
will
turns on
find
the
you.
mature audience content and just start death threatening. That's crazy.
In game,
These-
in game.
these
But I
people
will.
are
Dude,
find where you
this
live.
dude's about to be
Whoa,
cancelled.
that's-
Dude, this dude's
guy
about
is
to be
nuts.
cancelled.
Nah, no.
All right, I'm telling everyone. I'm
can't
feeling
call
uncomfortable.
me that, bro.
Uh-oh. Yo,
It has to be a slur. It has to be a slur. There's no way. you're
Dude,
getting
okay,
canceled
no.
for that.
Booster sex pested me today and said something, and then
Okay.
and
I just wanna
now they're
clarify.
being
It was a play of words. I
antagonistic.
didn't know what I was saying. Yo, chill.
These
Oh,
content
sorry.
creators nowadays.
What'd you
are
say?
nuts,
What'd you
guys.
say?
What the hell?
What'd they say? They said, hold on, they said, your V needs tubing, little bro.
Because you're a
Oh.
VTuber. I didn't mean it in a bad way, bro. It's just a VTuber, you
Talking
know?
about other people's genitals is just not it.
That's not it. No.
Yes, that's messed up. Like, my vagina is none of your business.
I'm cooked.
Does you know what a diva cup
Just
is?
start typing your apology, bro. You're
Do I know
done for.
what is?
You know what a diva cup is?
No, he's not gonna know what a diva cup is.
So you basically drink the
I don't
finest
think
wine
I
out of
do.
that.
Can you please explain it?
Yeah, it's like a
Elaborate,
wine
please.
glass. It's like a wine glass
It
without the
is.
bottom. If you look up diva cup, it's like a wine
it's
glass
like a-
without the bottom, so you have to
so
hold it like a
Quick
chalice.
question: do I need incognito for this?
No.
No,
Are
it's
you
just
sure
it's just like
about
a wine
that?
glass. Yeah.
It is, huh? Let me just pull up incognito real quick.
It's a little wine glass.
What do you mean, nah? You drink the most delicious things, okay? Only the most base people
Will I
enjoy
get a
that shit.
virus from searching this up?
I'm getting my
No.
V-tubes tied.
I mean, if you want, I can send you a link right now in Discord.
Someone typed that
and
in
if
my
you
chat.
click on it, I can see what kind of viruses you have.
It's a diva
God, I'd love
cup.
to get my VTubes tied.
What?
Why are men always so mystified?
Okay, so what is this used for? What is this used for?
Yeah, it's a little cup. It's called a diva cup.
Yeah, but what are you saving it for?
For drinking.
Wine. Oh, this is right. Wait, there's a new map? Oh,
No,
weird.
it's a little bit tweaked, but this map hasn't been played
That's
before.
like a Kerbal Space Program map. That's really cute.
This is cute.
I can't wait to go to the moon and then just explode.
So this one, you gotta get to the end as fast as possible. There's shortcuts. It's like Mario Kart, except you don't get power-ups.
Okay.
That's the boat section.
But it's also, again, it's not fair for the people who are first timing this map because they don't know where the shortcuts are. So okay, that's cool. That's
Well,
fine.
yeah, that's why they have the rookies event and stuff to like show people. Like, my first time doing this, I got like 40, and my second time I got like I always get 19.
Oh god. Okay.
You'll be fine.
Oh, I should read.
Okay, wait. This does it count that I've watched those weird Instagram videos where they have like the AI narration and someone's just doing Minecraft parkour? Yeah, that made me really good. Yeah, that's my only.
Okay.
Wait, should I take the hard path? Should I ball really hard?
Nah, don't take the hard path. Don't take the hard path.
Bro, go there.
Don't
Wait,
take
go
the
back.
hard
Come
path.
here. Don't go. Come back. Oh, hard path up top.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a
Do
hard
not
path. You
go
can
for
take the hard path if you want to do it.
Do not.
Unless you're good.
gonna fall
Unless you're
anyways, it's
good.
fine.
Okay.
Don't take the hard.
I'm not
Why is
good.
there a bounce pad under, but not for us? That's weird.
Oh, this music is so good.
It's so good for you, Grape. Okay. 34F.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Wait, I got you.
34F needs advice for my boyfriend, 35M. As recently. Oh shit! I have to jump to this.
Oh fuck! Oh god! Oh crap! Oh Jesus!
We practiced for this. Ice boating.
I fell.
Yeah, I 24F have issues with my husband. Basically, what I have found recently is that he has been talking to other women at the gym.
Bro, you're actually
At the
cooking.
same time. Wait.
Are you writing? Are you writing?
Are you even playing?
I am!
Okay, thank God. Oh my
I'm
God.
trying to AI narrate so I can parkour better.
What the hell is this, bro? What did they do to my precious fun map, bro? They ruined it.
Why is there a trident? What is a
Yeah,
trident?
exactly. What is that?
Trident isn't even letting me.
It's to go in the water if you want. Remember?
They ruined the damn map, bro. What?
Yeah, but there was no water around here.
There was a little waterfall.
It's kind of like a boost,
back.
kind of.
It's cast confusion on me.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what? Am I going the right way? Where the hell am I?
Dude, this swimming section's so stupid.
No, it's actually if you do it fluently, it just kind of puts you ahead a lot because a lot of people fail on it.
What the fuck?
So just.
Oh, I fell off the map.
Yeah, I was ahead of you
Me
for a while,
too.
Booster.
I know, I failed so much there, bro.
I took the easy
I guess I'm taking
path
easy
and it just
path.
fucking
Oops.
killed me. So I guess I'm doing.
I'm
the
taking the
path.
hard path.
Yeah.
What the hell is this? They ruined the damn map, bro. They
Oh
said
no,
they
I
made
can't see the difference in these colors.
Yeah, they said they made tweaks to make it easier, but this just made it way more confusing.
No, this is easy.
I love parkour.
I took the hard course. We're doing it.
Yeah, me too. Cause I couldn't figure out where the easy course was. It just threw me off the map when I went that way. So.
Oh my god.
Doing my best.
Oh, this reminds me of the Sly Cooper game mode where you had to like go through all the specific rules where Dimitri was gonna kill. Oh my god, wait, this is so nostalgic. Wow.
My jump key, please.
Just take the easy
Can I
path.
swim through? Am I not allowed to swim through? Can I please? I'm stuck. I can't.
What the fuck? What? Oh.
I can't. I can't go through the hole. Guys, I don't fit in the hole. It won't let me through.
I can't see the
It's okay, you got this. Make sure you're sprinting if you're in the water, because you like swim sideways.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
I think I'm understanding this correctly.
I think I see Joel in front of me.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Ah, Naruto.
Naruto.
Yeah, they ruined the damn map, bro. What? the fuck is that? You can't go up the water.
Oh, here comes the
Hearing
Cobes
you
for.
say that they ruined the map is so anxiety-inducing because I have no idea where
It's
things are.
actually so bad, dude.
I'm struggling so hard right now.
Yeah, I
I'm just
apologize
literally
for you
vibing
guys
here.
because
This is the only
this is
thing that I
not a
can't do.
beginner-friendly map. This is not a beginner-friendly map. I don't know what they did here.
Oh, I'm supposed to go this way. Okay.
Make sure to spread in water, by the way, to swim through the holes.
Oh, there's like water. What do I do with this water thing? Go all the way up.
No, where you get the trident, you mean?
Yeah.
No, that's a skip. You need to continue on the path. This is such a... Dude, they did not design this for.
I'm tripping
I have
so
no
hard
idea what
right
this
now.
trident for. I think I just
Yeah.
wasted a lot of time on it because I got curious. Oopsie.
Yeah,
Last
the trident
place? Oh
fucked me
no.
up too.
Oh shit, okay.
I keep missing my jump. Oh my god. I can't.
That was the hard path. How is that the hard path? Oh, I had a
Oh my god.
vibe and I got last place now because of it.
I cannot make this jump. This is so pathetic. Oh my god. Are these people on their second laps? Dear me, I'm gonna cry.
Probably.
Probably.
I think I'm near people who are on like their third lap, honestly.
Oh, you're right. It is kind of annoying for this water thing. What the?
Yeah.
I can't make the jump. Oh my god. My Okay, my spacebar was broken. I'm in 40th. I'm in 40th. No.
This music is such a bop.
It said it's the easy path. Why is it not easy?
I don't know, man. They said
You're
it's
doing your
beginner
best.
friendly. What do you mean, bro?
Okay. Come on, Grape. Come on.
Are we supposed to run this 3 times?
Yeah.
Yep.
3 laps.
Oh shit.
Please, I hope they lap me out like Mario
Some
Kart.
people are already finishing, like finishing.
Yeah.
No, 2, 3.
I'm on 3 lap as well.
This
I'm on my
is
third lap
ass.
I shouldn't
too.
have done that stupid
What the
trident
fuck
thing.
is going on? Oh, I hate this part with the invisible
Who's on their
fucking
third
floor.
lap?
Oh,
Me
people are,
and
like,
Booster?
finishing.
No one's finished
I
yet.
don't even know where I am
Your own
anymore.
thing. It's if you like focus on people finishing, you're just gonna get anxious. It's fine.
Oh my god, I did it my first lap. Yeah! We're so back.
Because there are other people that are also struggling the same way as you, so just keep going.
Fuck! Was this a
I'm
mistake?
15th place. I'm actually not doing too
Yes.
bad.
Yes, it was.
About to overtake some people too.
Dude, I learned
Are
the
you kidding me?
map on the last lap, and I'm doing it well, but it's just not well enough, dude. Because I failed on the other laps so much.
Why did they make the
Yeah.
easy
I'm
route
done
road
with this
invisible
shit.
at the end? That shit sucks. That shit sucks so bad. Come on.
Top just finished lap 1, so I think you're fine.
Okay,
Top
that
is
does
gonna
make me
struggle
feel a
the most.
little bit better.
Top's famous for her Top 13.
Okay.
That's just
I
me.
think at this hard pass skip, like this jump just like does not launching from it. I guess I'd jump later.
Fuck.
Whatever.
Interesting.
I need to beat this guy. Gotta. Oh, they're actually going so. Oh, hard path. Okay, sick.
Hey, who needs help? Who's stuck? Anybody need help?
I'm okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay, nice.
I'm good, just flustered.
Yeah.
You're doing
Music
fine,
is
honestly.
pretty good. I'm enjoying the music.
I'm right behind you, Grape.
Let's go,
Good
Team Spirit.
skip, Froggy. Good skip.
Thank you.
Let's go.
See, easy path, no idea. Hard path, have to do it.
I think I'm gonna get.
Hard path is
Yeah, I'm
actually
gonna get
easier than
11.
easy path.
I think so.
Not bad. Hey, I got 11.
Nice, mate. 11.
I went from 14, 16 to 11. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Let's
That's
fucking
sick.
go!
Let's go.
Honestly,
Top
we'll
seven, by
still.
the way,
I
they're
think
also
we'll
at,
be.
so don't
I
worry
think
about
we'll.
it.
Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be good.
Okay.
Look, everybody's just
Sad,
finishing.
I did good. I like that
So
map
chilling.
way better than the other map
Okay,
before.
you're on
This
your
map's
third lap?
nice. I love this
Yeah.
map. I'm not gonna say it in front of Booster because
Okay,
he loses
you can
fucking
get
like
top 20 here.
mind.
Oh shit.
But this
I hope
map is
I do.
awesome.
That would be great.
Ironically, this is a good map.
I got ambitious. I'm stupid.
Okay.
I think quite.
Oopsie.
Okay, top 25 though.
Oh, that's not quite.
Yeah, there's not many people in front of you. Top 25. Okay, let's see the others. What are you guys up to?
Locking in. I'm locking in.
Okay.
Going non-verbal. I gotta focus.
I feel like all folks non-verbal.
Wait, okay, Michi and
Yeah, no, this one
Greg,
was
you guys
fun.
are basically on the same pace, so you guys are both doing good.
Yeah, you guys will be fine.
do not
Honestly,
speak
like
my name.
dude, purple.
What do you mean?
Like,
I don't
so
speak your name. Wait,
You're fine.
what?
You're doing good. You're doing
Do
good.
not speak my name. I get so distracted.
Great,
What
hit
do
that
you
boost.
mean,
Oh, you're doing great.
What do you mean?
Awesome. Good job.
Just enjoy the vibes.
Let her vibe. Let her
Mochi
vibe.
as in the Japanese suite?
Oh,
Talk to her.
Sick, you're right.
I'm hungry now. What the heck?
if you're not last,
Dude, this is so
you're doing
long since
great.
I've had Mochi.
You know, okay, no, I made some
Let's
mochi
go,
dongo.
Michi.
I put gamer subs in the mochi dongo, and it was
Oh,
really
you got
good.
27. Girl, you got 27. That's what I scored normally. Like you did
Okay,
good.
Froggy also getting top 30. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, hey, we cooked. We did fine. We did good. We're fine.
Okay.
We secured 5th place on this one. We did good.
Oh,
Maybe even
thank God,
4th place.
thank
Maybe Grape, we can get 4th place. Like I think we might actually be able
Holy
to.
shit.
I'm working.
Honestly,
I
guys
could've
didn't do
done
bad at all.
so much more with
27th
that
is not bad.
fucking Trident. I tried that trident
Yeah,
thing and
no,
I
it's
sucked
okay.
ass.
Good trident
Girl.
skip. Oh, okay.
Oh, nope.
You did good.
Good try. For the trident, you
happy.
just have to aim higher. if
Yeah,
you're
the
gonna do it.
Reddit predictions and shambles at our team.
Literally just don't do it.
This is only in this game. Only in this game. This is the overall standing. So this is for this game and this game.
I just never killed them because
Yeah, comments
they
are
scared me
good.
really
This
bad.
they got 1st place in this
You
game.
do a lot of damage.
Easy
Let's
path
be
is
fair.
here. What is that?
I don't know.
Where are you supposed to go?
I think we actually we might be able to secure 4th place. Maybe I don't know how many points Grape's gonna get for winning, but
What? I'm winning so hard right now.
I mean you're absolutely gonna beat like purple, so we're good. So girl,
Okay,
hold
this
control,
swimming
hold
thing is
control.
really
There you go,
easy.
there you go.
You got
Yeah,
this.
there you go. There you go. Nice job.
Hey, locking in.
What the?
Come on, please.
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, see,
Okay.
people are still on their second lap. Tob and
Yeah, but that's Tom and Grimmy.
You're chilling.
Yeah, race is one of the harder ones for like starter people,
Dude, I
but you're
wonder
doing
if Tob
fine.
got stuck again, like last time.
I got
Why
stuck
don't we
really
start
bad.
with this one? This one's really nice, actually.
Well, so some like people
spin
like
to the
they're not
right
really
side
that
of
good
my
with
brain.
it. Like
Yeah, but the thing is, you
Great,
want
no,
to
go
keep
up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs. Don't look around, there you go.
Because the points multiplier is gonna increase.
Oh, there we go.
So you want to keep your
Okay.
your like best games for later.
so great. You see those green blocks? You see those green blocks down here? Oh, did you fall?
Oh, I know exactly how to help Grape. Okay, hold on.
I'm locking in.
Hi, 27.
Thank you.
W. I'm trying to wonder if my boyfriend, 28M, is cheating on me. So yesterday I saw
Great.
a text
Are
of
you reading
him.
a Reddit story?
Jump-
he was,
jump on
"Shut
the green
fuck
blocks.
up. Shut the
Just
fuck
don't
up.
tell- oh,
This will
okay.
help Grape. Okay, trust,
Michi's helping
okay?
me
I
lock
want-
in.
Sorry.
Okay.
I wanted to teach how
So
to use the
yesterday I
slime
saw
blocks.
him open his phone, but then the moment I checked his phone, he decided to quickly hide it. I am unsure of how to approach this properly, as he has never done this before. In our solid 4 years of relationships, he's always been the kindest, sweetest man I've ever known. However, this odd action triggered a sense of alertness in me, and now I will have to say that sometimes I do feel a little anxious. And I am unsure if this anxiety
the
is coming
fact that
from
it's actually
my
helping,
past,
bro.
or shut the fuck up, if this is coming from my past, or whether it's from my boyfriend's action. Reddit, if you have any news on whether this is a normal male be— Oh, let's go, Grace!
We got 5th place, guys. Guaranteed 5th place. Guaranteed 5th
Oh
place.
my god, Michi, I don't think you understand. Like, my brain just locked in.
By the way, Michi, ESH, get help.
Nah, dude.
Thank you.
The fact that that actually did help gotta speak volumes, man.
Dude, that like actually activated my brain in a way I can't explain. That was so good. Thank you so much.
Dude,
Let's see how
do you
Tom's
feel
doing.
At ease? Wait. Do you feel at
Oh.
ease with listening to Reddit brain rot? Is it
Yeah,
what's happening?
I do.
No, wait, do you not know about the Reddit like Instagram videos where people do like parkour Minecraft and it's like an AI narrated Am I the asshole?
Yes,
I really see that on TikTok. That's why I even did the voice, where it's
Yeah,
like,
I know. You did the voice so well. That was so good.
I watched that shit too, unironically.
Come on, Tom, you got this.
I finished before the timer.
Oh, she did the
was up.
slime.
Let's go.
Tom's doing the slime.
shit,
Oh my god,
honestly,
I'm actually so proud of her. What the hell? Holy shit. I think Tom's gonna do it. Tom just overtook Grimmy. She got 40 last time. Tom gets 39. I'll be impressed, dude.
Gonna beat me.
Yo, Peter Griffin? Oh.
Tom, come on. Just do the shortest side. Just there you go. The short. Oh, there you go.
Wait, what? Froggy, what Michi is talking
I
about
don't
is
think
that
Tom has enough time to finish this.
somebody
20.
says.
No, she has enough
What
time.
Michi is talking about is Guy lately been changing names of their male friends to females because women will get upset and bring phone to him and ask who is this woman. Thing is, it is a way to get girlfriend/wife to bring them the phone.
That's
Come on,
smart.
Tom, you got
That's smart. Yo, Gigabrain.
Tom's got it.
Wait,
Tom's got it, dude.
You could parse
No,
that?
Tom.
What did you just say to me?
That's big brain though.
What? You understood
Yo,
what I
that's
said?
outplay, bro.
I didn't understand any of that.
Oh,
Dude, it's like, okay, you have guy friends, you change their name to a
Let's
female
fucking
name in your
go.
contacts, and then
Right.
whenever your girlfriend sees the contacts, she
Right.
goes to you with your phone to ask who the hell is this woman in your contacts, but it's
to
just your
bring you
homie,
your phone.
and you have your phone. So you just say, that's my homie, we're just doing this for trolls, and give me my phone. Easy game, you know? Like,
So your significant other brings you your phone for you.
yeah.
that
Free win,
makes
free
sense.
win.
That makes
Lie.
sense.
Do you not have
Yeah.
legs?
Oh, top 5 fastest lap, let's go.
Like, don't
That's
you
not
have
bad.
legs? Can't you just get your phone or like train a dog to get your phone?
damn, look at that. Look at that.
That is like a strategy. we
Best
need.
placement. Woo!
Okay.
So sick, so sick.
And this
Yeah,
is
from
like you could train
16th
your
to
wife.
11th.
Train your wife to bring you your phone.
Honestly, not bad. That better put me in
Not
like
bad.
9th place, 7th place.
Holy
6th
shit!
place.
Nice job, May.
You know, man,
you.
you're
I
not
love you.
passing me.
Well,
Just saying, bro.
Joel
Just
was in
saying,
5th
bro.
place. Why do you always
Joel?
why do you always gotta be snarky? Like let us have a win,
I'm sorry.
okay?
That was actually just
Yeah,
disgusting.
yeah,
And
yeah, I know.
I apologize. That was bad. That was bad.
I'm not top 10. What?
Oh. How did you fall out? You were 11th. Wait, what?
Yeah, what? I'm 14th.
What?
38.
What? Wait, how did I fall
I
out?
guess people who were under you actually placed top 10 in the previous game, and the people who were in top 10 they didn't play so well, so they just trade places.
Let me see
What?
where I am.
Strange.
That's crazy.
Oh, I'm 36
Man, but
overall. Okay,
falling
okay,
up
we're
from
doing
10th to 14th is crazy.
Froggy!
I'm
We're
30.
36 and 37th.
I'm 30.
I'm 36. Woo!
Wait,
Wait, what are we? Oh, overall, okay, we're 7th. We need to pick it up. We need to get in top
Okay.
2. We need to.
Okay.
I'm
pick it up,
11th place. Are you kidding me?
That's not bad though. Why are you disappointed with 11th? That's good.
My top 10
everybody else?
dream. My top
Okay.
10 dream.
You still have games. How's everybody
worry.
else doing?
I have an
Okay.
affirmations video to perk us all up. Hold on 1 second.
Oh yeah, extraction. I'll cook. That's my game.
What is extraction?
Extraction is basically just CS with crossbows. But
Are you
Okay, she's
kidding?
not gonna know
I like
that.
those
She
jumping
doesn't know.
things.
No. That's okay. So what it is? You spawn in.
Okay.
You have a crossbow. You have 4 HP, Michi, and you have to kill the other team. And then you hold shift to leave on this like white platform that takes you up into a spaceship and you get extraction bonus. Don't die. That's
Can I
it.
just leave?
No,
then
because
you'll
you
be
don't-
open to get shot.
Yeah,
So be
and you don't get
careful.
any points for it. So
Bro, I can't aim for jack shit. Okay, chat, enjoy this
It's
30
okay.
because I'm not having
they
this
changed
forever.
it for this one only. You don't have to reload the crossbow.
Yeah, you don't have to. So it's basically like a photon, but 5v5.
Gamers, check our chat on the sidebar. Check our voice chat. I have affirmations to grant us power and give us strength in the next coming round.
Did we just start praying?
No, please.
Why did you post that
What's
3
trailblazers?
Affirmation.
Red
They're
edge.
affirmations, please.
Edge.
Okay.
Gaming. Edge.
Edge.
Riz.
Are we doing the Blade Runner
It's doing
47
Trailblazers.
meme?
Wait, what is trailblazers?
It's like the movement game that we were talking about.
I would rather trailblazers.
So
please.
what Trailblazers is there's multiple mini games you do of varying levels, and your goal is just to go through and complete every level. and occasionally a gold level will open up, and you want to go to do that gold level as soon as possible. Riz.
I have no idea.
Edge. To Edge.
Trailblazers.
Riz. So basically, Michi, there's different game modes. You want to do the easiest ones to do are ice boats. Ice boats. Dropper is the easiest for you, probably. Dropper. So these are just basically mini games, and occasionally a gold course will open up, which you want to do the gold course if you can, because it gives you bonus points, and we all have to do these. This is all individual.
Okay.
And you just want to finish. You don't want to. You don't want to bother like getting top score. You just want to finish. There is parkour.
I can do
There's
parkour, but
dropper.
I can't aim for shit, man.
Hold
Well,
on,
it's all like obstacle stuff. So like there's obstacles, which I wouldn't recommend doing for you guys. Elytra, Trident is pretty difficult, but Elytra, Dropper, and Ice Boats are the easiest,
Yo,
and
guys,
parkour.
I have a suggestion. We can set a new record of 0 points total by not doing anything. Thoughts? That will go down in history.
That's sick.
Michi, here, 3 hours of Reddit stories. I got you. We're gonna lock in.
Oh, you're the best. You're the best.
I just finished my affirmations, my gamer affirmations. I
Okay,
just
you know
finished
what?
them.
Yeah, give us the Reddit stories. I'll low-key lock
But
in as
yeah,
well.
if the gold guys, if you see the gold course open up, just do those immediately. Because they give you mega points. They give you mega points. And just try to do each course. So every time you go in.
Parkour.
Oh, by the way,
the
sometimes a
easiest one
course
is
you can go in
Dropper, by
multiple
the way.
times. Yeah, Dropper is so
The
easy.
one is Dropper. Don't do Tridents because
Dropper.
they take too long. Don't do Tridents because they take too long. Tridents are like
Dropper, Ice Boat. Dropper, Ice Boat are so easy, so.
I'm doing parkour.
Oh, by the way,
fuck
there's 3
y'all.
courses each in Dropper, so if you do one, you go back in. There's 3 courses each in each thing, so there's like 12 courses at each one.
Oh shit, okay.
In Dropper, you just want to go to the bottom and touch the water. Super easy.
Okay, if I give up, how do I rage quit?
Use the big exit door in the bottom, and I'll take you back. And you do that, the gold course opens up, remember? In your inventory?
There is no exit door.
Yeah,
on the
there's a
bottom.
water at the
This
bottom.
Is not the parkour I thought. Okay. What?
There is. It's literally a big exit door in the 9th bar.
What?
Wait,
there is no exit door.
You want to get to the bottom of the course without dying, Froggy, without hitting anything. There's water at the bottom. Did you go on the expert? Because you might want to start easier.
I went
Hey, man. Oh, wait, there it is. Fuck! Oh, that's how you do. Here's the gold. Oh, no, it's not open. Okay, you know what? Let's just not do parkour, actually. I think parkour sucks ass.
You should do Dropper. They're just so easy.
You know what? Oh, course closed. You know what? What is this? Course 4? Course 4. What?
My father and Linda on holidays. Dude, the AI voice is actually helping me lock in.
Fuck! Oh no, I thought you were gonna put the AI voice on your speaker.
Yeah, I wanted to hear
No,
it.
I just opened the YouTube video. I don't know how to do that.
Just translate for us. Do it in Spanish.
Hard. First course? Am I stupid?
Oh, there's a gold course at Elytra open.
You have to speak Spanish? That's sick.
でも、日本語はもっと優しいと思います。多分日本語、
Wait, that's not even Spanish anymore. That's... Is it?
No, I can speak
Bro, you
Japanese and Spanish.
That's only a mix, bro. What?
Yeah, I was speaking both. Sorry.
Dude. That was sick.
多分、
Wait, how many languages do you
喋っ
speak?
たら 3.
Same.
That's sick.
That's sick.
That is absolutely sick. Okay, hold on. Your impressive word skills distracts me.
No, I don't want to distract you. No, it's supposed to be a helpful thing.
Why are you guilt tripping our teammates? Hello?
Oh yeah, my bad. It's actually so good. It's sick. It's crack. Yes. Okay. I don't know where I'm supposed to go, so I'm just doing my best here.
Yeah, just do whatever you want.
You said
I wonder if my
voting was
strategy is gonna be
easy.
good.
What the hell?
Damn.
Oh.
I wonder
There
if
you
my
go.
strategy is gonna work. I'm just doing easy levels.
Oh, do I have to do all the courses here?
You just do as much as you can, and the time limit
Yeah, as
got
much as you
10
can.
minutes.
You on the right, you can see we got 12 minutes from the beginning, I think.
Yeah, I'm almost done with all the Dropper courses. I'm cooking, so.
From easy to hard?
Yeah.
Huge.
I'm on expert, so. Although this
My
expert
story
course
is
is giving me in
actually
trouble.
helping me.
Oh, shit, that's a good one.
I'm just gonna imagine a Reddit story in my head.
Any gold courses open up? Ice
don't
Gold
think
gold
so,
course
not yet.
open. Ice Gold
Oh,
course
is it?
open.
Oh, okay, I'm going to that. Ice boats are my game.
Shit.
Ice boat.
Is this where you have to compete? Like, if what's the whoever gets the best time or something?
I mean, you can refine your time, but it doesn't give you that many points better. It's just about getting like as fast, like most points
I think I
possible.
stepped
Gold courses
into
are the most
gold,
important.
But this looks like the 4th. Fuck. Whee!
They changed this course around a little bit. What the hell? This is scary.
I'm not getting a trophy, bro.
Gold course and the gold course. Let's go.
Where's Dropper? There's Dropper.
Established a clear
I'm
boundary.
also in the gold course.
Told her I was
Elytra gold. Elytra gold is open if you want to do Elytra or Trident. I recommend doing Elytra though. It's pretty easy.
Oh shit.
Being nasty
I
to
struggle
her
with that
children.
blue door so much.
I think I made a mistake. Can I go back to spawn?
Yeah, you have to use the door in your inventory.
Oh, thank God. Okay, there we go. Yeah, fuck that. I don't want to do that shit.
Yoink. I don't think that was gold.
Okay.
I'm gonna try this.
Okay,
I will
that's
try
4
too.
courses done.
Whee!
I think
Well, the
I'm okay
Elytra
at
course is
Trident.
really easy.
Oh, the Elytra course? Is it gonna give you that
Yeah, I
many
just did
points?
it. Gold gives you tons of points. You get 18.
Okay, gold Elytra, I see it. Get 18 only?
I think you can do them multiple times.
Oh. Shit. Okay,
There's
sick.
different courses. Like it's not just one. Wait, never mind. I'm stupid. One Trident.
Does it matter like which one you need? Just me. I want to try.
No, you just need to do them.
No, don't do Trident. Trident is it takes very long compared to everything else. I would suggest.
Oh well, I'm already in it.
I'm on gold
I
course.
was
so
trying
it's not-
Trident, but it's very slow.
I want to try.
I'll do Elytra gold course.
Many. Oh shit! I died. Oopsie. I want to try as many.
And then I can
maps
just
'cause they
sink
put
through
so
all the
much
ice
effort
boats
into
too.
it.
I'm about to finish Dropper. I'm the last expert course in that one.
I did already did 2 first
The
halves.
value of sisters. The value of sisters.
Oh, this Trident thing sucks ass.
Yeah.
Bye.
Sisters.
Yippee! Okay, all the courses are complete there. Dropper and obstacles has some. Oh, I'm going back to Dropper gold
Try
course.
expert course on Elytra because I'm just better.
Oh my God, I can't beat the intermediate Elytra course.
Oh shit. Nah, I'm just better.
I did the gold one. Yeah.
Never
I'm
mind.
cooking right now. All right, let's see that. Let's watch this. I'm gonna mop up ice boats. These are really easy.
I'm a gamer.
Dropper gold.
You
one.
are a
I'll do that.
gamer.
I'll try that. I'll try that.
I'm gonna restart one time. Here,
These
turn the
colors
checkpoint.
don't
Thank you.
phase me. I can't barely see them.
That's right.
Get
That's
sucked
right.
on.
There you go. There you go. There you
Sucked
go.
on.
Ooh,
I'll
barely
take a
made
little
it.
speed loss there. It's good. Check this out, chat. I'm gonna hug this
Do I have
corner.
to do as many of these as possible, or can I just do all the experts and that's it?
Just do as many courses as possible, as much as you can do. You can do whatever you want, Minji.
Sick. Okay.
You just gotta finish courses. That's all. No time to think. All right, chat. I'm cooking. Check this
I have
out.
to
Let's
log in.
go.
Where he's
Go through
going, I'm
there.
so locked in. Uh-oh.
Ooh, it was a little time loss there. It's okay. I'm not gonna get
I'm so sorry.
perfect
How
on
long
this,
have I
but
been not talking for?
I'll still get gold. I'll still get gold.
Don't
So
worry about it.
Don't stress. Enjoy your edits.
I am
Oh,
enjoying
are
my
you
Reddits
kidding
right now.
me?
I can't even understand what they're saying.
Simply consume Reddit story.
this one's easy. This one's easy.
Oh, you're right. The Elytra is easy.
Yeah, there's certain ones that are like easier than other ones that you might like better.
The parkour sucks. Don't do the parkour.
Yeah, the parkour sucks ass. I didn't think it was that kind of parkour. It was a lame ass parkour.
Oh, fuck.
Wasn't even fun. Oh,
I don't want to
thank
fuck
God
up too bad,
someone's in
chat.
front
So
of
there
me,
you go.
or I
Okay,
couldn't
okay.
have seen
No
that.
time loss. There you go. Better. I'll waste 20 seconds. That's all you need. Okay, there you go. This one should be better. I hate these little football
Our
things here that
beginner
they put in
course
here.
is worth it.
Wow.
Yes, you just want to complete as many courses as possible, Michi.
Okay.
It's not about
Alright.
what you do. It's about how much you finish, basically.
I see.
Okay.
I hate this one. This one's still my least favorite one. Like the
did all
water here. Oh my
parkour.
god.
No, I didn't do
It's
any
the
of
worst. I'm not gonna gold. I'll get
the
silver though. I'll
dropper,
get
do the
silver. Almost gold. Nice, Jeff. Yippee! Look at us go, chat. Okay. First three.
I'll just join whichever.
Ice boats are really fun and easy.
Ice boat challenge, Lamel. Oh shit.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, I should have fallen. Naruto. Oh no! I was saved.
I have to plug my phone in.
Lock in.
You're right. You're
Oh,
right. You're
Froggy.
right. If it dies, it dies.
Exactly. Don't make me laugh. Oh my god.
Just made me laugh,
I've been
dude.
so flat-faced. Oh god. Okay. Oh shit. I'm still smiling. My hands are shaking when I smile. Oh shit. Fuck.
God dang it! I hit these trees all the time.
Okay.
Froggy.
I'm gonna get us a lot of points. I'm gonna get us a lot of points.
You are. You're so good. You're so cracked, dude. You are literally the most.
Yes. Fuck.
Whee!
Should I snap a photo? Do I confront him?
Chat, did you see that turn? Oh my god.
Wait,
And the
Froggy, are you
skip.
also
Oh my
listening to the
god.
Reddit stories?
Yes.
Dude, I'm cooking, chat. Oh my god, this one's crazy.
It's helping me so much.
Another skip there? That was crazy. Okay.
Oh shit.
And the turn there, look at that, chat. Oh my god.
Oh my god, she
So we cut
learned
this
about
corner?
Jake. Oh no.
We did it?
She learned about Jake. I almost didn't respond.
She lied about it. Oh my god.
That
I can't
one's
believe
crazy.
She lied.
I can't believe
No
this.
way.
Sabif. It's like that he believed she
I got
lied.
second place in one of the ice boats.
So beef.
Sabif.
Better, mate.
Born different. Also, there's a gold course for ice coast. You want to do that one?
Wait, this is not ice.
Sorry.
This is like water.
Oh
This
shit. She
ain't
left the kids
nice.
with him.
Oh my
no
god.
way she
She's
did that.
raging. And regretful.
What else? What else?
It's unacceptable for her to lie and dump children. Oh my god. I can't believe she was
Absolutely
doing
born
that.
different.
I
Oh
can't
my
believe
god.
She was doing that.
They're yapping about Reddit stories. Holy shit.
Wait, how the hell do you go out?
We can do one more thing.
If you could see
Little
my
shortcut, there you
BPM
go.
right now, it'd be so high.
Naruto. You could just have
Oh,
momentum,
it's
but
such a bad landing. You have to stop there.
What?
That's okay.
how do you go down?
I'll still
and
get
up
gold
like
on this
that?
one. Is the gold?
Locking in,
Is the gold?
locking in. Yeah! Okay, we're good. We're so good. We're so back.
Okay.
Let's do Elytra.
We have 25 seconds left. Ah! Lock in, lock in, lock in.
Yes.
What? That's not how you do it.
Yes,
How do
okay.
you do this? I was about to say Viagra.
5 seconds
Chat,
left,
don't
5
say a
seconds left.
single word.
I'm like barely there.
Yes!
Oh dang!
Oh, not bad.
Last one in, yay!
It's unintuitive.
All the
I mean,
blood
you
just
can't
rushed to my
rush
head.
in.
I think I did
I'm gonna
okay.
pass out.
Froggy,
You're so good. You're better. You are so
kissing
better.
How many
I'm
completions?
kissing
How
you.
many
You're so
completions?
I thought I was like a
not
bird. I thought I was like a
5.
bird.
I have 14.
9.
What?
Ooh,
I have
nice.
14 completions.
Dang, that's not bad.
How did I get most completions?
14?
I got
That is
15.
crazy. I only got 5.
No wonder your BPM was so high.
How did
I'm gonna-
those would
Damn.
be worth more?
Yeah, they are. Like,
Okay.
it's
I did a lot
like
of
if
the
you
easy
do gold courses, gold medal.
I did
like-
all the droppers, and then I did the first half of all the parkour courses. I don't know if that was the strat though.
Damn.
A lot of it is like dropper, super easy
Yeah,
to
I think
do. You
everybody
gotta,
complete, the dropper was literally like you can first try every single map. That's what I did. So it's
Uh-huh.
like that's
You
just
gotta
a
do
free
that,
2
and then
minutes.
ice boats gives you a lot of points for completing.
Wait,
Like,
yeah, I did more than 5. Why did I only get 5?
I failed though. Fuck.
Well, did you, Michi, did you do all the dropper courses or only, did you go, because there's 3 dropper courses in each hole.
Good me.
I'm top 10 again, let's go!
You're top 10!
Oh.
How do you do individual?
Oh, I placed 8th in that one. Okay.
Yeah, I did 12. I actually didn't do that well. Damn.
Wait, I did better than you? Dang. Oh, you know what it was? It was
Yeah,
ice
I did
boats.
a lot of
Yeah.
beginners and intermediates, and then I.
Wait, did you do the gold courses?
failed
Did
a
you do the
lot.
gold courses when they open up? That's where you get most of your points.
I did do all the gold courses that open up. 2 ice boats and 1 elytra.
I'm to 26. Yeah, I did the gold thing, and then I did more than 5. But for some reason,
I'll say
I
top
did
10.
5.
I thought I did much worse in that game.
Oh, this is stressful.
I did better. I'm
Holy smokes.
But I don't think
so-
it's anything more than 5. You guys locked in so hard. You guys are cracked.
You guys actually did real. Michi, you got 28th.
Yay! 28!
Wait, hold on. Is
Yeah,
that the one?
This game is something we should have gotten out first. I think like that type of game was just not our strength.
My bad. Hold on. I was looking at the wrong things. Hold on. Michi got 24th, and Froggy got 26th. Not bad. We actually did really good.
Hell yeah!
And then 35th as well. That's
Hell
good.
yeah.
Well, we can pull it back in extraction. I can cook. I'll cook.
Is it extraction just last game? Or is there
There's
2 more?
extraction and I think it's extraction and something
3
else. I
hours
don't know
of
what the other game
Reddit
would be.
stories to fall asleep to. You actually sent us the link.
Oh,
That's
Blitz
crazy.
Hunt. There's Blitz Hunt still alive. Blitz Hunt's hide and seek. That one's fun. You guys will like that one.
Oh, Blitz Hunt is gonna be fun.
Oh, hide and seek.
Blitz Hunt is really
Oh my god, wait, I forgot I wasn't talking. I'm so sorry.
Who's a sandwich lord person and why are they like cremating Fiendberg?
he's what? Cremating?
They're burning them. They're dying. They're like
Where?
100 points ahead in first place.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, they're really good. They're really good.
Okay. Where are we going?
Blitz Hunt's fun. It's hide and seek.
Oh!
You'll say hide and
Vote for
seek.
extraction. I want Blitz Hunt finale. Vote for extraction. Oh, my god.
Okay.
Alright, hold up. I'm gonna go leash Heavenly real quick.
Oh, I got it revived. Go to extraction. Go to extraction. Go to extraction.
I died!
Okay.
I leashed Heavenly. We're good now.
Come, my kitty, come.
Dude, no, they got like 10 cats on extraction.
May, look, I got Heavenly. I got his ass.
Oh my god.
Oh
that's
my god.
disgusting, bro.
Holy shit!
Oh my god, why does everybody want extraction finale, bro? Dude, it's basically, if you get to the finale, it's 2 of the same games in a row, because the finale is basically extraction, but with a planting of a bomb.
Well, that's CSGO.
Oh, it's CSGO.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, Grammy's apologize. No, we'll do fine. We'll do fine. Okay, so this is hide and seek.
Catch up, though?
Oh, we're the seekers. We're the seekers.
wait.
Okay.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad.
So
Why are we
what we're
the
gonna
first
do,
seeking?
guys, is we're gonna pick a direction and move from the left. Check every corner you can.
Okay.
You have a
Why don't I
sonar
let
with
you play
your
this?
thing here. Yeah, use your sonar to see if someone's around you. It's a 12-block radius. You just pick a direction. We're gonna kill everybody we can. Okay, we just gotta run. Just keep running, move fast.
How do I? Can I just one tap hit him?
Yeah, it's one tap. Hit them. You just gotta find them. And you have a sonar that you can right-click, and it like tells you if someone's close by. That's a
Guys,
secret.
I have a suggestion. What if we randomly just pop into other people's VCs to hear their comms without them realizing it?
It makes a noise.
I'm not gonna do
I have it
that.
disabled. A lot
I'm not
of
gonna
people
do
who are
that.
streaming have this. Thoughts?
Girl, you're on
'Cause-
thin ice. You're on thin ice. You're on
Hunter's
thin ice because I'm like, oh my god.
Yo, thoughts? Yeah, so basically, I think everybody's one shot. It's just one tap with an iron sword.
Okay.
And also the sonar, what it does is it tells you how many players are around you, but the radius is not that big. It doesn't cover
Also,
an
if you
entire
see
room, I don't think.
the Krusty Krab, everyone hides in that one. So I'm
Okay,
gonna move.
also
I'm gonna
you can
move
see-
west.
Look up. There's north, east, south, and west. I'll go west.
Okay, I guess I'll go
Alone,
south.
and then
I'll go
you guys
south.
try to-
I'm gonna go north.
Michi, you can go anywhere you want. Okay. Froggy,
I'll
go
go
wherever
east,
you
I'll
want.
go
You can
east.
follow me, Froggy. Follow me.
Whoever's
Follow me
not as
if you want.
confident should just team up together and try
Wait,
to.
Froggy, come with me. Come with me.
I'll follow Michi. I'll follow Michi because you're
Okay.
cracked.
Okay, yeah,
Okay,
I'll go
come-
this way.
come
I'll
to
go this
east.
way.
Yeah, Michi and I
Okay,
are
Heavenly's here too.
are a
Let's go.
good team.
Eh?
Is this
Oh,
Heavenly?
daytime
Who's
hide.
staring at us, by the way?
That's heavenly.
Dracula.
They're gonna die. Dracula's gonna die.
Yo, fuck you, Dracula.
Yo, guys, he's trying to bait us. He's trying to bait us. This entire team is on the other side. I'll get him. I'll
Okay,
get him. I'll
let's
get him.
go
I'll get him.
Okay.
Great, go the other
Come on,
side.
Froggy,
Yeah, go
lock
the other
in.
side. I'll get him. I'll get him. I'll get him.
East, east.
Huge.
Here we go.
Alright, I'm gonna go left. You can go. I'll go right. Sick.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay.
Zero
okay.
players near you. Sick. I'm going right.
Yeah, 0 players near you. I'm going left.
I got Fiend. Oh, he's gonna be mad about that. He's gonna be right pissed about that. I already know.
Let me go.
Okay, nobody.
I got somebody.
Yeah. Is no one here?
There's 2 players in the library.
Which one is library? I got Rev Scarecrow. They tried to escape.
No players near me. Okay.
I see this motherfucker.
It's not a big sonar, so be careful. There might still be people in your room.
Oh, okay.
I'm coming towards somebody, so I might lead some people. Oh, good, huge.
I got Vinny.
Nice.
Let's go.
Alright.
Come out wherever you are.
I found
Oh,
Heavenly.
that guy was
I found
running.
him. Ah, I'm on his tail.
Kill him.
Players here.
I'm chasing Heavenly. Come on, please.
Nearby.
There's someone here, but I don't know where. 5 head. Not like that's the point of the game.
Did I just see them?
Where?
There you are! Come here!
I got them all. I got like 11.
I got Heavenly.
bro.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
go!
I feel good now. I feel accomplished.
You did good. Honestly, we cooked. We did good.
Nice.
Whoa.
That's a tough
Where
one.
were they hiding?
It's not bad.
Where the hell were they hiding? That was crazy. The timer
That was a lot of
ended.
people
So-
alive.
The trick is on this, you hide in a corner somewhere. You can like ring around the Rosie, and just
Yeah,
like
that's the best trick.
watch them from a distance in F5. So
Or a spot that you don't think is like accessible, but a lot of people just check really deep spots, so be careful.
Okay. Okay.
What if I blend in with this cactus right here?
Oh, Feinberg's of course Feinberg's gonna be here. Yeah, come into the toilet, by the way. There's like a hole in the toilet. I can't see anything, but don't stick out. Don't stick out. Don't stick out.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Yeah, don't stick out. Don't stick out. Don't
If
stick out.
anyone finds this place,
If anybody's scanning the sonar, they know we're in here.
there's like 10 people here, dude. Can we know if they're scanning the sonar?
Not really. I don't think so. It doesn't tell you like you've been scanned or anything like that. Dude, I can't see them glowing because of our glow interacting. It's so weird.
I think I'm not sticking out, but I'm not sure. I'll trust
Don't worry, we have Sandwich Lord and Feinberg here. They're 2 of the top
how do you
players.
hit? Oh, how'd you hit me behind a wall?
If
That's
they're
so
here, that
sick.
means we're good.
Oh, someone's
I
coming.
hate the
somebody's
D6
coming.
sometimes.
It's fine. This team is clueless. This team is clueless. If it's Wolfie, then we're cooked. If it's anybody else, we're chill.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Is this Wolfie? Oh god.
Grape, your spot's actually so crazy.
Froggy, no.
Just stay still, Grape. Stay still. They won't look. That's such a good spot, Grape.
Yeah, I know. I'm so proud
I
of this.
always end up in bad rooms.
Wait,
Guys, Grape spot's crazy. Look at that. They don't see you.
Dude,
Holy
of course
shit.
it was Wolfie who found that spot. Fuck that guy, bro.
I feel like such a god right now.
Oh
You're doing good.
shit.
Just stay there. You like that's a good spot.
Where is Tabletop, or are they not alive anymore? Where the hell is the spot? Oh my god.
You're actually so god.
Oh my
Grape,
god.
you're
I'm
actually
shitting
so
myself
god
right now. I'm
now.
actually shitting myself right now.
Good.
Great job, Grape. Holy shit. That was awesome. Nice job.
They had so few survivors left. Oh my god.
Oh man, they did really well.
I just
Okay,
want a
that
good
was-
room.
that
I always
was
end up
so
picking a
good.
bad room every single time.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, what's in here? Yeah, I want to go in there. Wait, do I want to go in there? Which way did I go last time? Did I go this way last time?
It seems like we can cook here.
I fell.
They're showing themselves,
Probably not
bro.
a best idea, but it's okay.
Fuck.
Uh-oh, I think we're
Oh
fucked.
man. I think we're definitely cooked. Yeah.
My heart's beating, apparently.
Why did we have such a hard time finding people? God damn it.
You just got unlucky. A lot of this is RNG too.
I think I found the best spot, by the way. There's like a maze that you can go around the roses, bro.
Oh,
No one thinks
great,
of
that's
this.
such a good spot. Oh no, he sees you.
No!
Oh.
Yo, Froggy, check out my spot.
You know what's
right,
coming?
it's right here. Like it's so obvious, but no, why is no one coming? Why is no one coming? I'm just standing here. The button
Is he serious, bro?
No one's even entered my room, dude.
How long was he gonna go around, bro?
Yeah, May, that spot is so goated. Oh my god.
Oh shit, I think I'm cooked for Froggy. I think I'm done for.
Oh,
Never
I'm
mind.
watching. Oh, you ran away.
Oh my god, Tom's just literally standing in the corner.
Here.
Oh my god.
Tom was literally just in the corner.
Like,
Oh my god, which team was that?
I'm doing so bad.
Dude, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stay in. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna try to sneak in back into spawn, bro.
Oh, that's smart.
That's a good idea.
They're gonna run out. I'm gonna try to sneak back into spawn.
That's such a good idea.
Shh! Don't tell him though. Don't tell him. Shh.
Hey, Michi, I'm coming with you.
oh, please don't come with me. I'm horrible at picking spots.
I think somebody has the same strat as me, bro.
Oh shit.
Dude, somebody's checking the starting room, bro. What is that?
Peter Griffin.
Oh my god. I snuck back in. I'm safe. I'm
Nice.
safe. Nobody's gonna check this, right? Yo, come to me. Stand with me. Actually, yeah, just stand in the corner. Don't show yourself. Just come to my corner or something.
If I've been detected, does that mean they know exactly
Yeah,
where I am?
stand still. Don't make any moves.
Yeah, this is good.
This is W. Because somebody already went through the middle room, so they're not gonna check it again. Oh, somebody's showing themselves. No, please. Maybe do this every round. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
No, they know you're here.
No way.
Oh, run!
Stay still, May. Stay still. They don't know you. Oh, okay.
No, they know.
Ray.
They tells you how many people are there, so
Wait,
they know.
shrouding your
Someone knows I'm there.
Oh yeah.
No way, bro. No way. I ran through one of the hunters, by the way.
I actually escaped one. Oh
I
my
was
god.
inside of them.
Haka is doing the same thing you're doing.
Dude, I was inside of a hunter, by the way. I legit just ran past them.
Are you kidding me? How did they move so fast?
My god.
I died literally last second. I'm so mad about that.
You guys are so good.
I'm sneaky. I'm good at hiding. I'm just a little guy.
Never mind.
I'm failing. I'm doing really fucking bad.
I'm just a little guy, you know? I'm just a little guy.
How did all of green survive? That's crazy.
They're pretty good.
That's nuts.
Grab this map. I'm leaving. I don't like this one.
I have the best spot in the world, bro.
Fuck! Oh shit.
Yo, why Stob's here?
Well, they kind of know we're here.
No!
I'll distract them for you, Froggy. I will.
I'm dead!
Yo, who likes my spot, by the way?
Aw, I got
You're so good
detected.
at finding spots.
Dang it.
I'm dead. He saw me.
Oh, is it when you move they hear you?
No, that's what the sonar detects you. That's when they see you. Like on the map, but like they can detect you that way.
There's a map?
No, like on the sonar, it beeps for you when they detect you.
This is hard.
Oh. Dang.
I think I need to do more Minecraft parkour. That's what this is teaching me. Oh,
May, that is a really good spot.
This one's not. I just keep doing this when they come inside, and then when they come this side, I do that.
I mean, that's all you have to do, though. That's really good.
Heavenly's got a pretty good spot.
Dude, this is so bad. Dude, like 50 million people have run past me. And they're like, everybody's in this vicinity, bro.
Heavenly's gaming.
Dude, the best player in the game is here. I'm cooked.
You're not. They
You're
don't
not,
know.
you're not.
Oh my god, dude. I'm getting so unlucky, but
Let's go!
You made it!
Where did you
You're
survive,
so
man?
good.
I survived in the hell place and I just kept going left and right around the corner. Oh, this is purple. We'll be fine. We'll be okay. We'll be fine.
Oh my
Feinberg.
god. Feinberg's
don't
here.
do
What do
them
you
like
mean?
Wow.
Well,
Bro,
I mean,
Feinberg's here. Oh, you mean Grim? Oh, damn, so we're bullying
Grimmy
now.
and Joel, I know them. They're my good friends, and they don't got sense of direction.
Who's Joel? Who's Joel?
They don't
Who's
got
Joel?
sense of direction.
Joel
Porcelain maid. They don't got sense of direction though. They got sense of direction.
Good smile.
Nyalgi, think of the read. How was your stream?
That's not a good
Hope
spot.
you're doing well.
That's a good spot. Okay.
Ooh, surely this one. Surely this.
Oh,
God.
Yeah.
I don't know where to
I
go.
fell down.
Froggy, just play in here. Back here. Yes. Crouch.
Yo, somebody's still walking around Grape. You need to find a spot.
Get in the corner a little bit more, like this. Get in the corner a little more, Froggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Fuck it. Hiding in plain sight time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's the strat.
Fuck
Oh,
it.
they're not tagging people. Wait.
I wish I could see. This is awful.
Is this like giving me a tummy ache? I'm so nervous.
Oh,
Oh, my god.
I got scanned. Never mind, they ran past me.
Good. I'll leave you some relay when they're not here.
Do I have
Froggy.
Feinberg near me? Oh, that's disgusting, bro.
Thank you, Nyalgi. We're doing good. We'll be okay, Froggy. Now, if someone starts walking up, that's when we should worry, but they'll probably see this guy first before they see
It's
us.
only Feinberg tagging people. If Feinberg's not there, you're chilling.
Okay.
Omega
somebody just got
someone. Dude,
Oh, never mind.
The
They're
only times
tagging
I
people.
live
Never
are
mind,
when...
they're tagging people. Never mind. Be scared.
How am I only alive when I'm hiding in the most obvious
great.
place?
Oh no. Heavenly led someone right to me.
Yeah, I saw
That is such a heavenly move.
Froggy, listen, if they start
won't
coming
let
to
me
us,
type
I'll run
jerk.
out. You just stay hiding, okay? I'll self-sacrifice.
Okay.
Genuinely, how am I alive? I'm just gonna
Yeah,
stand up.
you're a really good
We'll be okay.
gamer,
This
so
spot's
you
good.
could-
We're good. Wait,
you
we're
could
good. We're good. We're
parkour
good.
away.
We did it, Froggy. Let's go. That's what was good.
People alive, huge. We were the highest member surviving team that round. Let's go.
Oh, thank God.
That song was actually kind of cracked.
I have not survived up until
W round,
then, so
W round.
Thank goodness. Okay, let me see. And go this way.
See
Oh,
the
wait, there are two
desert. It
people.
kind of like the desert. Oh, there's a tree land. East, south.
Alright, I'm gonna try just staying in the spawn.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I feel like this is a really bad idea, but I'm gonna try.
No, it's a really good idea.
Okay, they can't see me, I don't think.
I'm hiding behind a pole. This is not gonna be a good idea, but I think they literally saw you go there.
Froggy,
They did.
Froggy. I'll try to sacrifice myself if they're after you.
Okay.
There are a lot of people in this room as well.
Dang it.
Oh no. Oh no.
I
Joel's here.
thought I could just stand right there. I should have. Oh, you can actually go down. I did not know that.
Why is somebody? Oh my god, dude.
Oh my God,
Oh my god, they're giving away my spot, bro.
Giga's moving in on you. Look at Giga. She's looking at
May, that spot is goated. That spot is goated.
Yeah, this is so scary, dude. I barely got out. This guy's charging at me. Oh my god.
Oh, there's almost two hunters here.
I see she's coming back, May.
I'm dead.
It's always in the most obvious spots.
Dude, I fight for my life.
May.
I'm so bad.
You're better, May. You're better. You are better, unironically.
Why were they just in there the whole time, dude?
No, that was not fair.
I was fighting for my life. This guy just gets away. I was fighting for my life.
We did not make it.
My hand was cramping. You did okay, honestly. Like that was tough. That was red team.
Dude, I want to try a round where I let them notice me instantly and then try to run away for an entire round. Thoughts?
Their reach is really far.
Yeah.
Okay, manhunt captain.
They also get speed in the final 10 seconds. So
it's the final 20 seconds. They get a speed boost.
20 seconds? I thought it was only 10.
Well, they get the speed 2. Speed 2.
20. Holy shit. Oh, this is the worst room. Oh god. These rooms are ass.
Playing in a bad room has merits. That's my cope. And I'm playing in a really bad room. And I'm gonna see if it works out.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
Well, no,
it simply does
like,
not.
Like they won't say. If they search like half the room, they'll see you. We're good.
No, but if a room genuinely is bad, that means you have nowhere to hide like that. That's the thing.
No, just trust me.
No. Then it's a good room.
Trust me. Trust me.
No. Okay.
I'm in the corner.
This team is,
around the
is
rosy.
actually like sick in the head, bro. Look at that.
Oh jeez. Okay.
Actually sick in the head.
Spot.
Okay.
Oh, there's a. Oh fuck. Yeah, the reach is crazy. I also just didn't see that somebody. I tapped out mentally.
The room worked, guys. The room worked. I tricked them out.
You know what? I just realized it's always the most obvious spaces.
Yeah, I'm dead. Oh my god.
It's always in the most obvious places that they just don't check.
Dude, this room cooked.
Okay.
This room cooked.
Wait, May, is anyone dead? Do you want to see where I am?
I'm alive.
I'm looking.
Someone's coming.
Oh shit!
Fuck Giga, you motherfucker! She had that soul bond with me as a good friend, and she knew. She knew. She went right for me.
If I die, I die.
Froggy,
She
that
ran
is
right
such a
for
good
me.
spot. Oh my god, no one's gonna find you, Froggy.
I might win.
Excellent.
I
think I'll fifth place. That's not bad on this one. Hey.
Oh my god, Michi, that spot was stupid.
It was so dumb, but every
Yeah.
time I do a stupid move,
I'm not
I
throwing.
never die. When I do a
I'm
smart
not throwing
move,
at all.
they kill me.
Look, there's a rule. There's a rule.
Okay,
It's,
not bad.
good
Not
play
bad,
beats
not
bad
bad.
play, right? Great play beats good play, and bad play beats great play. Okay, so that's, you gotta just, if you want to beat really good people, you have to play really bad, because they're never gonna expect it.
Oh wait, I thought
That
that was
one's
really
tough.
bad.
I probably lost my score, my place, but it's okay. You know what? That's fine.
Wait, we have to return to the hub?
Yeah, we have the last one. It'll return us to the hub for us. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you have to do
Yeah, you're good.
slash hub.
Are you guys having fun in your first block wars?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wait, how
Okay,
do
maybe
I get
you're-
out?
Slash hub.
You can probably be in a team again. No, they'll put us in
Oh, it
automatically.
Ah,
They do it automatically. Oh, bitch, shut your green ass up. Shut your green bean looking ass up, alright?
Slash hub? No way, bro. You're so gullible.
What? I have autism. That's ableist.
Bro, he's getting all sorts of canceled today.
You're kinda-
Loving your medical history, bro. What?
Jesus, boost fart.
He hates women. He's a sex pest. He's an
Keep bringing
ableist.
them out. What else are you gonna uncover, bro? Come on, keep canceling me, bro.
I went down on the ranks at 29.
You're bullying someone with autism. You're
Yeah,
Wow,
I specifically
Boozfart.
hate autistic women, is what you're saying, basically.
What? Oh wait. That's two of us. What the
shit.
fuck?
I can't believe you would say that.
There's
Bro,
literally two
that's
of
what
us
you're
now.
putting in my mouth,
So
dude.
upsetting.
That's so fucked. That's so fucked.
Boost fight. You're a little off the wall. Like it's you turn on that mature rating, and all of a sudden you're just like you're a
I
different
didn't
person.
do anything. It's you guys. You're corrupting me. You're corrupting me. You're corrupting me. No, this is bad. This is
I
bad.
don't think so.
You're
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you're a normal little guy.
Dude, I genuinely can't like publish this VOD. I'm so glad I don't have auto public on.
It's not even that bad. I think I spelled your Twitch name wrong.
It's
Can you
not
spell
even
your
that bad. You told me to search up Diva Cup, bro. It's cooked.
Diva Cup was what you were concerned about?
Bro,
I mean, it was
this
pretty
person's
bad, but
so
obviously there was worse
stressed
stuff
about a
about it.
fucking Diva
It's just
Cup.
a drinking vessel.
Bro, I
Talks
don't
about hating
wanna
women,
drink
says the
menstrual
Diva Cup is
blood.
gonna get him.
Why are you
Why are you upset? Like, we could have told you about the monthly peel.
May, can I ask something
Yeah?
actually? Boost fart. What do you think a Diva Cup actually is?
I searched it up. I know what it is.
What is it?
From the images, it's just a cup that saves your menstrual cycle blood for later.
Saves it.
Yeah, it's really good for your monthly peel. When your skin starts peeling, you kind of like rub it into your
Yeah,
skin.
you shed skin like a snake. Yeah.
No. You know, you save it to make blood sausages.
Oh, that's Loki. Yo, Loki goated. So much iron in there.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this guy.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Bro, I can't with Minecrafters, man. I can't.
Nah,
These
dude,
people are
nutritious, bro.
crazy, dude.
They literally are.
They're fucking crazy.
They're insane.
Wait, so what is extraction?
So 5v5, we all get crossbows that auto reload. You have to kill everybody and then hold shift on the white like center pad and you keep holding it until you go up in the helicopter and escape after you kill everybody.
Okay.
So you just want to kill people. They give you a chance to explore the map a little bit. Like see that center pad and that's where you extract. Right there.
We're locking in.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my god,
And what you want to do is since it auto reloads, you just want to spam your crossbow across the map and hit people
Got it.
from a distance. You just want to spam it. You press right click and it auto reloads. That's all.
So all I do is just click.
spam right
Last time I
click.
click right click, it didn't shoot nobody.
Well, it pops out. You'll see it.
You'll see it. When there's an arrow in your crossbow, you're fine. I think it reloads pretty fast as well.
Pick your offhand key. What the? Huh?
Yeah, if you click F where you're looking, it's gonna ping that spot, like in Valorant. Yeah.
Okay. Like in Valorant, he says.
This dude's never played Valorant. He only plays Minecraft.
Dude, I played all kinds of games, dude. I played.
Yeah, right.
I grew up on
Yeah, right.
League. I sweated Apex. I
Oh no
played
wonder
a whole bunch
you're
of
awful.
Valorant.
You grew up on League and you're talking.
Yeah, I know.
No wonder you're awful.
I know.
Oh my god.
Well, you should have played.
That
No.
guy.
You should have played Dota 2. All right, I'm just saying.
Bro, actually, you know what? It's
There's-
probably a healthier community. Let's be real.
It's
Healthier
not.
community. Oh, it's not. Oh, never mind.
As a longtime Dota 2 player, it's not.
I've touched both. It's a little better than League.
And you're judging me. You've all played League, and you're judging me, bro. For what?
I've never played League.
What is
Bro, you're
SWAT
judging me for
offhand?
something you did yourself. What is this? Hypocrite Nation. Hello? What is this giggle, bro?
Wait, how do I ping?
You press F.
Yeah. Don't worry about the pings. Just shoot people.
Oh, okay.
Focus
Yeah.
on shooting.
My
You can just
ping
shoot
is
across
like
the map, it's really
300.
easy.
I don't think I can kill anyone.
You'll be notice you can just
Try to
right
pre-shoot
click.
some weird. Yo,
You'll
you
be
can
good.
pre-shoot some weird angles if you want to test how fast the crossbow is reloading.
I'm scared.
Can
Oh,
I
okay.
kill my friends by accident?
No.
We're against. We're against.
You can tank 4 hits, by the way. You can tank 4
Oh,
hits.
we're against the sandwich. We got this. We got this.
No.
Okay, you see, okay.
Cooked.
Now we got
I'm
this.
just gonna stand in a corner.
No, it's really
okay?
good. I'm really good at this, Froggy. This is my best game mode. This is my best game mode.
Games, right?
I live in fear of sandwich.
I'll throw a. How do I throw a bomb?
Just shoot. Just shoot. Just keep shooting from a distance. Spam shoot.
Ah, they're getting on me. I'm dead.
Okay.
I'll save you. I'll save you.
I'm
Oh,
dead.
May, they're both on me and I'm 1 HP. I'm dead. Oh, but I made them so low, May. They're 1 tap.
That's a lie. That one was 2 tap.
The other ones are 1 taps. Trust me.
Fuck, who was shooting me there? Okay.
It's a 1v1, May.
I got 2 of them. No, it's not. Is it? Oh.
I'm really good. That's my best game mode, by the way. That's my best game mode, by the way. Just so you guys know.
Okay.
That's so much better.
So I think we were all over the place, guys.
We were.
I told you guys this is my best game mode. Don't worry,
This
I got
map is
this.
really big and it's hard to know where people are. So maybe use the pings or something.
I was.
You can go up
Oh, I didn't
top,
see the pings.
and up top is really nice. There's a lot of verticality in this, so you can use that to your advantage.
Actually hit my shots
You are
a little
just
bit.
better, May.
You are.
Also,
You
good
get
hits, guys. You guys get
Literally better.
the. You get points. Yeah, I got 3 kills and 8 shots.
Damn, I got 2 and 5, dude. Holy, you're popping
I
off.
got
I know.
0
I'm really good at this
kills.
game.
0 kills. 0.
That's right. Last time this one
extractions.
clutched on
I
Bruce
got, I
Fuck.
got a shot in. You know, I did some damage.
Dude,
Okay.
red team is actually gonna be scary, dude. They just got 4 extractions in first round, bro.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, they're
It's
FPS
fine.
gamers, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, I used to be an FPS gamer.
You play Monster Hunter.
I used to be diamond rank in Apex. I used to be a sweat.
Same. I sweat at Wraith, bro.
I was a Watson sweat.
Oh, that's even worse, bro. Watson has cleaner movement, bro.
Yeah.
Where did I get shot from?
Oh, someone's behind me. Someone's behind us.
Oh shit, they got me.
No.
Oh man, thank you.
Good stuff. Good
I
stuff.
really appreciate that.
Check this out. I'm gonna smoke bomb us.
Maka's
Okay?
really low.
You're not gonna know.
2-shot.
Dude.
You guys are doing good. You guys are doing good.
To the right, Michi.
Ouch.
You got this. You got this.
Hold on. Oh shit.
There's somebody
Please tell me that isn't
literally
the
there.
person running.
Oh yeah. Low. You got this. You got this. Keep working. You got this, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Fucking people.
You got good job. Good job.
Okay, one of them is dead.
There's just two. You got this.
But try to push
You got line. Come on, Michi. You got this.
Good.
I died. Line
you're
just
fine.
like
They're all
one
lit.
tap.
They're all lit, Froggy. Just get ready.
They're all lit. They're
To your
trying
left,
to hold
Froggy?
One behind you.
To your left.
Yeah.
It's okay.
To your
She's
left.
doing
Yeah,
it.
There.
I believe. I believe.
Good. Nice try.
You did good. Yeah, it was getting hard. Don't keep Birds crazy.
Dude, as I said behind you, they just like they left you a little bit. That was a little bit.
Yeah, that was a crazy stack team for
They
this,
were 1 and
honestly.
2. 1, and 2 though, so we almost got him.
Don't keep
Yeah,
going
not
over
bad, not
my
bad.
Reaper.
I think the best idea is for us to just charge into their team at this point.
What if we did?
Sick, nasty. I think.
Nasty. Okay, I'm in.
I get overwhelmed when like 3 of them run at me at once.
Good
so
night,
we
guys.
could just,
Good
like,
morning,
do
guys.
that.
Yeah, we could just them, and then they'll
All right,
not know what
let's
to do.
tag team and we got this.
I've got a smoke bomb. Oh, I don't have a smoke bomb.
Sick.
I'm right behind you, Froggy.
I'm shooting Count Chocula.
Okay, rush them.
Oh my god, it's Simple Lips. Hi.
Oh my god, I'm
Oh, he's
dead.
dead. Hi.
Oops. You're just better. You guys are so much better.
All right, Pirate's dead.
Okay, this is
There's
good.
people behind you, Grape. There's Vinny.
Oh, I see him. He's up high. It's Elbow.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm
Chase
gonna
after
rush
him,
him.
mate. They're low.
I'll
They're
rush
so
him, I'll
low.
rush him.
He's right here. I'm gonna die to Elbow.
I'm coming.
Bro, how did I miss some of those shots? I was so confused.
Elbow.
Oh, I'm lit. I'm so lit.
Elbow.
I'm
Dude,
so
that was
bad. All
crazy.
my shots are going through him. I don't get it.
Get it? Oh. Oh, why'd you try? Oh, gosh. Let's go for the kills. Don't try to extract. No, just go for the kills.
Okay.
Dude, Vinny has like divine power on his side. I was chasing him, and every one of my shots kept missing him by like a pixel.
Yeah, does he have
Like
bad
divine
ping?
intervention.
Or is he just that good, bro?
No, just that's Vinny Vine Sauce. He has divine intervention on his
Bro,
side.
That's crazy, dude. That guy
Dude, he has
just...
like crazy aura. It's not fair.
Dude, please.
I was chasing him and I was shooting him, and like my
Was he one
bullets
shot
were
when I
just
was
like
shooting him, by the
missing.
way?
Yes, he was one shot. I had him one shot.
Run at them again.
Running them.
The
Alright,
Vinny
we're gonna
luck.
kill
The
Heavenly.
Vinny luck goes crazy.
Heavenly has to die. I don't care about anyone else on this team.
Target Heavenly.
Heavenly has to die. That's it.
Heavenly needs to be put down for his crimes.
I'm extracting, by the way. Just extract.
What?
No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. You lose so many points.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, it's only
Somebody
bonus
behind us,
points.
by the way, I think. Somebody shot us from behind. Up top, behind.
Ow! Oh, I'm not doing good. Oh, it's Heavenly! Heavenly's gonna kill me! No way, bro. No!
I got absolutely cooked.
Yeah, by Heavenly. That's embarrassing.
Oh no.
Chat, one second.
Oh, I died.
Okay. I 1v1 top, but that's not very impressive.
Okay, Kamen might be two hit.
I think Kimmon's either 1 or 2 hit.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
my god.
Above you,
Heavenly's up
Froggy?
top. Behind you? There you go.
Next to you too.
Fucker! Giga! No!
Nice try.
Boost fart through by extracting suddenly. Boost fart.
No, I
actually
didn't.
through.
I tossed myself down back. I just.
And I'm
just
sleepy.
kinda
I'm
didn't hit my
exhausted.
shots. That's.
Yeah, whatever you're saying. Yeah, whatever you're saying.
I
Damn,
just kind of
dude.
threw a little bit.
I woke up really early.
I need to start playing
kinda
FPS
fucked
games
up.
again. I suck at this, bro. I used to be so good.
Just go up high. Go up higher.
Okay, I'll go up
There's
high.
a way to go
Yeah.
up high. You should go up high because like it's easy to flank you otherwise.
Yeah.
You just go
okay.
up high using the staircase right in the center.
Okay. Staircase in the center.
Right side.
I see him. He's coming around
Now I got
behind
hit.
us.
Shit.
I'm coming around with you.
They're in our asshole. I got.
They're giving us a prostate exam.
I'm pushing with you, Booster. He's one shot. Up above, up above.
They're there. Where I pinged.
Oh my god, Joe Bart is one shot, I think.
Oh shit.
Or two. Two or one shot.
Someone's here too. Oh,
How am I
shit, they're on
missing
me.
these shots? What
They're
the
on
hell?
me.
Dude, I swear to
All
God,
three
the
of them
auto
are on
reload
you.
crossbows do not shoot correctly.
Dude,
Yeah, they
what?
don't.
Something.
How is a ping like?
They do not shoot correctly, bro.
What?
I don't know.
That
I
one was
like
crazy to
dude,
me.
I prefer when you have to reload the shot in the crossbows, because then they slow down when they reload. I prefer that, honestly.
That was not
Ted, am I
like
crazy?
My crosshair
Like-
was right on them, but my bow is like on their
We got
head
cooked. We got
above
cooked.
it.
I'm gonna complain
cooked,
about
we
the
got
auto
cooked.
reload crossbows and tell them they're not.
I
They
think
don't
he's just
feel right.
Faroukis. I think he's just Faroukis, though.
I'm gonna complain anyways because they're doing the photon too.
Shooting the sky. You know what? It
Oh,
was
comments, I think we'll be
fine
okay.
When I was shooting the air.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right.
I
Well,
got baked
like, I
before
feel
this,
delayed.
I'd be performing a lot better.
I only had a bowl of cereal
They're
today.
going left. They're going left.
They're right there where I pinged.
One's two.
And right there where I pinged.
I'm getting absolutely flanked.
I see your ping and I'm moving in. I don't see any of them.
I'm not gonna lie. I cannot hear when there's a
Sick.
ding
Oh.
anymore. It's
I
so
killed
quiet.
one person. That's my first kill. Ow! Oh my god, it's Sleepy. I killed Sleepy! Let's
They're all lit. They're all lit. They're all lit. They're all lit. They're all lit.
Dude,
All
I'm
of them are
1 HP in
lit.
a
You guys can kill all of them.
dream
They're so lit.
right
They all have like 1 or 2 HP.
Oh! Ow!
Oh.
Oh!
Huge.
Froggy? Froggy?
I think Froggy's having the time of her life right now.
I hate this game mode!
Yeah.
I'm coping. I'm coping.
As well in the event.
This hurts me. This
I
hurts
hate the
me,
auto
this hurts
reloads.
me.
They feel
giving me a
so
tummy
different,
hurt.
I swear.
Have we not won a round yet? We won 1 round, the first round,
We
right?
won one. Yeah.
It's all about
Nice.
like
Not our
getting
strongest
kills and
thing.
hits anyway,
we
so
lost
like
every other round.
Yep. That's all good.
No, we didn't. We won in spirit. That's what matters. We had one.
That's when you know you're down bad. That's when you know you're down bad.
Look,
Do you know
I
what
gotta
down
cope.
bad means?
It can mean many things. It probably doesn't mean what
Bro,
you think it means in
you-
this context, though. So,
you
Oh, yeah,
are
okay.
yeah.
Purple boy, purple boy.
Grenade! Yo, grenade!
They smoked? I'm gonna go up.
They're all on the
He
left
marks
side.
one head.
Coming from the
Actually
left. Coming
insane.
from the left. I
Ping
got 6 shots in on people, so
My God, I got
nice, nice.
Word.
Oh, you killed
Yeah.
Feinberg!
The reloading crossbows are just weird. They're so weird. They don't shoot.
Fuck my ass.
Force movement is one. Nice.
There we go.
let's go and get out.
Oh my god,
Good job, May.
finally!
Good job, May.
Let's go.
I got 7 kills and 38 hits.
May, good job, guys. Holy shit.
Not bad.
I went up and pulled the trigger on Joel and nothing shot, and then Joel killed me.
That was crazy, by the way. I didn't get too many hits that game.
Oh,
that
sick.
one's hard,
Somehow,
dude. Holy
we're, like,
shit.
Not the worst.
But basically spam it. It reloads. I'm gonna...
No, it does. It reload like it reloads every 1 second. I think auto reloads for you.
Foot shot.
Mhm.
I mean,
Not
the
bad.
foot works all the time, it seems.
I think I'm not getting top 10 though. That was it.
No way.
I
Time
love
to
the
check
collision
this.
sounds whenever
Can't
anybody
say it's
spawns in.
the
So
they do a
funny.
finale and then you can check.
Oh, score breakdown. Look in the chat.
Let's see this. Okay, if we don't get last, we're happy, right? But we
Yeah.
might get last because we lost. all the
No, we
rounds.
got
Okay, here
5th
we
place,
go.
Really
5th to 4th.
happy
There's no
that I
way.
get to meet you guys and hang out with you guys
Yeah,
and
this
play
was fun,
video
this
games
was
with you
fun,
guys.
this was fun.
Like,
Yeah, so we're
I'm
talking
happy
and
for
this is really
that.
great, but it's nice to meet you. I knew you'd
Are
like
you guys
this. I
gonna
knew
play
you'd like
again?
this a lot.
Sick?
I would.
Yeah.
I mean, they can apply
I-
too.
okay,
Like,
honestly,
fun.
knowing this, I'm gonna practice. Unironically, like if I get invited to another one of these things, I'm gonna spend like hours.
they do signups,
No,
or
let's
like they
go.
might just ask you. I think every time they just ask me, they're like, "Hey, do you want to play?"
Action performance. Let's go.
Oh,
Let's go
shit!
boost for
Yeah, I'm not getting top 10. This is
Let's go,
tragic.
Boofer.
boof.
This is so
for
tragic.
Boof boy.
Is May gonna be
My
up
top
here?
10. No, I'm not.
May.
Surely.
There's no,
Surely.
I'm not.
Shirley?
There's no way.
Shirley?
Okay, third though.
Oh, Shirley, May. May 3rd.
No, I don't know. I mean, like, I guess like
Second, surely.
it must have been
May
really
second,
close.
Shirley?
I did good in extraction too. I got like 9 kills and 38 hits. I did good.
Damn.
Damn.
So good.
Like I do slash last game.
Okay, what did you guys get?
I got 11th, bro. Oh.
Dude, with that bad extraction, still 30th is kind of crazy. And 11th.
I don't even know how to check where you are.
We didn't get last. Let's go.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Hey, we didn't get last, dude. Let's go.
That was actually big though.
Wait,
With that
Phantoms beat
horrible
us?
Last game performance, getting not last is actually insane. Let's go.
I'm happy. I'm very happy. This is very
aren't
fun.
you guys like first timers in Block Wars as well? 3 of you?
Yeah, they all of them are.
That's
I
good, that's
downloaded
good.
Minecraft 20 minutes before
Yeah,
this.
exactly. This is good. This is good.
How do you know what your
Hey, 11th
ranks
isn't
are?
bad.
It should have shown up in chat, so just
You can do
enter chat and scroll
slash
up a
individual, Michi.
True.
When it's
I'm
back up.
not last, you fucking bitches.
Yeah, that,
It's just
Michi, you did 33. Michi's 30, Froggy's 33, and Grape, you're 37. Froggy and Michi, you both beat the Reddit people that always like predict VTuber
that's
female.
right.
Specifically, if
Fuck
they're a
you,
female
Reddit.
VTuber, they always do it really low. It's so crazy.
Now we're going to
Fuck
heaven.
you, Reddit. I can't even check Reddit because it's banned my country, but fuck you anyway. Suck it. Bitch.
Wait,
So I get to
did you
watch
do
the
it
final
again?
showdown. This is just watching.
Oh, okay.
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
no.
fuck you, Reddit.
30.
We might suck, but we're not last. Dude, we're like almost half, okay? So that's pretty good.
I'm so happy that Reddit
We were
didn't
in the
know I was
top
gonna
for a while.
exist,
I
'cause
think
they were fucking
the thing that was as hard was the race and stuff like that.
So like, what happened?
Bro, I downloaded Minecraft 20 minutes before playing this. Shut up.
Bro, I'm like 40 years old. Come on, you can compete. Come on, what's up? Like,
I haven't played Minecraft in
Heavenly's
like 2 years, bro.
we were 3. We're team 3.
Hey, Heavenly, where'd you place an individual again? Was that where'd you place an individual again? I see you're top 10 or top 15.
You're still 8th.
Or top 20. Well, I'm top 11.
Where'd
Sorry.
you place, huh?
He's salty. He's salty.
Runs away,
He doesn't.
runs away.
He's using his team, but he has Can Man, the guy, the goat.
You know
That
what
guy-
we should
that
do,
guy got me
man?
the
We should
first
go
one
to
last
their
time, too.
team, and then we just yell in their ear.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
Scream in their
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's all.
Wait, which team
Let's
are they?
all
Which
do it.
team
Let's
are
line
they?
up. The orange. 3, 2, 1.
Orange. Hold
Okay,
on.
do the countdown?
Okay.
Okay, do the countdown.
3, 2, 1, go.
Come in here.
6. I think we just left Froggy in there to be alone.
I mean,
Wait, what is this? Why can I run around? Oh, right, because we're observing.
Wait, look at the Discord. I'm putting my cat on the oh my god.
Oh,
I forgot about
cute.
this.
Look at your cat! Your cat is so fucking cute.
There's Peepee Head. There you go.
I love
I love
Pee
Pee-Pee.
Head. Can you send me pictures of Pee Head? Like every day. Thank you.
Yeah, do you want everyday pictures of Peepee Head?
I want pictures of Pee Head.
Is the Zen Fugi on the screen?
Who's
The
Pee-Pee
not
Head?
said you. There's
That's my
no Zen
cat.
Fugi.
Hold up. I'll put him in the
There's no Zen
the
on
group
the
chat.
screen.
They're going crazy.
Here, wait. Here's Peepee Head. Hold up.
Oh my god, I can't wait. He's
there.
like my favorite. I fucking love Pee Head.
I put him in the VC.
Most
What are you guys
intense.
talking
Oh.
about,
People like sleeping and jizzing.
Oh,
Oh, that's when they
I'm sharing this
die.
picture with chat. I love this
I
picture.
see.
Chat, look at
You
Pee
can have
Head. Look at Pee Head. I'm gonna put him in the corner for the rest of the game. Chat loves Pee Head.
Pee Head is the CEO of autism.
Yes.
Kimmy, do you have a camera with the 0.7 zoom, like the when it zooms out, like the dual cam? Can you take one of those like stretched out pictures of Pee Head? Can you take a stretched out picture of him, please?
Like, why does he look like a person?
He looks like
He's
a
so
man
weird.
and like wearing a cat suit.
It's the weirdest
Guys,
cat I've
what
ever seen.
are you talking about? What am I missing?
Peepee Head.
No clue.
What is that?
Pee
What is
Head.
that? Pee Head.
Where's the
It's
VC
in
Head.
the-
Is he
it's
Pee
in
Head?
the VC,
Yeah,
the
oh, it's
VC,
in
the
VC
side chat channel. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Wait, which one is VC side chat channel?
You guys are tripping over a fucking cat meme?
This is my
This
cat.
is that's
Shoot
Grape's
just-
cat,
shoot just
Pee
That's
Head.
your cat?
That's my cat.
I
His
don't
name
know
is
how to
Peepy Head.
access that. I think.
That's Grape's cat named
Bro,
Peepee
you
Head.
have memes of your cat, bro.
I have so many. Hold up, but Michi, do you see Aqua VC and then like the little chat bubble next to that?
That was
Bro,
so
chat
messed
wants
up.
to- Okay, let me put it here.
Hold up, I got more pictures of
I
Peepy
can
Head.
show
Here's
you
Peepee Head.
the world.
I want to go to space.
I want to take a nap or eat
Enjoy
food.
PP head chat. It's like 5 a.m. right now, dude.
Oh my
So
god.
after this, I'm
insane.
probably gonna raid Zentraya because I love Zen, and then
So how's it spectating this
I'm
game mode, by the way? Is it
probably
easy to
not gonna
spectate or
stream
not?
Sunday, and then I'll stream Monday
I'm just flying in
and
circles.
Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly.
Take Wednesday
Oh,
off.
really?
Stream
Dude, they need to
Thursday,
have a game
Friday.
mode
Take
that's easy to
Saturday off.
spectate. This
If
one's
that's
just
okay
hard
with
to
you
spectate,
guys.
I don't know.
I have a
Or if
couple
they
of
made it so that
collabs
the
this week and
camera
stuff too.
followed
It's gonna be
players,
fun. It's gonna be fun week. Honestly, I'm
I
excited.
was thinking because if you're in spectator mode, you can actually put other people, put players in other people's perspectives. I think that would be better. Like in Valorant, you can just switch through POVs.
Like in Valorant.
Okay, sorry. Just like,
Some of these
that's the first
teams are
game that came to
stacked,
my head,
dude.
bro. Bro, why are you laughing, bro? Like, is that funny?
No, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny.
Bro's crying. Bro's crying.
Wait, Froggy. Oh wait, you wanted the wide view picture, right?
Oh my
what
lord.
The wide view one. You were talking. You wanted that one. The
Oh, that
one
was
where you
May.
zoom out.
May was asking
Oh, May
for
wanted
the
that,
wide
okay.
view.
Yeah, I want like a zoomed out picture of Peepee Head.
Hold up.
Not
hold
like
up, I have
one of the ones
but-
that like
but
his face
Froggy-
gets stretched up.
Froggy made this a while ago. Or like she made the CEO of Autism out of this picture.
Yes, the CEO of Autism picture.
I love him.
Give me that.
Thank
Give me
you.
that
Those are my
picture.
favorite pictures. Is when like Peepee, like cats are like zoomed out like that. Thank
I
you.
really like that he has a human nose.
Yeah, I need to eat a
I
nap.
like that somebody put a human
Eat a
nose
nap.
on this cat.
It's him, the CEO of
Found your edit
Autism.
that you made. Oh, finally. Oh my god.
Why
yay.
does he look like that? That's a man's
There's
nose. He
Peepee
looks
Head.
like a Minecraft villager.
Here, this one makes him look like a depressed middle-aged man. I think this one might be one of my favorites. Hold up.
Yeah, hand it
Yeah,
over.
he does.
hand it
He does
over.
look like
Wait,
he's
where
like a
is it?
30-year-old, like a
Is it
40-year-old
this
man,
one?
like
Yeah,
salary
this
man.
one. He looks like a really depressed middle-aged man.
Oh my god, he does.
Look
Hold
at
on,
him.
let me-
Like dad's on the
Looks so
recliner,
sad.
With his human
and you come
nose.
home and he's like
Anyways, that's
really
Peepee
sad
Head.
watching
that's my
TV.
boy.
I love
Peepee Head
Peepee Head.
Peepee head.
You know that Froggy? Do you know those memes on TikTok where they're like
Look at his
draw a
little eye
person, but
bags.
it's
He's
a
so
cat?
tired.
Like you use the cat's facial
I'm not
features to
even
draw a
looking at this
person.
game, I'm just looking at PP head now.
Froggy,
I'm not paying attention at all.
you know the meme where you draw like a cat, but like as like a person as a cat, like use their facial features. Can you do a Peepee
What?
head? Can you draw like a peepee? I'll have to
Can
show
I do
you. Hold
what?
on.
Yeah, what are you
Hold
talking?
on.
What?
It's a TikTok meme. It's a TikTok meme. I'm not crazy. I'm not fucking crazy. Hold on.
Oh, that's the problem. That's the problem. I don't watch TikTok.
I don't have a TikTok either. I like watched it for one day, went wow that's addicting, and then like turned it off.
I had the exact same experience.
Bro, you
I
guys,
use
My
TikTok all the
chat said,
time.
I mean, if you
Oh,
named me
bro.
PP head, I would look like that too.
you guys sound so old, bro. What is this?
I was yeah. I lost like an hour to TikTok, and I was like, this is not good. I have to do work. How did
Yeah, same.
Bro.
I just like use
mean,
3
healthy,
monitors
though.
at once.
All right, hold up. I got
It's,
another.
it's
Peepee
called
head.
it's called cat
He's just a silly
theory.
guy.
Froggy, can you
trend where
please make a
people are
cat
drawing
theory
anime
drawing of
people
like
faces.
Peepee head, please?
And, okay, hold on. Let me see this. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look at this.
So cat theory is you take the
theory.
facial features of a cat and just like draw
Isn't
a person
that what
using
all
them.
anime art is based on?
Yeah.
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 I need you to do that with Peepee head, please.
The villager image, yeah.
Hold on.
Bro, did red just clear? Holy shit.
Oh wait, it's people are still playing Minecraft.
Dude, not a single
I was waiting for
Minecraft
it to be
player
over.
inside and they won the game. That's insane.
What is this? Hold on.
That's crazy.
I think the last
is
one is the most
insane.
like human-looking face he has.
I love that. Yeah, he looks like a guy there.
He just
fucking
he's just a
Ewing.
guy.
Yippee! That's the comments. Woo! Huh.
Bro, a Valorant Pro
My
won
hand
a
hurts.
Minecraft event and dropped the motivational quotes. That's an item off the bucket list. What is that, dude?
I don't know how to feel about this.
Blocked. Okay, yeah, it's cooked. This entire lobby's cooked, bro.
I don't know how to feel about the turning cats into like hot breedable girls.
Well, maybe
it's like
PP
a-
has like a
You're
sad,
right.
depressed man.
I mean, yeah, people, you could draw like a sad middle-aged office worker
I
with
just
cheeky
don't
head.
know how I feel about taking like a cute little kitten and then turning the cute little kitten's face into like a breedable woman's face.
And then make the titties having
Well,
the
it's
same
cat
jiggle
theory,
mechanics
it's
too.
cat
That's you're
theory,
right.
it's
You're
cat
right. You're right.
theory.
You're right.
That's
Yeah,
why we
I
like
don't-
VTubers because we look like cats.
Yeah, this is
wait,
the
so you're
winner's
calling-
POV. We winning.
Animes
look
based
like a
off cat
cat?
faces.
What?
Well, no,
I
you
look like a cat.
well you got round cat facial features. You're
Wait, so you're
cat
saying that
build.
every VTuber is a furry?
I guess my
Bro, that's like
VTubers are
saying every
scaly.
Minecraft
Some
person's
are.
a
At what? At what? At what? Nah, finish your sentence. Wait, you said that, bro. I know exactly what we're gonna say. That's
Don't do
crazy.
Finish that
Don't-
sentence.
I'm not gonna finish it.
Make sure to get canceled out of every Minecraft event. Come on, finish the sentence.
Oh my god, I was so tuned out, and that made me so
Crazy, dude.
If you know, you know.
You literally cannot talk shit
If
about
you know,
anyone,
you know.
bro.
Wow, that's crazy, bro.
Nah. Bro, I think everyone knows. That's why we all told her to
Yeah.
shut the fuck up, Boost.
Well, I wasn't gonna
man,
finish
you
anyways.
are
It was
crazy.
for those who know.
And you still claim you're not at brand risk, bro? What the fuck?
Well,
dude?
I got a sponsorship coming up, so I'm not a you
Yeah,
know
not anymore. Not
Geek it
after
out.
that, bro.
Geeking out.
Twit longer incoming.
I'm geeking out.
Geeking
Okay.
out. Geeking out.
Okay. Bro,
The
accepted
trick to being
I
not
was
canceled
so zonked.
is just
It's
a
annoying.
closed Twitter.
Yeah, I
Woof.
like that.
This is why I literally have not logged into Twitter on my new computer yet, because I'm
So
like,
you
if I
got
don't.
canceled? Is
I
that what you're
just
saying?
post some things. I don't even look like I look at my friends' posts and then someone's mad at me. I don't care. Like I gotta
Yeah,
do
but that's
something
not
real
getting
bad.
Canceled. If you get canceled, you're online.
I'm so zonked out right now.
I mean,
have no idea what
that's
I'm
only
talking
that's
about.
only if you get canceled, but you have to do something bad to get like real canceled, you know?
Yeah, but that's exactly what we're
Real
talking about. Like,
canceled?
real canceled is doing something bad. That's what we're talking about.
Well,
we're not talking about some.
It has to be like bad, you know? Like
Oh,
I'm not
there's
gonna
like-
do a bad thing or say a slur. Like
Okay, yeah.
you
Like
know?
Shy
That's
Lily
questionable.
canceled
That's
versus real canceled.
You know what? I think May's the first out of all of us that's gonna get canceled. We all know
I
that.
agree. I
RIP.
agree.
I'm gonna do the J Schlapp method. I'm gonna be immune to it.
Bro,
I really hope that
I'm
my
immune to it.
first,
What are they
like,
gonna do? Tell me to stop streaming?
I want my first ban
good.
/ cancellation to be like when Shy Lily shoved a pear up her butthole. That's my goal.
Oh, yeah.
When I go out, I want to go out like that. I think that's so iconic.
What?
It was nice playing
How
with
do
you
I make
guys.
the 2-block jump for the beef? How do I do that?
Great.
Bro.
We'll have this is a master class for another
Oh,
time.
are we all leaving the game?
Oh, is that the
Yeah, the
end?
game's done. That was it.
Yeah, the event is over.
Did you guys like that? Was that good?
Jeez.
How was your first Blood Wars?
Good. I think I was so tuned out. I'm gonna be real with you. I tuned out on whatever the fuck.
Bro, why are you
combo
doing
had.
Zaza on stream, bro?
I have
Zaza?
medical issues.
Oh my god, we're touching. Froggy, we're
Dude, I love
touching.
saying I have medical issues
No,
now.
Chabby
to
lost.
boost for,
That was a
just
lot
to
of
make him
fun.
feel very
I'm gonna dip
uncomfortable.
out. I'm gonna dip
My
out.
fault, man.
Bye, you guys. It was fun hanging out.
Please.
Bye. I'll DM you guys later. Bye bye.
Go to sleep. You
I have to
should
go
to
bitch somebody
sleep.
out.
You should take care of yourself. And
Your Heavenly Father and Giga, you're both a bunch of pussies.
Oh, no. I
There we go. Okay, let's read Zentraya's chat. I'm going to bed. My head hurt. As Zentra in Discord, I'll be back Monday. I'll be back Monday for a fun stream. We're gonna do Zentraya. Okay, we're gonna do. Hey, what's up, what's up, Bench? Yo, it's Rika. Here's a raid message. Chat, thank you so much for your help. This is a lot of fun. Honestly, I had a black. My mouse just died. My mouse just died. My mouse just died. My mouse just died. Chat, I can't do anything. The mouse just died. Good. Mouse just died. Critical alert, chat. My mouse just died. My mouse just died. Chat, I'll see you later. Have fun. That was so much fun, you guys. I'll see you guys later because that was a lot of fun. I miss you guys. I love you guys. We'll be doing a lot of normal stuff this week. Probably a lot less Minecraft. I want to finish up Silent Hill 2. We have to be Metal Gear Solid. We have to start Metal Gear Solid 3. I'm gonna start. So Monday, I'm gonna start Metal Gear Solid 3. It'll be a fun time. I love you guys. And then Tuesday we'll finish up Silent Hill 2, I think, and that'll be fun. Or no, Monday we'll do Metal Gear Solid 3, and Tuesday we should be able to do my community night. If not, I'll do Silent Hill 2, and then we'll do community night another time this week. Bye guys. Love you guys. Oh, by the way, guys, I'll be taking the 19th, 20th, and 21st off to prepare for my debut and relax. So it's gonna be a pretty packed week this week. Okay. Bye.